Genesis. God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. God's heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little jar. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God will pay. God will pay. Fuck your gods. 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 Kneel and praise. You zombie slaves. Glorify and worship. Eat me, drink shit. Praise God. Praise. Praise. Zombie slaves. God loves demons. God loves. God loves demons.
The grand staircase. Illuminate. The sky. The mind. The inner eye. Illuminate. The spirit. Illuminate. The climb. Higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. truth exists. Never, ever illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own beyond my own magical being. My own. My own. My Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Power bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both thrill. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Ee, ee. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone is having a beautiful, beautiful, and glorious day. It's a beautiful day in Hellrum today. A beautiful day in Hellrum today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? It has been quite a day. Quite a day. There's a lot of creepy creatures on YouTube. There's a lot of creepy creatures in this realm. Do you notice that? I'm going to share some videos because even some beings that are more like normies are starting to notice certain things. They don't obviously see this as a hell realm. They'll almost always stop short or far short of that. In most cases, they'll praise God, but they're starting to notice people's behavior. They're just noticing a little bit, a little bit. Now, have they done a deep psychological study and observed for decades and looked at different factors other than people using smartphones? In most cases, no. In most cases, people are looking for very quick answers, easy explanations. They want to keep it simple because most people are simple. So what they want to do is say, well, it's social media and it's just because everybody has a smartphone. And that's the big difference in their minds of why people's behavior has changed. They don't want to look at the realm degrading. They don't want to look at spiritual factors. They want to narrow in with tunnel vision, most, and say, well, it's social media and smartphones. And that's what's changed humanity. Just a couple things. It's fascinating. These simple explanations. And that seems to be the way that most humans are wired. They love simple explanations. They don't want to look at things and say, there's hundreds of factors, thousands, maybe even millions that go into what's going on. Well, that would take a lot of effort to look at. It's much easier to say, well, it's just smartphones. People are glued to their phones. That's what's changed everyone, or almost everyone, in Western society into zombies. Simple. And then move on. You don't have to think about it. In seconds, they believe they have it figured out. That's a big thing in this realm. People believe in split seconds that they have everything figured out. And you don't. You don't. None of you do. None of you do.
There's some things that I'm seeing in the public square that I think is a little strange, and it's ever increasing. I want to talk about it in this video, and I'm curious to see if you have noticed the same thing. Stick around. I'm a quiet and peaceful person. I keep to my own for the most part. I wouldn't consider myself a hermit, but I do like to get back home to the open air, the open space. I like to be where it's quiet. I'm not one of those guys that says I can't stand people. My heart is not hardened like that. I love people. I think people are quite difficult. I'm not running from people. I just like being where it's quiet. Man, if I can be in an environment where, I'm having a good time with people, that's a wonderful thing. But there are some things that seem to be reoccurring with people when I go out in public. Strange things, strange behaviors. What I'm hoping to accomplish with this video is to kind of put a mirror in front of you. And if you find yourself falling into these things, maybe this is an opportunity to step back and say, you know what, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like the crowd. One thing I've noticed is that people are in a frenzy and they're in a hurry like I have never seen before. There's this chaos with people now. I find myself doing things at times when I believe the traffic will be less, where the crowds will be smaller in the grocery stores and things like that, just because of the energy that people bring to the table. I was riding around on some back roads the other day, just cruising with my windows down in my truck, listening to the radio, relaxing, having a good time. I was heading over to a cookout, and this guy's just behind me, just tailgating me, and instead of allowing him to get under my skin and get my nerves all worked up, you know what I did? I just pulled over at the next place where I could and just let him go around me. And I got back to my cruise and I got back to enjoying myself. We've got to be careful not to let the frenzy that people are operating in to attach itself to us. We have to protect our own peace and make sure that we're not acting like everybody else who seems to be caught up in some fire drill all the time. Lack of preparedness and organization from somebody else doesn't constitute an emergency for me. Being a proactive person is a badge of honor. Being able to step out from all of this chaos and atmosphere where people are running behind and everything's got to be done yesterday is a choice. I'm noticing that people are also becoming a lot less friendly, a lot less cordial. It's getting to the point to where if you smile at someone out in public or if you say, "Excuse me," people think that's weird. I know over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a massive political divide in our country, and people have a lot more things to fight about, it seems. It didn't seem that way when I was young. It seems that way now. And I know all that stuff is going on, but I still don't think that's an excuse to not be decent or cordial. Someone may think, "Oh, they look like a conservative, I'm not going to be nice to them," vice versa. They look like a liberal, I'm not going to be nice to them. Listen, we don't have to be a jerk, and we don't have to walk around like we're mad all the time to have a good sense of situational awareness. If I'm walking past you and I hit you with one of these, that's just me showing you some respect and some acknowledgement. I'm moving on. I'm not trying to stand there and have a conversation, but people think any kind of connection nowadays is weird. People walk right past the grocery aisle. They walk right past people nowadays like they're not even there. Which leads to my next point. We're becoming a society of zombies. There's been a lot of talk about the zombie apocalypse, for the last several years. And I can't help but believe that that's some kind of omen, some kind of metaphor, not for a real zombie apocalypse like Return of the Living Dead, but the way our society is actually becoming. People, especially in these bigger cities, just walk around like they're on some sort of assembly line, man. It's like everybody's just going in the same direction. They don't feel anything. They don't see anything. They're just programmed to do a few certain things. Much of this has a lot to do with the fact that people have a screen in their face all the time now. They're so used to being entertained by a screen that they have forgotten to.
I knew he was going to say that, but I noticed people becoming zombified decades ago, long before they had any smartphones, long before cell phones had any screen, really at all, to speak of, long before there was Facebook, and before MySpace, before YouTube, before Instagram, before all TikTok, all this stuff, long before that. It's just intensified. And that's why I always say you got to pay attention. And I know that bothers people because they know they feel guilty. As a part of them, I think, feels guilty. They think, how dare he tell me to pay attention? Well, you don't. You don't pay attention to what's going on. Most humans don't, is what I'm speaking about. I speak in general that way. I'm not speaking about you personally. If you're tuned into my show thinking, is he talking about me? Then you've got paranoia issues to work on. You've got insecurity issues to work on. Because I would say this, if my microphone, if I was speaking into a mic and it reached every ear in the world, I'd be saying most of you don't pay attention. You don't. You just want simple answers. You want to say, well, it's just these smartphones. People were becoming zombified, I noticed, and started calling them zombies in the 1990s. And I know a lot of you weren't paying attention then because you have an idyllic view of the 90s and you'll say, well, it was great. It was better back then than today. And most people are just, they have that simple view. They don't notice much changing until it's drastic and devastating. Most people will notice that their country's gone to shit when they're starving and they're on the streets and everything's gone completely to hell and it's just unavoidable at that point. It's impossible not to notice, and then they'll start bitching and say, "How did this happen?" Most of you don't pay attention to anything in this realm going on. You just don't. You could if without anybody helping you see, most humans would go to their graves without even noticing that things degrade year by year, decade by decade. It's a degradation realm. It isn't just smartphones. It's thousands and thousands of things that are factors in what's going on. But I know most humans don't want to see that. And most are too lazy. They don't want to look at the spiritual factors and all the different factors that go into this. They don't. I know that about humans because I've observed your behavior. I've observed how you behaved in 2020. I observed how you behaved in 2001. I observed how you behaved in 1999 before New Year's, and a lot of you were in a panic about Y2K and all sorts of things. They can program you and have you in fear and have you reacting exactly the way they want you to. Most of you on earth. You're not independent thinkers. You're just fearful zombie followers, most of you. And then some of you come to my channel and you get upset and you want to cry for the ones that I'm talking about. Like, oh, how dare King Stephen call them zombies? You can go off into a corner and cry for them if you want to. Go ahead. It won't change this world, though, at all. It won't change anything. And that's what humans are good at, is changing nothing and learning nothing and then denying the truth and going into denial and not facing where they are and how this realm works. And you don't have to. You can get recycled here endlessly. And that is going to be the fate of most of you because you've done no work at all to face how this place works. That's too much effort, energy. It takes some courage. It takes not just following along. And most people just want to follow. And you can. This place is set up for that. You can absolutely follow into your grave and get recycled. That's what this place is set up to do to you. Without any thought, that's where you're headed. You have to interfere and intervene and change course and try to do that. Otherwise, the default is you just get recycled. And they'll recycle you until there's nothing left of you. And then what you'll do, what most of you do, is get upset with me, the messenger, for warning you. And you act as though I created this realm. That's what many of you humans do. You put it on the truth speaker rather than the hell realm. That's how fucked up most of you are, most humans. And I've experienced it hundreds of times on my channels over the years. I can tell that you hate me or resent me or blame me. That's how fucked up most of you humans are. You shoot the messenger and blame the messenger rather than the realm and the designers of the realm. That's how fucked up most of you are. And I'm going to keep saying that because you are. Most of you humans are very fucked up. You don't deserve what I'm handing out. And I see that more and more the longer I do this. You should be on shit channels eating shit, gobbling up their shit. That's what most of you deserve. And that's what most of you end up supporting anyway, even if temporarily you're on my channel. Eventually, most go back to shit, eating shit, which is what you have a taste for, an addiction for. That's what you really want, most humans. And that's where most of you congregate, on shit channels that speak for hours with nothing of value, nothing of substance, nothing of spiritual meaning or power or wisdom, no spiritual wisdom. That's what you love the most. Empty calorie shit. And most of you on earth will never admit to that because humans aren't honest. You're pretenders for the most part. Most of you don't not only don't live honest lives, you just can't even be honest. Even as a guest on my show, most couldn't be honest for 10 or 15 minutes. Most humans on earth couldn't be honest for 10 or 15 minutes on my show. You can't do it.
to actually flow and function in real life. I think people need to learn to put their phones down and go do real life menial things. Go do.
That would be a step, but you're focusing too much on blaming the phones. Where does the human accountability come in? Of course, people never hold anyone accountable. It's always technology's fault or religion's fault or school's fault or the media or the government. It's never anybody pointing the finger at themselves saying, my spiritual development and my mind is up to me. Almost never see that in this realm. It's always point the finger and blame everything else. If you can't blame the phones, maybe you could blame the trees. Start yelling at the trees and say that it's their fault out in the woods.
Something boring. It will be amazing to learn to put their phones down and go do real life menial things. Go do something boring. It will be amazing for you. Go have an experience that doesn't have to be shared on social media. I don't mind social media, but it's not always a real life depiction of how that person's life is going. It's a highlight reel for the most part. Nowadays, people will friend you on Facebook, but not speak to you in public. We can refuse to be zombies. We can refuse to live our life like we're on some assembly line. We can be real people with real feelings and emotions, and we can care about others.
It's funny to me how 25, 30 years after I've been calling for 3 decades easily, calling people zombies, longer than 30 years. I was saying you could go back to like 1993 and you could go back. If you could go back in time, you could have heard me have conversations with friends calling the masses zombies. And it's just catching on now. People are just beginning to see it when it's become to the point of the masses are just complete zombies. They're 99% zombie at this point. And now people are starting to notice. And it's just funny to me. It took all of this for people to even start to say, what's going on here?
We don't have to let our hearts grow cold just because of the lawlessness that's abounding in the world. Why does that darkness have to get on the inside of us and affect the way we...
For the dummies that don't pay attention, I'm going to chime in and say, I don't want it to get worse, but I know it will. It's going to get worse. And I say that to try to give you a heads up warning. If you aren't completely mentally and spiritually retarded, you might say, oh, well, it's actually, he's trying to help us by saying the truth. But I don't get the sense that many of you humans understand that. You always get things mixed up and jump to wrong conclusions and say that I promote a hell realm or that I want it to get worse, or you say that I'm so negative and this and that. And there's no way to warn you. Most humans are the type where if there was a forest fire coming and you're at the edge of town or in the woods, and I say there's a forest fire coming, I've been traveling and there's one 10 miles away and it's an inferno, you better prepare. Some of you would get your firearm out and shoot me for speaking the truth. That's how stupid you are. For warning you, giving you a heads up, prepare yourself, your family, your town. There's a big, massive fire coming. And I'm warning you in the days before television, radio, smartphones, you'd have no way of knowing through technology. And it's still too far away for you to see smoke's blowing in another direction, let's say, but the fire is going to hit you eventually. And your bright idea as humans is to shoot the messenger and think, well, if he's dead, then the fire won't come and consume us and burn our homes. But all you did was kill the person speaking the truth. And that's how dumb most of you are. Most humans are that way. You get very angry and hostile and vicious and violent towards people that have tried to help you. And then you wear them down, you tire them out. As a species, humanity, that's what you generally do. That's what you've done, not just in my lifetime. You've done that for a long time, for generations. It's what you're good at. You're not good at embracing truth and truth speakers and seeing what they're doing for you, how much energy they put into trying to help you see what's actually going on. Most of you aren't that way. I think most humans belong here in this realm. I think they would just pollute other places. And when I started my channel, I gave humanity the benefit of the doubt in that sense. And over the 3+ years, I've kind of had a change of heart in a way, you could say. I thought I could reach thousands and thousands of beings, not only with the truth, but I thought I could find thousands of good spiritual beings in this hell realm. That was my goal. And now I do not think that there are thousands and thousands of good spiritual beings in this place. I think running these channels taught me that there's very few that are worth anything at all in this place. And your behavior towards me and towards others reveals that there's very few of you.
We live and the way we feel toward others. I don't have to hate you just because I disagree with you. In a lot of ways, I feel like movies like The Matrix are a metaphor for the way our world has become. And it's quite eerie how common these things I have described are becoming with a large part of the masses. Listen, I know times are hard. I know inflation is terrible. I know that a lot of people are struggling to make ends meet. We all face hard times. We all face struggles. But the moment those things become our identity, we're going to start going downhill. People are impatient. They're rude. They're in a hurry. They're in a frenzy. They are unapproachable. They're unfriendly, unloving, and they're walking around like.
And this guy's saying that, and he seems to live in a rural area where there's a lot of forests. And he probably goes into a smaller town to do his grocery shopping and things. Is he speaking the truth about the way people are today? Yes. But did I notice some of this long before this year? Yes. Yes. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm saying you should have been able to see it long ago. There's something wrong with most humans that they can't see anything at all. Anything.
They're unfriendly, unloving, they're rude, they're in a hurry, they're in a frenzy, they are unapproachable, they're unfriendly, unloving, and they're walking around like zombies, man. Regardless of your worldview, your religion, or your stance on life, it does not have to be this way. We can be people again. We don't have to turn inward and grow cold toward everybody else. Newsflash, you're not going to find peace that way. You might find a false sense of peace, but it's not.
He thinks he's going to change people into being loving beings that are aware and kind and have manners instead of being zombies. He's just kidding himself. And this is what a lot of you do. This is very human of him. It's very common with humans. Very common. It's not going back to get better. It's going to get worse. And a lot of you don't want to face that because you love hopium and wishful thinking, and that's what you do. You don't face reality. It's so rare to find a human being that faces reality instead of warping their own mind and doing mental gymnastics and saying it can get better. It's not going to get better. It's going to get so much worse that you wouldn't believe me if I could show you a film of the future, if I could make it into a visual film instead of just saying it in words. You wouldn't believe it. I don't think that most of you can see what's coming. And if you told me you do, I just wouldn't believe you at this point. Because most people just lie about everything at this point in this realm. That's what you're good at. You're good at pretending and lying. And that is what people do. You lie and lie and lie. You don't see very much at all. And it isn't just inflation and people getting rude. It's a spiritual degradation. You're going to see demonic behavior you would never imagine will be out in the open. That's what's coming. And shake your heads if you want to. That's what you're good at, most of you. Shake your heads, humans, and deny it. Pretend. Go ahead. It won't stop anything. It just hurts you in the end. Denial. Doesn't help you at all. Doesn't protect you. It's the worst quote unquote defense mechanism or coping mechanism. It hurts you in the end. You're a fucking weakling if you go into denial. And that's what most of you do.
I'm going to bring peace and light to other people. Maybe you don't care about that, but you should. I want to be a lighthouse in this world. I want to be a place that people can retreat to where there's darkness everywhere. Somebody that cares for other people. Somebody that's...
You're going to be a lighthouse for who in the future? Because in the next 10 years, this place is going to get so fucking dark. Who are you going to be the lighthouse for? Evil spirits?
willing to step in. Somebody that's willing to act like a human being. We don't have to let the nature of this world or the crap that's going on every day harden our hearts and turn us into something that's no longer human.
I don't think he knows what human even is. I'm not saying he's bad, but he just doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know what human is. I'm going to go over to another one here. There's tons of videos like this. And I know some of you will be like Mexican jumping beans, getting all excited and saying, humanity's waking up. That's what it's showing. Is it really?
Recently, I've had a weird feeling of, did that really happen? Did all that stuff, Recently, I've had a weird feeling of, did that really happen? Did all that stuff, those 5 years, really happen? It's hard to believe that all those memories that I have of those times actually happened. All those little incidents, big incidents, actually happened. And now people are just acting as though nothing happened and everything's back to normal. It's normal, isn't it, guys? But it's really not, is it? People have changed so much, and I don't see it ever going back. I need to be careful what I say on here, but really I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that people actually just changed instantaneously as they were told to, how something was so perfect was done to us, so perfectly curated, and how many people actually just went along with the whole thing. And I just feel like the world now and people now have become so cold. Something is just being killed in them. I think it's been trauma. I think it's just a collective trauma that people are just refusing to even face up to. They're just trying to bury it and pretend that it didn't happen. Especially people who did go a bit crazy and treated others a certain way during those times. They just act as though that didn't happen and we're expected to just forget about it. The people who were on the receiving end. Thinking back to just a mere 5 years ago, how life felt on a daily basis, I can remember it so vividly compared to now, when it almost feels like there's a collective anxiety just constantly bubbling under the surface, a constant tension with a lot of people. They just feel tense, like even the merest slightest thing can just set them off. But also they've lost this human element, this human aspect. I think this stems from people getting isolated into their own little bubbles, that although they're now coming out, they haven't actually recovered from that. They still are in their bubble. They're in this self-inflicted bubble now. Separating people for so long and feeding them absolute fear has done something to their psyche. It's done something to their humanness and their humanity that a lot of people are just so closed off, so dead behind the eyes almost. Everything from their sense of direction and self-awareness just going out into the world, through to their sense of humour. I see people that I've known for years and they used to be, you know, fun-loving, easygoing, you know, and now it's like they're just ready to crack at any minute. They can't laugh anymore at things. They can't possibly find any joy in life. It's really hard to explain. It's like they've been so traumatized that they can't find any joy in life anymore. But going into that isolation can be addictive for some people. I think some people really struggled with it, but there's other people that went into that isolation and then just never came out. Even though they are out in the world, they're not out of that bubble. And in that bubble, they spent so much time online. It's like before that year, we had our normal lives. Yes, there were phones in it, but I feel like everybody got sucked into a time warp. 5 years just went by in a heartbeat. So we lost all sense of time, all sense of normalcy. Everything was just a crazy world of what is real, what is going on, fear mongering, people pitted against each other, families torn apart. And then suddenly we all get spat out 5 years later, trying to pretend that nothing happened. It went from everything being about this certain thing to nothing. And we're just left to pick up the pieces. But when we come into this new reality, it was like everybody had became best friends with their phones, or a lot of people had become best friends with their phones, that suddenly we're living in this world where we're trying to get our heads around what just happened, what was done, while also looking at people and just not being able to recognize what your everyday life is like. Just looking at people walking around, staring at phones, unable to communicate with other people like we used to, unable to, not even interested in communicating with people. I don't remember it being so difficult to even get a moment of somebody's time. But now it's just like the heart of society, and looking after your fellow human is just being completely ripped out. There's such a distrust between everybody, but also in a way people just don't see each other as human anymore, or they just see each other as an inconvenience or something even to be feared. I feel like I'm going crazy sometimes because it's like I'm living in a world where people are pretending all that just didn't happen. People, if you even try and bring anything up, people get physically, you can see them get physically uncomfortable. Or it's just shut down straight away, or there's just this weird aura that comes off even mentioning anything. But it's almost like it only existed for me and nobody else went through it, even though they all did. They literally just don't want to even acknowledge it. It's like such a trauma that if they even speak about it or think about it for a moment, they can't handle it. But how are we meant to ever move on or learn from it, or get any sense of normality, true normality back, if we're just not even going to talk about it? But the biggest thing for me is seeing the people who, before all this, went into their bubbles a normal-ish person and then came out just unrecognisable in such an eerie way. They went in with pretty normal thoughts, pretty normal actions, and then came out completely full of anxiety, completely uninterested in relationships.
Were they pretty normal? Maybe you just didn't see what they are. Maybe it just exposed, well, maybe 2020 exposed what was already there. So they're unrecognizable to you now. Maybe they exposed what they are during that.
Actions, and then came out completely full of anxiety, completely uninterested in relationships, so difficult to keep any sort of relationship with them, chronically online, but also unrecognisable in just the way they even hold themselves, the way they speak, their movements. I really don't know how to explain this. It feels like people's priorities have completely shifted, but also that some people's priorities have just vanished. They have like a sense of hopelessness, and they don't really look to the future anymore. You try asking some people, like, what's your plan, 5 years, 10 years, what's your desires and dreams? I find a lot of people just don't have an answer for it anymore, and maybe they don't see a future almost because they are so traumatized still. And that's worsened, of course, by how antisocial everybody has become after this. where they don't go out anymore, they just stay in their own little zones. And that is worsened and worsened every day, every year that goes by people just staying in their zones and becoming so antisocial. Now trying to motivate half of people to even have a phone call, oh goodness me, a phone call is way too big an ask nowadays, but even just to meet up for an hour, a coffee, something, it's an impossible task. It's like they were told for so long that meeting up with your friends is a bad thing. Bad thing, don't do that, don't you dare. That now, even though they've been told everything's okay now, that association has just carried forward. And is that going to go on for the rest of their lives? What sort of life is it when your desire for any social connection is just being completely killed and destroyed? Because even like the most introverted people, in order to be healthy, you do need human connection in some form. But it's like the beating heart of society has just been ripped out and people are so cold. I even notice it travelling that it's happened all across the world, to be honest. The human interaction you used to get, you just don't get as often. It is still there, but I'm talking about the majority. Unless you can give them some sort of financial reward, you're not worth their time almost. Back when I was backpacking years ago, we used to meet people all the time, just drifters or just travellers, older people, younger people. People would interact and want to know each other's stories, share experiences, just share some time together. No hidden motives, no other reason, not trying to get something, not trying to gain something. But this time it's been very, very different. We're in Bali, for example, and that's a backpacker haven. When we were here 10 years ago, it was filled with such interesting people who were also interested in you. And now it's filled with way more people. And yet, have any of them even tried to interact with us at all? No, you see them walking about out there, they're engrossed in their phones. If they're sitting in cafes where, backpackers and travellers used to gather and talk, it was almost like that pub culture. Now they're just all in their own separate little bits, just on their phones, on their laptops, gormless look on their face, mouth hanging open, just completely switched off to their surroundings. We haven't had any conversations with any fellow travellers in Bali at all, which is a complete 180 from just 10 years ago. And half of that 10 years was swallowed up by what happened. So it can't be a coincidence. The soul of people and the humanity of people just seems to have been destroyed, dampened, just trodden all over. I miss just having a random human moment with somebody, a human connection with some stranger that you'll probably just never see again. I miss that, having that organically. Now, of course, people will have the fake sort of interactions online and almost kid themselves that they're being social just by talking to people online and, being on some forums or social media. But when it comes to the real deal, they just don't seem able anymore. I just miss so much what we used to have and how it used to be. And yes, don't get me wrong, I still get that with a lot of people and in some places more than others. But to not get that in a very, very popular backpackers, travellers destination, that's weird. That's really weird. I really would love to hear your comments and insights and help me try and get my head around all this. It's just crazy. If you've noticed anything similar, please let me know, and thanks for watching. See you next time.
I was feeling really, really good, dancing, having fun, and we ran out of cocaine. So we pooled our money and I asked around, and somebody said, this guy's selling it. And he was a really kind of cagey, scrawny guy in a beige leisure suit. We started snorting it. It never occurred to me that wasn't cocaine. It just wasn't on my radar that it wasn't cocaine. And then, bam! It was like Popeye had punched me, and I was just shooting it straight up in the air. And then I realized I was rocketing out from Manhattan, and I had this huge sense of relief that I was leaving behind not just that nightclub and that kind of whatever bad situation had been happening there, but that whole nonsense of being Louisa. I was just so done with that effort. I'm Louisa Peck. I grew up in Seattle. My dad was a law professor. My mom's sort of an art historian. My dad was really, really atheist. For him, academia and freedom from the church were the same thing. So it was a very academic home, and it was a very performance-oriented home. We didn't get love just for being us. We had to do well, perform, make them proud. So I was very academic from the get-go, did really well in school. And I found I liked philosophy classes, and that's where I really got into proving there was no God. So, we'd read someone like Descartes, and he'd do the whole, I think, therefore I am, I have an idea of God, therefore. And I would just tear that argument. I just remember getting so into that paper to just I'm going to prove he's wrong. There's no God. That's ridiculous. I liked modernism because I felt in modernism, people were finally waking up from the dream of this Anglican church and finally facing the darkness, facing this indifferent, cold universe, which was really all there was and no point to life. I had to change schools many times. So by the time I got put in this private high school at 10th grade, they all had friends already. And I just made some what I call camouflage friends so that you're not sitting all by yourself. Finally, senior year, I discovered beer, and I just started finding out where parties were and going and getting wasted. And all of a sudden, people liked me. And I liked me better when I was drunk. So I just kind of play acted this role as if I knew what I was doing and convinced them that that's who I was. But inside, I was like a very nervous actress, just what should I do now? How am I acting? How am I coming off? How's my performance? And it was such a weird way to live, but it was the only thing I knew. I graduated in 1982, got to New York, and there was Studio 54. There was, I was just sort of trying to live the dream, except for I kept having panic attacks. So I would live the dream by staying drunk enough that I wouldn't have panic attacks. At a certain point, I asked a friend to come down to Manhattan and bring a lot of coke. And so he was a dealer back in college, and he came down, brought a lot of coke. We did a lot of coke in the apartment, and then we took a cab and went to the Peppermint Lounge. I was feeling really, really good, dancing, having fun, and we ran out of cocaine. You know, my life, I was always trying to be cool enough, feel cool enough that I would feel okay. The next party, you're gonna finally feel cool. No, this next drink, you're gonna finally feel okay. No, you just need this toke of pot, and that's the moment when everything is gonna change for you. And I felt I was just right on the cusp of that. I was almost at the point where I would be cool and feel okay, and now we're out of Coke. And so we pooled our money and asked around, and somebody said, this guy's selling it. So we bought a gram from him, and he's like, it's good stuff, good stuff. And he was really kind of cagey, scrawny guy in a beige leisure suit. We started snorting it, and my friend, who was a dealer, was like, this is doing nothing. It's worthless. It's you know, and he kind of just threw down his bill like, we've been had. And I thought, well, it numbed our gums. Maybe it's just bad cocaine, and if I do the whole pile, I'll get a little bit high. So I just snorted and snorted the whole pile. And then I shouted in his ear, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And even on the way to the bathroom, I started seeing this interference of when you're gonna faint, there's like these little red speckles. And I was kind of like, whoa, this must be a cocaine side effect. That's so cool. And I waited in line in the bathroom. It got more and more and more. By the time I was in the stall, I could only see directly in front of me. And I realized I couldn't read any of the graffiti, any of it. And also couldn't get any breath of air. It felt like all the air was breathed up in that bathroom. So I got out of the bathroom and I'm breathing and I'm not getting anything. And I really did not know I was dying. I was upset that there was no air, and I was upset about this side effect, but it never occurred to me that wasn't cocaine. It just wasn't on my radar that it wasn't cocaine. Later, after I got sober and made friends in Alcoholics Anonymous, some of them were drug dealers, and several have told me we used to cut cocaine with lidocaine back in the 80s because the lidocaine was so much cheaper. But it sounds like you got sold pure lidocaine. And lidocaine poisoning, it's an anesthetic, usually used topically, but people sometimes commit suicide by just taking a tube of lidocaine that's 5% lidocaine and swallowing it, right? Mine was pure lidocaine. And so my heart was starting to slow down and getting down to like, I don't know, 30 beats a minute, something like that. So no matter how much I breathed, my brain was not getting oxygen. I found my date and I told him there's no air in here, there's no air. And he's like, it's fine. And I was angry, like, why aren't you noticing that there's no air? He took me to the bar and the bartender gave me a glass of water. And I really did not want a glass of water. I wanted air, but I just took a sip. And then, bam! I thought that I had collapsed and hit my chin on the bar because I felt this blow. But no, it was like Popeye had punched me and I was just shooting it straight up in the air. And there was so much relief because I was no longer oxygen starved. I don't remember breathing or anything, but I had a sense of like, now there's all the air I could want. And then I realized I was rocketing out from Manhattan, and I had this huge sense of relief that I was leaving behind not just that nightclub and that kind of whatever bad situation had been happening there, but that whole nonsense of being Louisa. I was just so done with that effort. It was a perfect, clear blue sky. And I sensed that the ocean was under me, perfect blue going all the way to the horizon. I made a decision that I was gonna arch back and do a backbend dive. And then I could see the ocean below me, and I was diving toward it, and I thought, isn't it like concrete? Because I'm like 300 feet up. Isn't that like concrete when you hit it, you know? But I didn't have any fear. I was just like, we'll see. And so then I dove straight down. And then I could see it was way up to the surface, but the surface was gorgeous from down there, and the bubbles were going up by me, and it was all so gorgeous. And I said, man, I wonder if I can make it to the surface okay. And then there I'm there. Then I looked and I saw a mesa that came up, and on top of it was this old weather-worn house. And I thought, that house has to do with me, and I gotta get there. Next thing I know, I've reached the house, but I'm at the door sill, and I'm like this high above it. I was just a subjective point of awareness, and I didn't have a body. And I crossed the threshold. Once I was over the threshold, then I knew this is the house of my ancestors, and they have all come this way through this house. And I could begin to feel my ancestors around me, grandparents, and I had a sense of a generation beyond that. And the strongest presence was my grandfather, who had died before I was born. They were all really excited to meet me, really happy that I was crossing over, ready to greet me, but I couldn't see them. I could just feel them. I didn't even hardly know who any of my ancestors were in my regular life. And you know, people who are interested in genealogy or whatever, I was like, who cares about that? But here, I was just honored to be following in their footsteps, and with this feeling that we go through this house. And I had a sense of we, and it was all of the people who are connected to me. I knew there was supposed to be an armchair in this room that faced a big picture window that looked out at the ocean, and it wasn't there. And I just had a sense of like, that's no fair. Where's the chair? And I thought, how am I going to see the view? It's beautiful. I want to see it. As soon as I thought, I want to see it, something grabbed me by the sternum that I didn't have, but a sense of, you know where your heart is, whether you have a body or not. It grabbed me by there. He pulled me across the floor, and we went up to the windowsill and over the windowsill. When we went over the windowsill, I just felt like, whoa, what is happening? But I was very delighted by it, right? And then next thing I know, the ocean's in front of me, the sun is directly in front of me, it's setting and it's making a path that comes toward me. And I zoom over that path. And I'm flying and I'm feeling all this forward motion, and it feels delicious. But then I had a skeptical thought, and it was like, wait a second. Perfect ideal surroundings, unbelievable beauty, fabulous sensation. Am I dreaming? People dream they're flying. Is this real? And then a voice answered me. And it was very kind of deep and clear and powerful. And it said, more real than anything back there. And I knew by back there, it meant in the Louisa business. And I also had not expected anyone to answer me. You wonder something, you certainly don't expect an answer. But I also had to kind of think in answer to that voice, that's true. This is more real than anything back there. So, sun started getting bigger and bigger as I got closer, and I began to even be able to see some of the patterns on the sun, and I thought, am I gonna vaporize? You know, I'm getting so close, but again with no fear. And then instead of vaporizing, I sort of hit it, passed through this filament, and I was in the light. And it was everywhere, and I felt that it was so brilliant that all you could see was light, but I could also feel that it was in me somehow. It was light from the inside as well as from the outside, warmth from the inside, and then I began to understand that it was love. I felt this sense of finally, because all my life had been jump for the cookie, try, and maybe you'll get a little crumb of love, you know? And here I was just completely engulfed by love, completely saturated with love. And then I began to become aware that I was being cradled like an infant by some being. And in my mind's eye, the being was sitting on the ground, sort of in the way that Buddha figures sit, but holding me and just pouring, "You are so loved, you are so loved." And the thing that was most is that it was, "You are so loved." Not like, here's the love show we do for everybody when they come into the light. More like, "I know you better than you even know yourself, and I adore you." And that feeling, I had everything I could possibly want. And I just wanted to stay there forever. I can't say how much time passed, whether it was a minute or what, but then the parent just said, "You can't stay, you're not done," and went to blackness.
She wanted to stay there forever. Well, where is she now?
Everything I could possibly want. And I just wanted to stay there forever. I can't say I could possibly want. And I just wanted to stay there forever. I can't say how much time passed, whether it was a minute or what, but then the parent just said, "You can't stay, you're not done," and went to blackness. I was baffled. I was absolutely baffled. "What do you mean I can't stay? What do you mean I'm not done?" So I screamed, "No!" with like everything in me, "No!" And I had a thought, like, if you remember being a little kid and thinking like, I'm gonna just throw the biggest tantrum and I'm gonna just like show them that they can't do this. That's how I felt. I wanted to kick. I remember thinking, I wish I could kick them in the shins. But then it just went to black instantly. So I had no recourse. In the blackness, I also had a sense of dropping. And when I felt the dropping, that's the first time I felt scared. To drop felt frightening, and I didn't know how far I was going to drop or what was going to happen. I began to see these little stick figures, and they were like chalk drawings on the background. One of the stick figures started getting closer, and somehow his circular head filled in like a dinner plate, and he's going, "How many fingers? What is your name?" Then I gradually realized he's talking to me, and then I remembered the world. When I came back to reality, all the stick figures turned into all the people in the crowd around us, right? And he was the bartender, of course. And I had just come alive again. It was the hugest bummer. I remembered I am back in the meat puppet. Back to reality, all the stick figures turned into all the people in the crowd around us, right? And he was the bartender, of course. And I had just come alive again. It was the hugest bummer. I remembered I am back in the meat puppet. Everything is manual now. Everything is back to this stupid memory I have of how things worked. It was more like, you gotta be kidding. I'm not going back to this song and dance, no way. So I was lying on the ground, and there were people all around, as many as I could see, a wall of people, and I didn't quite understand why, and there was a whole lot of water around me. I thought that they had, like in the movies or whatever, thrown water on me to revive me, but it was actually sweat had just poured out of me when I came animate again. The bartender had been doing CPR on me the whole time. It was about 3 minutes. I had, from the time I took the sip, flipped backward, but into a grand mal seizure. And I had banged all around having a grand mal seizure and then cardiac arrest. And so The bartender started the CPR. He kept up with the CPR. No, CPR is not working. CPR is not working. And I turned gray, and my date says that it was so long to him that it wasn't working, and I turned so gray and looked like a corpse and nothing like myself that he had actually just told the bartender, you know, she's gone. Just cover her up, give it up, she's gone. But he didn't. And, it's so hard to say. I never thanked him. So we all went up the stairs together, and I'm like, why are we going up the stairs? Okay, let's go up the stairs. And we sat outside, and it was in Greenwich Village, and we were sitting on this bench with our backs to the wall, and the bartender came over to talk first to my buddy, or my date, and then he turned to me, and he said, you know, you were gone a long time. We kind of thought you weren't coming back. And in my 22-year-old mind, I put together that he'd been doing CPR with his mouth on my mouth, and this is what I thought. Ew. He's like, gotta be 30. That's so gross. I'm so embarrassed. So I'm just gonna go like, yeah, hey, yeah, that's great. That's what I did. And I was smoking my cigarettes, and it's just horrifying to me. Many years later, I just realized he had given me everything that I have. All the experience I've had, my son, I was only 22. I mean, I hadn't done anything, and he gave me my life back, and I was too busy being cool to acknowledge what had happened. All of a sudden, I put together that the ambulance was for me, and that it meant I was going to go to the hospital, and that meant my parents were going to find out that I had done cocaine and had a cardiac arrest, and that was not something my parents would approve of. So I just said to my date, please, please don't make me go to the hospital, please, please. So he just grabbed my hand, and we just ran to the nearest taxi right there, and we jumped in, and I remember him saying, drive, just drive. In the morning, I remember having bruises all over. Back of my head was all lumpy, but most of all my sternum from the CPR. And I talked to my roommate about what had happened, and she said, so do you think that the parent thing that you said was holding you, was that like God? And I knew it was, but I just couldn't go there. I thought, if this is true, and if I went somewhere and that was pretty close to God, filling me with love, and I can remember people saying God is love and stuff like that, that means the church people are right. And that means I'll have to go to church. And I just kind of had this image of me going to church, holding the Bible, talking with other kind of dowdy, goody girls, when like Studio 54 and Columbus Ave and all these things are right there, and I've got my high heels and my miniskirts. No, I'm going this way. I'm not going to turn into some goody Christian girl. And that was kind of the decision I was making, because I could not undo who I was. It really had more to do with, this is me, this is what I believe, and if I acknowledge this is real, I have to start over from scratch. And I'm just not gonna do that. So I told some people about the story as if it were a very cool hallucination. And then I just kind of put it away and tried not to think about it. But none of the memories were fading. If I thought about it, I could go back to flying over the ocean and him saying, more real than anything back there, and I could feel it again. But I just wanted it to be a hallucination so bad that I thought, okay, so for some reason I overdosed on coke and I had a cardiac arrest. So maybe as my brain got starved for oxygen, it kind of went down to one little signal at the very end, and that little spark of a signal seemed really big. It was just love is what's the last spark to go out in a brain. And I must have experienced that. So it was just a brain phenomenon, and I can put this aside and go on living the way I've been living. Years passed with nothing weird happening, and the story was just kind of a story. My alcoholism has gotten worse and worse and worse. I left a teaching job because it got in the way of my writing, but it actually got in the way of my drinking, and I bought a log cabin way out in unincorporated Thurston County, and I got a job as a barista, and I would party with all the barista kids. So I was 34, and they were in their 20s, but I had not grown up. I had no new game plan for my life. So I went to a party. I got so drunk they took my keys away and put me in a stranger's house. But I found my keys, I found my car, and I drove home completely shit-faced. I came to a place where the road narrowed to go over railroad tracks. For me, it was just like kind of a sea of I don't know how many reflective signs. I just thought, I don't care what happens, 80 miles an hour, and I just shoot for the middle. And I made it through. And I got to my log house. I got out of the car, and I remember kind of holding myself up with the door, and it was a starry night, and I just thought, man, I am such a badass when I drive drunk. And right after I had that thought, something seemed to shoot from the stars and through me and out my feet like lightning. And it was a knowing, and it said, this is the last time I can help you, and you do know right from wrong. So backwards, drunk, messed up me goes, what was that? And I felt a sense of guilt because I did know what I had done was wrong at some level, and I did know I knew better. And I tried to shake it off, but it had this intoning of truth somewhere in my core, and that resonance just wouldn't stop. So I still went drinking, and I just kept hearing, you do know right from wrong. And that's the last time I would help you. Someone's been helping me all this time, which I didn't know, but I sort of knew. So it took me another month before I went to my first AA meeting. But I did go, and that was January 29th, 1995, and I've not had a drink since. I am a completely different person now than I was at the time when I had the NDE, which is 40 years ago. So part of it is aging, but I actually think if I had aged with no direction, I'd be a bar hag somewhere. And then a lot of it is AA, because I learned a lot from listening to the old timers and so on, and just being in meetings. But there's also this component of knowing, not thinking that God is real. I think it's important not to segregate God as separate from anything else. God is a nexus of intelligence and love, which are actually the same thing, but it's in everything. So in the trees that made this chair was God. God is the energy that is everywhere. It is not useful to personify God as some dude in the sky, and it is not useful to say, well, God's the boss and then these angels are at a low. They're all the same, but I feel like my angel is a conduit for God, and then I can also be a conduit for God. And that I can always come back to as a touchstone, that my job is to leave each person I encounter a little happier than they were. And I take this in everything I do. I work one-on-one with people in my work, but I always take the time to talk to them and ask and get somehow a laughter, a human moment in our work. And people that I pass on the street, sometimes I'm in the airport and I'll get overwhelmed and I'll just say to him, I can't smile at everybody. But I feel like each person that I exchange that little spark with, if it's positive, say to him, I can't smile at everybody. Say to him, I can't smile at everybody. But I feel like each person that I exchange that little spark with, if it's positive, if there's a moment of seeing we're both human and I'm saying good wishes towards you, I'm doing my job. It's hard being human. It's hard being incarnated in the meat puppet, and it's hard being incarnated in the meat. It's hard being doing my job. It's hard being human. It's hard being human. It's hard being incarnated in the meat puppet and burping stuff back and forth to each other.
Why is it hard being human? What's the point? You said it. You said it's hard being human. My question is why? And what's the point? Why be human? And what's the point? Why is it hard? Why should it be hard to live? Why does it make sense to most of you humans that it's hard to live? You think that makes perfect sense. It should be so hard. We should have to struggle and ache and be in pain and suffer and be traumatized and lied to and deceived. Somehow this adds up in the human mind to, well, this is good, this is necessary. It doesn't add up to me, though. I ask why, and that's a powerful question. It's one word, and it stops most of you dead in your tracks. And then what most humans do, you start scrambling. You do mental gymnastics in your minds, and you start coming up with lies to defend this realm and to defend your God, your so-called God, your monster, your creator that you believe created you. Foolishly, you assume this thing, this voice that speaks to you when you're having an NDE, you assume that created you. Well, why do you assume that? Well, Stephen, I didn't create my body. Well, you're a spirit in a body. I'm not claiming that I created this body, but this isn't me. Do you see what I'm saying? I ask humans that. I don't believe there might be 3 in this realm that understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Most of you don't. And I'm kind of laughing because it's just a futile exercise. The longer I do this, the more I realize people are just pretending. They're just pretending. They don't really understand. They don't really learn. They don't really think. The longer I do this, live streams, YouTube channels, try to reach people, the more people show me that they just pretend as they come and go from my channel. People are not interested in the truth and understanding the truth and spiritual wisdom and really knowing these things. They're not interested. They just play demon games in this realm and pretend to understand. And you've shown me that, humans. You can sit here for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and really not pay attention and learn what I'm saying. You don't have to agree. I'm not forcing anybody to agree. But you'll sit here nodding your heads up and down, pretending that you understand. And then when you're leaving my channel, you'll say things that let me know definitively that you don't understand. That's very key to what I'm getting at. And it's something you've shown me that I'm wasting my time with humanity as a whole. Because most of you are closer to this woman on the screen than you are to me. Most humans are much closer to her. This woman that's completely brainwashed and bamboozled by a fake God. And she thinks that she's here for a reason. A lot of you humans justify this existence of pain, suffering, disease, loss, grief, heartache, lies, deceptions, brainwashing, poisoning of air, food, water, etc., and spirit. You try to justify all of it. Now, if you were truthful beings, which most of you are not on earth, you'd admit, you'd say there's no way to justify it. There's no rational, ethical, moral, truthful way to justify all of this. But you're not. And that's what I see. You're not honest beings. Most humans are not. Your automatic response most times is a lie when you're confronted by the truth. You try to lie your way out of it.
With, if it's positive, if there's a moment of work, and people that I pass on the street, sometimes I'm in the airport and I'll get overwhelmed and I'll just say to him, I can't smile at everybody. But I feel like each person that I exchange that little spark with, if it's positive, if there's a moment of seeing we're both human, and I'm saying,
She said, we're both human. What do you mean by human, lady? Do you know what human means to her? Whatever she's told human is. Most on earth don't think for themselves. Whatever they're told is what they believe. Humanity is not full of thinkers. It's full of zombie followers, zombie slaves. Zombie slaves. That's what this realm is filled with.
good wishes towards you, I'm doing my job. It's hard being human. 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 It's hard being incarnated in the meat puppet and burping stuff.
Why? I'm going to ask again. I know I already went over this, but why? Why is it hard being human? Why should it be? And what's the point of this? These are questions that women and men like her, people, almost never ask in this realm. And if they do, they just brush it under the rug and they say, oh, I don't have time to think about that.
Stuff back and forth to each other and signals. It's just difficult. Incarnated in the. It's hard being human. It's hard being incarnated in the meat puppet and burping stuff back and forth to each other and signals. It's just difficult. I also feel there are dark energies in the world, and that
It's just difficult. Why is it difficult? Did your God make it difficult on purpose? Dark energies. What created those dark energies?
to each other and signals. It's just difficult. I also feel there are dark energies in the world, and that hate foments more hate. And free will is a big deal. We can destroy the world by choosing hate. We do know right from wrong. And I could have smashed my brains open on a tree or a telephone pole.
You have choices. It doesn't mean you have free will or total free will. Otherwise, someone who wants, someone who wants out of here. I'm very tired tonight. Pardon me. Someone who wants out of here would just be able to think it and then confirm their choice and say to themselves, yes, I really want out. And it wouldn't be a matter of asking for permission. It wouldn't be a matter of risking brain damage, risking being in a coma or vegetable, or just painlessly choosing, I want out. Free will, I'm free to leave. The freedom to choose to leave would be free will. You don't have that. There's a lot here that isn't free will, that goes against free will. But people love that term. Humans love to say we have free will. They never stop to think, what do I mean by free will? What does that even mean? They use the words without thinking. That's very human of you. It's very human to use words without thinking, like an automaton, like a robot that's programmed, or like a zombie slave that just parrots what you've been told. It's very human. What do I mean by very human? Most humans on earth do that. They don't think, they parrot, they mimic, they regurgitate, they spew things out mindlessly like zombies, and they feel good about it, and they feel smart, and they feel educated. They feel these things, but they don't come across that way to an intelligent, aware mind. They come across like zombies. And that's what you are. That's what you are. And that might offend you. It might make you feel insecure or awkward. You get up in your feelings, and that's what humans do. They avoid thinking. They just want to get in their feelings all the time.
From wrong. And I could have smashed my brains over the world, and that hate foments more hate. And free will is a big deal. We can destroy the world by choosing hate. We do know right from wrong. And I could have smashed my brains open on a tree or a telephone pole.
She kind of reminds me a bit of Margot and also some older family members of mine years ago. Women like her are a dime a dozen. And it's just the way it is in this place. They believe themselves to be very unique and original and special. And there's so many that are like that. So many. They've self-deceived. They are self-deceivers. They believe themselves to be something that they aren't. Her beliefs are very common, but she believes herself to be wise and smart and profound and a teacher as she's sitting there reaching her hand out. And she knows nothing about this realm, nothing. And it's laughable. I used to care so much about these beings and trying to help them. But after trying for so long, I realized there's no way that I can help them. They believe they have it all figured out. And they won't even look at this realm with honest eyes to look at the evidence. They won't do it because they believe they have it all figured out. And it's written all over her face. If you're someone that can read body language at all, which again, I don't expect that to be the case in this realm because most people learn nothing. They learn nothing. All they focus on is making money and surviving and putting food on the table and their entertainment and their shit. And that's all they care about. They don't spend any energy learning things that are meaningful in this realm. Because you're a species of lazy fucking zombies. That's what you are, humans.
That's what he was saying. You're free to do that, to just choosing hate. We do know right from wrong. And I could have smashed my brains open on a tree or a telephone pole. That's what he was saying. You're free to do that, to destroy yourself if you want. But you do know right from wrong, and you can move forward. Same thing as a whole human race.
She's so wise. You're free to destroy yourself and get drunk and drive into a tree. But she'll say, she didn't do that. But you don't have any free will to choose when you die, in a sense. If you don't commit capital S and end yourself that way or attempt it, this realm is still going to take you out. Free will, or whether you believe you have free will or not, you're aging. Is that your free will? Your body aging? You're in a realm that operates with rules that you didn't choose. That's not free will, lady. But you're so smart. You believe you have it all figured out. And there's a lot of women like her. She's got a great big ego, but a very tiny understanding of how this actually works. Great big ego. Congratulations. You're headed right for the recycling bin. With a smile on your face, like a smiling slave that is exactly what this realm wants you to be. And it will recycle you with all the care and compassion as somebody tossing in an empty soda can into a recycling bin and walking away and never thinking about it again, completely indifferent at best to what happens to you. See, she's the type that believes God cares, the universe cares. Not at all. It would recycle you for thousands of lifetimes and not give a shit about you. But it has you believing that you are cared for. That's the best way to get you to get recycled, is to dupe you, use your emotions against you. And you humans are very good at that. Going by emotion. Thinking, who needs that? Thinking, that's for losers, right?
But you do know right from wrong, and you can move forward. Same thing as a whole human race. We have these horrible hate makes hate conflicts going on in the world, but we deeper down know that love is what we're going for.
Here she goes full Talcott. Just war and these conflicts and its hate. What about the design of the realm? She's very wide-eyed. There's a lot of people that get to be her age and they're just infantile. They never grow up. It's very common in this realm. They're just like toddlers. And that's the level she's at.
So God down know that love is, but you do know right from wrong, and you can move forward. Same thing as a whole human race. We have these horrible hate makes hate conflicts going on in the world, but we deeper down know that love is what we're going for. So God wants us to find the path to love. I think that Martin Luther King nailed it when he said,
Oh, yeah, Martin Luther King. What a great one to quote. Such a boomer. Martin Luther King. Oh, the communist? The government asset? The Freemason? The shill? Is that who you're talking about? They'll never grow up. Never. Never.
hate cannot. I think that Martin for. So God wants us to find the path to love. I think that Martin Luther King nailed it when he said, hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. And our survival-based limbic system tells us, no, hit them harder than they hit you, But Jesus was trying to say, give them your coat too. It's trying to say, turn it around and find a way to love. And that's what Gandhi and Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela, all these people who've changed the world did.
Absolute frauds of the system. Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Mandela. You should have mentioned Mother Teresa as well, another fraud. They're put on the world stage to dupe you. You can't make this stuff up. They do no research, but they feel like they're profound.
Did it by saying, no, you don't hit back. You love back so that the other person sees they were wrong to hit you.
Did you know that Gandhi slept naked in a bed with his two great nieces? Naked. A grown man, an old man by the time. And he did weird things, and he had a nurse that gave him a daily enema. I'm not kidding about this. Is a very strange, perverted creature, Gandhi. And Nelson Mandela was a terrorist and a complete fucking Knight of Malta fraud, part of the world stage system. And so was Martin Luther King. And this is what boomers do. They're like this woman. They feel like they know everything. She doesn't have a clue where she is. Not a clue.
That's what Gandhi and Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela, all these people who've changed the world, did it by seeing, no, you don't hit back. You love back so that the other person sees they were.
I noticed she didn't mention any white men, of course. She's from that generation where the wisdom comes from the darkies. It's hilarious. There's a lot of white women like her age and younger, my age, younger than me, 40, 30, 20. That's the way it is. There's hardly a white woman left on earth that would look at a brilliant white man and be able to tell, oh, that's a brilliant mind. They'd have to be a darkie. This is the way women are trained in the West, completely brainwashed, and it's laughable. I don't even try to help them anymore. I just laugh because it's pointless. There's no way to reach through to that's on the screen or anyone that's like that. They're so far gone. And some of you, I suspect on my channel, can't see it yet. You're still trying to reach people in your families that are as far gone as she is. Good luck to you. Good luck.
Wrong to hit you.
How did Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela, I've shown both of them to be in secret societies, how did they change the world? Just like Rosa Parks was another fucking Freemason, female Freemason, shill. That's how the world actually works. Not the way these infantilized boomers believe it works. They never grow up. Just never grow up. Speaking of never grow up,
who have achieved an awareness.
It's not an achievement, and I know you're a little blurry on actual achievements.
Okay, please.
Okay, you know who's closer to Buddhahood than you?
Police. Word
No, I say nigger faggot.
Word police. Who's more than I am? What were you saying?
Scott is closer to Buddhahood than you because before Buddha was that large Scott to be, he was able to touch his spine by pressing through his stomach. It's irrelevant. The fact that you combined all that Antichrist shit and say, and Jesus too, it shows.
By the way, there's a reason why I'm sharing this now. He banned me in his chat, all of my accounts, and he banned me on StreamYard from going on the stage as a guest. As far as I know, I'm the only one banned from his show. The only person that he has blocked that he won't allow to go on there. Okay? I'm the only one. He's a coward. He's an absolute coward. He's one of the biggest cowards around.
I've been trying to help this dude, and he acts like he wants it until his daddy stops by, and then he wants to prostrate to his daddy. But all kinds of Tampas have passed through, and you'll leave too eventually. That's why I'm not going to get offended that you just make calls about me that are wrong. Oh, Scott, leave the camera off.
Right, yeah, because when people make wrong calls about you, it shouldn't matter.
So he laughs when Tommy does that. If I did the same thing, Jack would start yelling and kick me off. Jack is one of the most biased creatures, openly biased, and he pretends not to be because he's a lying, hypocritical demon tard. That's what he is.
Matter because they're wrong.
No, you're not helping me. You said if I needed help, you'd help me, and I need help getting to
I'm
this.
talking about if you were hungry or you needed shelter and it was raining outside. I'm not like.
Okay, so what do you think when I told
help
you?
internet people.
Okay, Tampa, I promise you I'll never need that help. But what do you think about what I said? You follow Jesus. Jesus said there's like 7 types of people we are not supposed to help, and Jack is like 5 of them.
Can you tell me those 5?
I'm gonna do a video about it.
Okay.
Good.
But it's like, okay, one of them, these people that always fuck up and want to come back and hear about how the Bible or God will support them on that fuck up, yet they keep going and doing the same fuck up. What are you thumbs up and queer?
Apparently, I lasted 5 minutes before I brought someone else up.
Oh, I thought you were present in the now. Can you only make gestures about what we're talking about, loser? You're a hypocrite. See, you deflect with telling us to be here in the now while that's where we are. Everywhere I go, there I am. And you can't live up to that. Who's going to follow you? Who's going to say that guy's got it together and I'm going to do what he wants?
Pause your
Who's going to
bitterness.
get led by that, Jack?
Pause your bitterness, please.
This is a waste of everybody's time.
I know. I'm going to start wrapping up.
Why is that your reaction to that, Jack?
Which part?
This is a
wrapping
waste
up?
of everybody's time. I'm going to start wrapping it up. The waste of time is Tommy can't stop
I know.
looping.
I know. He's what he's doing is a waste of time for us. It's entertaining to a degree. It could be healthy. It's probably not as healthy as it could be. But we're coming up on 2 hours. That's kind of where I start right.
Does anyone here like frauds like Jack Talcott? Do you like liars and frauds like him? Something kind of interesting happens during this with this Andy guy, the guy below Talcott on the left, Shazoo Lamazoo, he's calling himself. But his name's Andy. And it's very revealing. It gets interesting. That's why I'm sharing it.
Winding down anyway. But we've still got some time, I guess.
It's been very intense. 2 hours. Wow. Felt like 3 or 5 hours. Like, wow, man.
Time really is an illusion to us. It's not as this entire experience of life, it is and is not what we think. Right?
But
It's
then
more
again,
than-
I came up with this new concept. Word, rather, unlovable. Because I listened to Tom too long, and I came up with the word unlovable. I never heard of that word. Do you think it's an illusion? The concept unlovable? Because when I think of Tommy, I mean, I think he's just unlovable. I know you want to love him, and I know you appreciate him, for the things that he does, but still, he is and remains unlovable.
I love Tommy.
Yeah.
By his way. Yeah. I love Tommy too.
He's not gonna accept it though. That's why I said he's
and that's where the unlovable comes in. But the reality is, behind the defenses and the attacks are a way of defending himself, his beliefs and identity. It's caught up into what he thinks. But behind the attacks and the defenses, there's a little kid, right? There's a childlike Tommy. The humor and the fun are there, but it's still masked by this, this older grumpy Gus that grew up. And I've been like that myself, so that's why I can relate so much.
You called him a grumpy Gus?
Yeah.
Good one.
Well, that's
Is
what
that
I
get some
was.
traction?
I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful to him because he's got enough of that towards me.
Jack,
Yes, sir. Please.
I came up here because I want to try to make Tommy's case that he's been trying to make to you since I came around the Panelverse in a calm and polite way. Because I think that it's very clear that you seem to be a little bit confused about God's plan in the Bible and the Messiah and the end of days. And Tommy has consistently been absolutely correct about all of these things since I've been watching. Yeah, it's funny. But So I thought maybe I could bring a little clarity so that you understand why Tommy's getting so upset.
All right. I mean, I think I get it, but please go
All
ahead.
right. So one of the main reasons that Tommy gets upset is because in the past you had mentioned receiving visions from God. And in the Bible, the age of prophecy ends when the Jews come back to Babylon, and there were no prophecies after that, and biblical canon ends right there. And so it contradicts that. And Jesus, of course, was the exception because, according to John anyway, Jesus is God. God is allowed to prophesy because God is the one sending the prophecy. Another thing that Tommy gets upset about with you is that talking about wanting to end all wars. Not only does that contradict the Bible, I don't remember which books, maybe Matthew and Timothy or something like that. A few different places, it says that the world is going to grow increasingly wicked until the Son of Man comes back. And so if you want to end all wars, if you end all wars and end wickedness in the process, or at least to the level that it is, that seems to be slowing down the end of days, slowing down Judgment Day, because the world becoming more wicked is part of the process. Jack, don't be rude. I'm not being rude to you. You can mute your microphone if you got to laugh.
All right, I'm sorry, Andy,
like
but tell you
Zionism.
what, you're not even trying to understand what I'm saying. You're so confused. You're trying to present the case that what I'm suggesting is somehow in opposition to the Bible. When I'm suggesting if we follow the way of Jesus, we reclaim this world in his name, his ways, to glorify him.
See, now let me stop you there.
I'm suggesting we fulfill prophecy in inspiration of what was written.
That's the problem, though, Jack. The Messiah fulfills prophecy, not humans.
You don't understand what you see. You're jumping. Tell you what, thank you for offering you did what you said, Andy.
See, this is what you do. Why are you removing me? Why are you stopping? We can get to the bottom of this and settle it once and for all, but you run away every time.
Oh, what? You have the solution, the answer to all questions in life and everything?
Well,
yeah. No, I have the answer to what Jack's wrong about.
No, Andy, this is just it. You want me to sit through your presentation of why I'm wrong. You don't give a shit where you're wrong.
Where am I wrong?
I just explained it to you. And you don't even want to consider it. So this is why I'm saying, thank you, Andy. You did what you said you were going to do. You brought up and you calmly presented what
and you're not acknowledging it. You're not acknowledging it, and you're going to keep repeating it tomorrow.
Andy.
So demonstrate it.
Andy.
Demonstrate that I'm wrong. Stop telling me I'm wrong and show me. I'm showing you how you're wrong.
Andy. Right, and what you're doing is you're not acknowledging what I said.
What'd you say? I'll acknowledge it right now. I'll acknowledge it right now. Say it.
What I said is, what I am suggesting, Jack Talcott, is that we collectively follow the way of Jesus.
You can't reason with Jack Talcott. He's a complete psycho. He's a psycho. He's a liar. He's a gaslighting narcissist. You can't reason with him. He believes he's the Messiah. He believes he's going to create world peace and do what no being has ever done on earth. And and he's absolutely off the charts psycho. He's a total psycho. And he's a rageaholic.
Andy.
So demonstrate it.
Andy.
Demonstrate that I'm wrong. Stop telling me I'm wrong and show me. I'm showing you how you're wrong.
Andy. Right, and what you're doing is you're not acknowledging what I said.
What'd you say? I'll acknowledge it right now. I'll acknowledge it right now. Say it.
What I said is, what I am suggesting, Jack Talcott, is that we collectively follow the way of Jesus.
I responded to this. I responded to you saying that, Jack. I did acknowledge it and responded to it. That is not humans' job to fulfill that prophecy. It's the prophecy of the Messiah.
And again, why don't you try and ask me why I say that? Why do I say that if you think, right, Do I get any chance to change your mind, or do we just got to go through your dismissal and your fucking ignorant judgment? I've had enough, Andy. If you can't tell, I'm losing patience already.
Why are you upset?
Because of you.
What have I done? I've challenged what you've claimed.
And you've not communicated in as good of faith as you could have. Because
What do you mean? How could I possibly be in better faith, Jack? What are you talking about?
You just interrupted me again before you were able to get the answer, Andy.
Because you lied about me.
Andy, I've had enough.
Yeah. How familiar?
Andy, I tried communicating with you in good faith.
No, you didn't, Jack. You ran like you always do. I'm still here right now. We can have the conversation, but you're dodging.
So the other witnesses who are here, did I run from Andy?
Come on. This is just no.
Please help me resolve this, because I'm sick and tired of these false accusations.
It's unresolvable. He's trying to be the idiot. He's trying to constantly.
He's trying to be the adjudicator of the Bible.
Yeah, it's like no. It's
ignorant.
Yeah, it's like Steffi. It's like
Yeah. See, the thing to do is to prove me wrong.
No.
That's useless.
See, when someone has respect for the truth, they seek the truth. You don't have respect for me or the truth, Andy. You respect your opinions. You're not here in good faith. You're here to bastardize me and to prove a case against me. I don't need to put up with that anymore. So thank you for joining, Andy.
He had an ugly avatar, dude. It's like a demonic avatar. That's never a good sign.
Paul Unshaved, welcome to you.
I guess I'm guilty of that. I'm a wild thing today. If you notice, yeah, the members.
You got a weird avatar.
The wild things. I was listening in while I was cooking over the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I had a question for Andy.
So Talcott goes from being angry to giggling at everything Paul says, including him saying he was cooking. How's that funny? That's what I'm trying to understand. Talcott only seems to laugh at stuff, giggle in his weird psycho way at things that aren't funny. And if someone is on there making comments or jokes or something that is funny that the audience is laughing at, he's not laughing. He's a very disturbed creature, Jack Talcott. Very disturbed.
Andy, but he's gone now. I was just curious why people use Jack's area to come here to proclaim what you claim to know, and why do you have to be right here? Like, if Jack is wrong and he doesn't know what he's talking about, like, how many days in a row do you come here to tell him that when he's not asking for that, instead of just go to your own area and proclaim whatever it is you want to proclaim the same way that he does? I'm always fascinated by that, right? And I'm not saying I haven't engaged in that loop for a time. I'm just wondering what their level of awareness or impulse from.
All right, so there's a bunch of people watching right now that have not hit the like button. It's at least 5 people, if not more. Please hit the like button. Don't forget. And if you're lurking demons, just go away. Just go away, demons. You're not wanted here. There's lurking little demons that can't stay away, can't stop watching me. Creepy little creatures. Go away. You're not wanted. Go to a shit channel.
And for themselves is, right? Like, what do you actually hope to gain or achieve by this? And why is it necessary?
Well, of course, I cannot answer that question for them, but I can answer that question for me. I thought Jack was full of shit, when I first heard him. I thought...
Dutchy voice is so fucking gross. Everything about him is fake and phony, disgusting. He's a drunk. He's a loser.
But his words were empty, and so I joined the panel, interacted with Jack, and it takes a while to get to know Jack. But so it's not necessarily all bad when people try
Right,
to
but I'm saying there's so many other people in this life and in the world who are, according to you, full of shit and are involved in things that are actually causing loss, injury, and harm to other people. Why not confront those people in those venues instead of Jack Talcott consistently? It comes off as like cowardice masquerading as righteousness from an extremely disempowered perspective, right? You know, like where
I've been live now for 2 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I want you to participate in the chat room. Give your thoughts if you have any. Show that you have thoughts and views. Stay tuned, lurking demons. Lurking demons love watching El Diablo Radio International. You do. You can't stay away. I know there's lurking demons here every time I go live. You can't get enough. You can't get enough.
where was Tommy and Andy and all these people when I go to court and have to, like, you know, object to jurisdiction and question people and try to.
Paul brings it back to himself. Why should they care when you go to court? Who cares? That's your business.
Saviors with your Messiah complex for the audience that didn't ask for you to save them.
I've heard Tommy's answer for why he joins my panel to try and prove me wrong. What was your answer, Andy?
Why your question's why I'm trying to prove you wrong?
Yeah.
Because I believe that I believe that you're misinforming your audience about the Bible.
This is what you guys all do. You guys all claim that you're here as saviors with your Messiah complex for the audience that didn't ask for you to save them.
Well, I don't need the request.
I know you don't, because you guys are arrogant and entitled. And like most religionists are, you think you have all the answers. You got it from some remixed book and it's got to be infallible. And you want to step in as a Pope Pontiff, a junior Pope Pontiff, right? So that's the point. You're the same type of people like Tommy. Instead of figuring out your own life and getting your shit together, you stand up on the morning train and start harassing everybody about your beliefs of what is and isn't real, whether they ask or not. And they could even tell you, shut the fuck up and go away, and you'll still push your beliefs onto them, even though they just would rather have peace and quiet, right? So again, I'm glad you admitted it. You guys aren't fooling anyone. You're not here to save the audience. You're here to find purpose in opposing other people, because without opposition, you don't have any purpose.
That's
not true at all, though, Paul. And it has nothing to do with how good my life is or anything like that. And I think that
What do you call someone who claims they're saving other people who didn't ask or need to be saved?
Yeah. Which part
I've never claimed to save anybody. I think that if you know something, or you think you know something, and you see somebody misinforming about that subject, it's your duty to set it straight. Anywhere, not just with religion.
Like, how long do you do that before you finally make the decision, okay, what I'm putting forth is not accepted or wanted here. Let me go off and just bask in the gloriousness of all that I know and all of my connections that I have with God?
Well, as Jack already explained to you, me and Jack have barely talked about this.
Well, but additionally, Andy, if you see a problem with me, nothing.
I don't. Jack, I've been a supporter of you since the beginning. I told you.
So, Andy, so please, there's nothing preventing you from reaching out.
Then you're a fool being a supporter of his and sending him money all the time. Jack shits on you. Jack looks at you as a piece of shit. Every time you send him money, he's just like, Andy's, and he shits on you more. And then you send him another 10 or 20 bucks and he goes, and then you send him more money. He does it again, and he does it again, and he does it again. That's what he does. So you gotta learn that, Andy. Jack doesn't care about you whatsoever. He doesn't give a shit about you. If you died tomorrow, he wouldn't even remember you after a while. People would mention you and he'd say, oh yeah, he gave me some, I think he donated a couple times. That's about it. Like, he doesn't give a shit. So you thinking you're his supporter, he doesn't care about you at all.
Of all that I know and all of my connections that I have with God.
Well, as Jack already explained to you, me and Jack have barely talked about this.
Well, but additionally, Andy, if you see a problem with me, nothing
I don't.
prevents
Jack,
from
I've been a supporter of you since the beginning. I told you.
So, Andy, so please, there's nothing preventing you from reaching out to me privately to discuss these things, but you apparently insisted to be like Tommy, to do a public ordeal to, as you said, save the viewers from being misinformed by Jack.
I never said that. I did not say that. I did not say that. Paul said that.
It's so laughable. Jack has 50 to 80 live viewers, a couple hundred after the fact. There's so many other places in life people are literally preying on groups of people, hundreds of thousands and millions of people, causing loss, injury, and harm. And I never see you guys anywhere where it counts or where it matters.
Are you saying that I should like raise my goals to a larger group of people?
Yeah, I'm saying that you should pursue something that actually makes you credible instead of coming off as entitled and arrogant as you are, LARPing as a hero online for people who didn't ask. It's laughable. You're not here for the audience. You guys say this shit like some of us don't know.
He's saying that he wants that you should blow Jack Talcott, Andy. You should give him money every day and blow him and praise him and wash his balls if he has any left and wash his corpse. That's what he's saying, because they just spit on you and piss on you and shit on you. They don't care about you at all.
No sub-psychology. You're here for your own self-indulgent reasons. And you're never going to... This is what's so funny. While you guys try to make Jack Talcott non-credible, he may be, you also doom yourselves to the same fate. Because you're lying to us and expecting us to believe that you care so much about this audience that you're going to proselytize to everyone and correct everybody's interpretation of Holy Scripture. By the way, do you not see how entitled and arrogant that is? The Holy Scriptures have been debated for thousands of years, and we've yet to come to a monolithic understanding of what it all is. Yet you somehow and Tommy have it, right?
Yeah,
while claiming
the things that we're saying aren't controversial. There's nothing controversial about what I'm saying. It's not based in opinion.
It's laughably
not
non-credible.
laughable, Paul.
What about the other 11 books they took out of the Bible? What about those?
And what about all the other books that have been written outside of the Bible? I mean, holy shit.
What about Shakespeare?
There was only one divinely inspired book and text throughout the whole human history. The rest of us are just chattel scum who could never possibly know God or connect with it or do its will outside of being led by Tommy and Andy. Give me a break, dude.
That's you continue to misrepresent my goals and what I'm saying.
You guys are in a cult. That's the bottom line. And anybody who doesn't conform to the cult has to be chastised. And you're not fooling anyone that this is about saving
no one is
people.
being chastised, Paul. No one is being chastised.
I'm not specifically talking, real quick, Jack. I'm not specifically talking about you so much as I am Tommy, but you came as a representative of Tommy, so you're getting the liability of representing Tommy. That's how that works.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Tommy was being misrepresented in the first place.
Again, even this idea that Tommy is somehow infallible and can never be held accountable or never be encouraged to be responsible is laughably non-credible. He curses people out. He wishes death upon people. He doesn't follow the commandments and what was asked of him in the book he claims is infallible. It's laughably non-credible. He's supposed to pray for his enemies and seek to love his enemies. Instead, he says he wants his enemies to die or be destroyed. That's not his will. That's God's will. Oops. See how we pick and choose and play hypocritical games?
Yeah, I agree with you, but that has nothing to do with whether or not Jack's wrong.
You agree with me, but you'll never have the balls to come up here and call out your daddy, Tommy, because he'll curse you out, scream at you, and abuse you. And you know who to go against and who not to. Like I said, you pick your battles based on self-indulgent criteria.
And little do you know, me and Tommy have spent several hours going back and forth about these.
Then it would make no sense.
I have asked to get back into this. Paul, I appreciate you. Come on now. Andy, what you are alleging is happening is exactly what you have been doing, my dear. Okay?
What's that?
The scripture about, you before you go for the sliver in another, you look at the beam in your own eye. So watch what you're accusing to see where you're doing. Okay, what you just presented the case of is that you and Tommy were being misrepresented. That's exactly
Tommy was, not me.
That's exactly what you've been doing with me. You've misrepresented what I've been saying to create straw man arguments so that you can follow what you and Tommy have agreed to. Yeah, I've heard you two agree to some crazy shit, and it's really like, wow. Okay,
Jack,
I guess
did you show the audience the text message of you telling your mother that you were the second coming of Christ?
Hey, Andy, let's bring
Yes
that
or no? Did you show the audience the text message of you telling your mother that you were the second coming of Christ? Did you show the audience the text message of you telling your mother that you were the second coming of Christ?
Hey, Andy, let's bring
Yes
that
or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Oh, damn. Did you hear that? Andy got him on that one. Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
Own eye. So watch what you're accusing to see where you're doing. Okay, what you just presented the case of is that you and Tommy were being misrepresented. That's exactly
Tommy was, not me.
That's exactly what you've been doing with me. You've misrepresented what I've been saying to create straw man arguments so that you can follow what you and Tommy have agreed to. Yeah, I've heard you two agree to some crazy shit, and it's really like, wow. Okay,
Jack,
I guess
did you show the audience the text message of you telling your mother that you were the second coming of Christ?
Hey, Andy, let's bring
yes
that
or no? Yes or no? Yes
Andy,
or no?
I'm not under trial here, so you better back the fuck off and have a conversation like a gentleman, or you can leave.
This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. This is not based in my opinion. It's a incontrovertible fact.
I gave you a choice of have a conversation like an adult and a gentleman, or get the fuck out of here, Andy. So
here comes the angry cot telling him, get the fuck out of here, Andy. Wow. Here's the angry Jack. Psycho cot.
Hey, Andy, let's bring
yes
that
or no? Yes or no? Yes
Andy,
or no?
I'm not under trial here, so you better back the fuck off and have a conversation like a gentleman, or you can leave.
This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. This is not based in my opinion. It's a incontrovertible fact.
I gave you a choice of have a conversation like an adult and a gentleman, or get the fuck out of here, Andy. So
this is also very simple, reflective therapy here, because Jack claims that he has, discovered the Holy Spirit within him, and to his perspective, that means he's Christed. He's not saying he's the only one. I've made similar claims that we all have a spirit within us connected to God. You and Tommy are literally speaking for Jesus, and as his representative, you're doing the same thing.
No, Jack said he is the second coming of Jesus. He didn't just say he was Christed. He said to his mother that he thinks he's the second coming of Jesus. Jesus. Jack believes that he's Jesus.
Thing, if not more, than what Jack is claiming he's experiencing. And you're also claiming that only you could know and nobody else can know. So what's the difference exactly?
I never claimed that only I could know. Your entire argument is filled with lies, Paul.
Andy, the difference is what Andy and Tommy are doing is they're running around as though they've got the judgment of God, right? They know Jack is wrong. But that question, yes, Andy, I'm happy to discuss that text, but you don't need to be a little bitch playing your little
Not
games.
see,
Why don't you
I've called you.
tell you what, I know you didn't call me names, but your behavior is, as I said, you're being a manipulative little bitch, Andy.
You're
Okay?
backstaging me every time I try to say something. I'm manipulative.
Right. Yes. So, Andy,
Well, that's what Jack does to me, Andy. A lot of you people in the chat room don't seem to mind when it's done to me every day. He backstages all the time. Little Jack Talcott plays his little demon games. He doesn't have any power in real life. This is all he has.
happy to discuss that text that you brought up. You need to be a little bitch playing your little
Not
games.
see,
Why don't you
I've called you.
tell you what, I know you didn't call me names, but your behavior is, as I said, you're being a manipulative little bitch, Andy.
You're
Okay?
backstaging me every time I try to say something. I'm manipulative.
Right. Yes. So, Andy, I'm happy to discuss that text that you brought up with your little, accusation and wanting to prove a point against me.
Mm-hmm.
But why don't you back off and learn some respect? Because as Paul said, let's bring that text into context, okay? It's a man who's been all alone. You know my story. I didn't choose to lose my job. I didn't choose to lose my family. I made choices in my life, but I didn't choose the results. And I've maintained since I've been online, I've maintained my story consistently. I've been misunderstood. I've been misrepresented. I've been falsely accused. I've been wrongfully punished. I'm still seeking a day in court to try and clear my name. But Andy, you showed up again to not do any of that.
I don't understand why you are so upset about me trying to show you that you're wrong. I can show you. We can have the discussion. I'm not just trying to claim it and have you accept it. We can discuss it.
Andy, you're not accepting the fact that you are wrong.
How?
That's the problem.
How? Tell me. I want to learn.
I've been explaining it. Your behavior, dude.
I'm wrong about my behavior?
Yes. Number one, today, your behavior has been inappropriate.
Jack, your behavior has been inappropriate. You called me a bitch and kicked me off the show for no reason.
No reason, huh? So again, you're denying your behavior. Okay, can you stop cursing at and backstaging your guests? Thank you for the contribution, Peace Dynamo. I might be able to, but then again, I might not. Might take some practice. And I tell you what, if my guests weren't such asshats and douchebags towards me, I'd be a lot happier.
Oh, wow. He's calling his guests asshats and douchebags. Look at this creature with the big mouth open. Look at this creepy creature with the big mouth open. Look at the angry, disgusting face. Look at this. Vile demon. What a demon.
Consistently, I've been misunderstood. I've been misrepresented. I've been falsely accused. I've been wrongfully punished. I'm still seeking a day in court to try and clear my name. But Andy, you showed up again to not do any of that.
I don't understand why you are so upset about me trying to show you that you're wrong. I can show you. We can have the discussion. I'm not just trying to claim it and have you accept it. We can discuss it.
Andy, you're not accepting the fact that you are wrong.
How?
That's the problem.
How? Tell me. I want to learn.
I've been explaining it. Your behavior, dude.
I'm wrong about my behavior?
Yes. Number one, today, your behavior has been inappropriate.
Jack, your behavior has been inappropriate. You called me a bitch and kicked me off the show for no reason.
No reason, huh? So again, you're denying your behavior. Okay, can you stop cursing at and backstaging your guests? Thank you for the contribution, Peace Dynamo. I might be able to, but then again, I might not. Might take some practice. And I tell you what, if my guests weren't such asshats and douchebags towards me, I'd be a lot happier. But when people want to show up just to prove me wrong, Andy, and then argue about their behavior, blaming me, saying I'm inappropriate, and Peace Dynamo, what you're doing is exactly what manipulators do, right? My cursing at and backstaging of the guests was in direct response, in reaction to the behavior of my guests. So manipulators love to blame the reactions and not look at the situation.
Why do we continue to pretend here? It's the same thing day in and day out, and it's like observably obvious what this is. You guys are addicted to being with Jack, whether you agree with him or not. You're addicted to coming up against him and arguing with him. And subpsychologically, it's most likely because you're more committed to fighting people, arguing with people, and debating than you are actually living your own fucking religion, your own spiritual practice. Because if you were busy doing that, you wouldn't have extra time, energy, attention to chase people around on YouTube, on the internet, and tell them why they're wrong and you're right because book said.
Yeah, this is where you and I disagree. I find Jack to be entertaining with or without the agreement or disagreement.
Why is he entertaining to you?
Because of the people he has up and the conversations he has. The same reason everyone else comes and enjoys it every day.
Right. See, even that's gaslighting. They're typically not conversations. They're critiques, criticisms, attacks, devaluations,
that's what I'm referring to. That's what I'm referring to.
Yes,
right.
so
That's the point. You find it entertaining knowing Jack's going to come here every day to do what he does, and people like you are going to show up to manufacture drama and fights that go nowhere and waste everybody's time critiquing and criticizing because you're just here to save the audience. Bullshit. You got to get some continuity with your bullshit here, right?
I don't think. Are you unaware that like the majority of the audience comes here for that purpose, or what?
I'm not unaware of that. I know you're the most aware person in the room. I'm not unaware of that. I just find it curiously fascinating and interesting that all the religionist Christians who are so pious get entertainment out of watching somebody else twist in the wind and be criticized. I find it fascinatingly, ironically hypocritical and comedic. That's what entertains me. Is watching you religionists claim to know God and be doing your practice and be getting off on other people's seeming misery at times.
I'm not religious. I'm not religious.
Okay. This is incredible.
Right.
It's,
Andy, it's incredible. I'm not this, I'm not that. You are filled with denial. You are filled with confusion, Andy. You are severely misinformed. And seriously, look at you and your character, because what Paul is saying is true. You know this, Andy. You tune in, and there's many who do. I'm not judging anybody, but anyone who this applies to should fucking look at you. Look at your heart.
Okay, Jack, can I comment on this? Because now the gaslighters in chat who want to keep their sick game going, right? They're going to like jump on me now. So yes, for the few of you, I already said you must have missed it. I took accountability that for over a year and a half, I engaged in a similar loop. I can make an excuse that I had a broadcast and that I had a reason to do what I was doing and that I was interacting a certain way for the content. And they'll say the same thing. I'm not going to do that because then that gives us all a way out. The difference is I've changed my perspective and how I approach this for me and for the truth. And guess what? As a man and a human being, that's called growth. Okay. So yes, I did certain things at one point. Yes, I've turned from those ways because I stopped seeing any kind of benefit or value, not only for myself, but for Jack and everyone else here. So now I'm applying that same standard to everyone else. That's not hypocritical. That's accountability, responsibility, and growth. And we may want to try it around here sometimes in this non-munity. You guys all use the word community when it's convenient for you. So you want to act like a bunch of hypocritical animals. And I'm not saying I'm not guilty of it. It's because I'm guilty of it that I can choose to change it and then proclaim that same for everyone else. And then you get to decide, right? So cut the fucking games. I'm not denying my part in anything. And I'm also not claiming Jack as a victim. I'm simply reflecting on our choices individually as it relates to Jack and what we get out of it and trying to explore why we're doing it, right? Being honest with ourselves and each other. That's all it is.
Yeah. And the thing is for those who want to tune in just to catch, hey, who's going to attack Jack? Who's going to try and screw up Jack's fun today? For those of you who enjoy that, seriously, look at you. Because
Jack, you've been doing it every day for 5 years.
Right. And what have you been doing every day for 5 years, dumbass? I'm actually
Learning?
talking about ending wars, right? You want to argue against ending wars. How fucking stupid are you, Andy? Tommy? Not even doing it, just trying to. You're arguing against trying to end wars. How fucking stupid.
I'm not denying my part in anything. And I'm also not claiming Jack as a victim. I'm with ourselves and each other. That's all it is.
Yeah. And the thing is for those who want to tune in just to catch, hey, who's going to attack Jack? Who's going to try and screw up Jack's fun today? For those of you who enjoy that, seriously, look at you. Because
Jack, you've been doing it every day for 5 years.
Right. And what have you been doing every day for 5 years, dumbass? I'm actually
Learning?
talking about ending wars, right? You want to argue against ending wars. How fucking stupid are you, Andy? Tommy? Not even doing it, just trying to. You're arguing against trying to end wars. How fucking stupid are you?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, if nothing else, we all got to take a step back and go, this is lunacy. It's insanity. It's like solutionless looping. And you can't honestly say that you come here regularly to do the same fucking thing every day and don't ever sit back and consider how much of a waste of time, energy, attention it is and how maddening it is and seemingly a symptom of insanity, right? Like, I can't be the only one who steps back from all this and says, okay, when does the curve come? When does the change come? Where's the arc? Where's the growth for self or for everyone else involved, right? Or will you just do this in perpetuity for the rest of your life? You'll come here every fucking day and do the same thing you did yesterday because Jack's here saying something similar till what? Till somebody dies, till they get hit by a truck. Where does this go exactly?
Well, I've recognized that what I see is a lot of cowards. Tommy, Andy, Snafu, Margot. They're all fucking
Paul.
cowards.
Joey Huntlett, Paul.
Banana. Well,
here's the other thing too, Jack, that I got a window into, right? With this health challenge, it almost took me having my health challenge to reevaluate everything and kind of see it on a deeper level. You guys can't really believe that this is healthy for everyone coming here to like be negative, to critique, to do criticism, to fight and argue, to debate, yell and scream. You can't honestly think that this is good for you. The constant resistance, right? And simulated warfare, even if it's in the form of debate, right? But maybe that's what more people here need, is to fall ill, have their health challenged, and then they'll seriously reevaluate what they give all their time, energy, attention to, and are willing to feed into, right?
it's part of the cosmic path, karmic path, whatever we want to call it. We're going to learn. We're going to learn what we're supposed to learn, and there's easy ways to learn and there's hard ways to learn. The devil and the world have taught us the hard ways. And I'm trying to break my patterns of learning the hard ways, but seems that that's the patterns in this world, guys. But that makes sense too, because truly life is about the tough, right? We're here to be put through the fire, to be refined, our characters refined, to discover how strong we are, and to figure out how strong. What's that?
There's something to that, the resilience, the fire. That's what, before you even came in, we were talking about Paul or Jack having kind of faced his life as an open platform. Everybody came at him with everything they could find out, including Snafu and his expose on the BS. So Jack's live without fear is, something most people won't do because they won't face their fear. They won't look at the man in the mirror and the one that causes all their dilemmas. So I think that's something that Jack has kind of beat us to, and that's in the grand scheme of things, that's what we're all faced with. We're scared to, relent or, say, hey, maybe my problems are because of me.
Right. So they're rustling in chat. I'll make the point one more time, and then I think I'm going to get up out of here. I'm going to finish cooking. So every time we make a statement about somebody else, it's the old, when you point a finger, there's three pointing back at you. There's a good chance that applies to you to some extent. So you may want to look at that, right? So when you say the reason you come here is to call out how Jack's full of shit, well, I just did the same thing with you, and I can't see any difference. If you're claiming that's what it is, Jack's full of shit, how are you not full of shit by coming here to fight every day telling me you're trying to save the audience? No one's buying that. So you're equally, if not more so, full of shit because Jack has his belief and his philosophy. He really believes that, whether it's crazy or not, it seems. He's going to roll with that. You're trying to bullshit us about what your ideas are and why you're here, and it's just not flying, right? So I would encourage you, like you're trying to encourage Jack, be a bit more honest with yourself about who you are, what you're doing, and why you're doing it. All right, that's all I'm going to say. I'll see you guys later.
Much love. Appreciate you, Paul. Appreciate you swinging.
Out of curiosity, what are they saving the chat from, or the people, the viewers from? I mean, what are you actually doing to them, Jack? What is it?
Well, they allege I'm misleading people and defying
Isn't
God.
everything and everyone misleading people? I mean, and the divine truth, we're trying to get to it, and I think that's kind of your goal or measure, isn't it?
Pardon?
I said everybody's kind of trapped in loops of misleading people. I mean, and the divine truth, we're trying to get to it, and I think that's kind of your goal or measure, isn't it?
Pardon?
I said everybody's kind of trapped in loops of misleading people, whether they like it or not, whether they know it or not. And you're trying to find the truth, so I don't think you're trying to openly mislead people. All right, I don't think you're trying to find the truth yourself.
Well, yeah, and I'm trying to get people to look at the truth that I found. I mean, the truth that I found confirms we don't have to live in a prison world where we have to pay fucking money to live. We do not have to live this way. God has given us the answers, life, the universe, time, whatever you want to call it. The answers are here. We can change the world. The only thing that prevents us is our willingness and God's grace. So what will we choose? Will we choose God?
Testing. Audio check. Testing. Okay, fucking StreamYard. Hold on a second. Hold on, everyone. Hello.
That's good. Also, Steven, I'm not interested in talking to you either.
Look at, he kicked me immediately. What a coward. Landry's such a coward. I'm going to go back to his shitty panel. Just a second. What a loser. What an absolute loser. Coward. Look at this coward.
I only learned it because like 4 people came in the chat. Sorry, 2 people came in to tell me, and I'm like, well, that's a relief. Good. Right. I told her she was like a fat piece of garbage or something. I don't know. I can't even do a good fake insult.
You got to abuse her. Then
it's that Stockholm syndrome. I like DJ. I'm a big DJing fan. What I don't like is when it's like what becomes OTW part 2. Like, I'm not saying anything against him. Just the shit show part, right? The Tard show. Is that what it's called? The Tard Fest. So Tommy's here, and I'm going to go ahead and kick Tommy because I don't really want to talk to him right now.
Is that's what I'm a part of? Is the Tard Fest? That's good.
Also, Steven, I'm not interested in talking to you either. Sorry, you panel tards. You guys can get fucked. Seriously, dude, like I'm vibing. Like, what they just want to take away from that.
As that, I think that be, man. Whenever I think that's just good and bad energy, man.
They just want to take away from that. They just want to take away from that. Interested in talking to you either. Sorry, you interested in talking to you either.
Tard Fest. That's good.
Also, Steven, I'm not interested in talking to you either. Sorry, you panel tards. You guys can get fucked. Seriously, dude, like I'm vibing. Like, what they just want to take away from that.
As that, I think that be, man. Whenever I think that's just good and bad energy, man. And that's why I say they don't even know it in them. When you let it into you so many times, it becomes normal to you and it. And when they see positive energy, they just try to just turn it around. The same way when I see negative energy, I jump up and try to turn it around.
Yeah.
They just make up shit. This is what they do. They make up shit.
All right, Snafu Snaps now. They're all coming. Jesus Christ.
Bring them all up at once for like 60 seconds.
Dude, like, okay. What, but why?
60 seconds.
Tell me why.
Chaos for 60 seconds.
Here's the thing, though.
Balls to the wall.
That's all it takes sometimes. All it takes is that, and then I'm like bummed out, For real.
And don't do it. Do what you want to do, man. It's your show. Be intuitive. And
well, like, imagine
be
that
empathic.
I mean, can somebody just fill me in, like, what the hell they're talking about? So maybe I could know.
I'm not reading chat.
She's just saying she's your biggest fan. She loves you so much, Landry. I never meant to hurt you.
Oh, I see what's happening. They're here to tell me the power couple are back. I guess that's what Paul and Jack. Good. Oh wait, no, that's not Paul and Jack. That'd be Tommy and DJ. Okay, so I guess I mean I don't know what I'm missing, but whoever you guys want to do, I don't know what. You're here, right? Shouldn't you just be doing your good show? Okay, listen. Here's what I'll do. Everybody, stop watching me. Go over to DJM's channel. Stop watching me. Okay, is that enough? Have I done enough? Because can that get you guys to fuck off? Thank you.
All right, I'll see you later, Landry. I'm over
no, not you. No.
Okay. You
got me there.
Oh, that fucking laugh. These disgusting creatures. Creepy, creepy, creepy creatures. Creepy, creepy creatures. I'm going to shift gears to something else here. Had enough of that shit, those losers. Yeah, he abuses the word empathetic, of course. Typical narc, exactly. They all are. Landry, his guests, they're just complete liars, gaslighters, narcissists, demons. Absolute demons. I'm going to switch over to this here. I watched a bit of this earlier. Stumbled upon this channel. I think I might subscribe. She's kind of a normie, I think, but not full-on normie. Like she's semi-normie. Anyway, I just subscribed right now. Channel I had never seen until today.
Moving from the West to the East has really made me realise how much people in the West have changed. Despite being so connected online, it seems like people are more disconnected than ever offline. But it goes further than just being introverted or spending more time in your own bubble. People are really acting strange. It's almost as though a lot of people have become robotic. All it takes is a simple trip to the shops to really drum this home. A lot of people walk around in their own bubble to the point where they actually aren't aware of what's going on around them. They're completely disconnected to their surroundings. I've noticed this eerie, glazed look upon people's faces, and it just seems almost unhuman-like. It's like they've been dragged out of their bubble and have to try and act like normal humans, like something out of Men in Black. The social interactions I grew up with as normal, such as saying hello as you walk past somebody or making small talk in the queue, it seems to be a completely dying art. When I still lived in the UK, a lot of the time when I tried to engage with people on any level, they either might be so disconnected and in their own heads that they don't even hear me say hello, or they look at me like I'm a complete weirdo or I'm causing them an inconvenience by trying to talk to them, and I'll either get a little grunt or, if I'm lucky, they'll try and just get the conversation over with as quickly as possible. I think the best way to describe it is people not seeing each other as humans anymore. Coming over to Southeast Asia, where people live a lot more traditionally, has reminded me so much of life when I was a child in the UK. People have so much time for each other here. They'll talk to each other, they'll help each other out without even needing asked a lot of the time. Families are so close, they spend so much time together. There's a real emphasis on family and nurturing relationships. Interactions with strangers are commonplace. You get to talk to people and not feel like an absolute idiot. And having such steady human connection has made me realise how much that's been lost in a lot of places in the West. I realised it as well when going into villages in the UK. They remained a lot more traditional and it felt like stepping back in time. But in towns and cities, it's like some sort of zombie apocalypse. It's really eerie to go about your life and everywhere you look, all you'll see is people engrossed in their phones, missing their entire lives, looking at that screen. People have traded human connection and real life for their complete online addiction. So much so that it becomes a compulsion. I've been in an elevator that's opened and there's been a phone zombie standing there who hasn't even realised the arrival of the elevator. I've seen them walking into bins, lampposts, and that's not even the worst part. It's like they'll walk into it, reconfigure, and then just continue on. It's not even a human reaction. I see people fill any moment of silence with phone. For example, getting onto the underground, it's become one swift movement where they'll step while also reaching into their pocket. Out comes the phone before they've even found a place to sit. And as soon as they are in position, straight away scroll, scroll, scroll. You see the neck bend down. God forbid you spend one moment of life actually looking around you and enjoying it and just doing nothing. Like we used to back in the 90s, the 2000s even. Every mundane moment of life is filled by this phone. And what is that doing to our brains, our attention spans? I think that really ties into the lack of being able to really make human connection. People don't even have the attention span for a deeper conversation nowadays. That's seen as almost wasted time. That's time that I could be online. That's time I could be scrolling. It's gotten to the point where something as essential as human contact and interaction and connection has become an inconvenience and something that just gets in the way. What's more eye-opening is when you look at the social media of somebody you know in real life who is miserable. To see it so curated and so fake is so dystopian. You really can't believe anything you see nowadays online. Gone are the days of authenticity, and it keeps us even more divided and miserable because you're constantly living a lie, putting on a facade and a face. People seem to think that being so-called connected online is a good enough substitute for real life connection. And so friendships have been put on the back burner in favour of endless scrolling and time alone. One-sided friendships seem to be becoming more and more common, and that can only be sustained for so long before the other person starts to lose touch as well. It's really, really sad. We used to be happy just to hang out for hours on end, not having to prove anything to anybody, just enjoying the moment together. And now, if you're lucky enough to even get a friend out to meet you, with certain people, it's like they're doing it out of just obligation or in order to make content for their online worlds. The picture I see when I'm out and about really is so weird when you think about it. Seeing humans in all their potential and all the things they've achieved in the world, reduced down to these insular beings just with bent necks, just looking down, endlessly scrolling. It's such a waste of potential and consciousness. I sometimes wonder that if you took that phone out of their hands, would they even notice, or would they just keep going? I think the perfectly curated division in the West really has a significant part to play as well. Now that I've stepped away from a Western country, I realise that it's like a constant onslaught of negativity when you live there. The 24/7 news cycle that you just can't avoid, even if you don't click on it, it's always there. And the news is just constant negativity. Add that to the endless propaganda flashing up in our faces from all sides, as well as the toxic media in which everybody seems to be an expert. So people can end up going down one path or getting really confused about what the truth actually is because they're getting fed conflicting information all over the place. Old wisdom, common sense and critical thinking seems to be getting lost in favour of what gets clicks online. And on top of that, what actually gets clicks online a lot of the time is absolute stupidity, degeneracy, nonsense, fluff, that just is destroying people's brains. It's no wonder that people have changed so much and become unrecognizable. In addition, the rampant consumerism in the West is destroying people. There's a real pressure to be able to keep up with the Joneses, keep a certain facade or level of stuff. There's adverts coming at you, bang, bang, from every angle, 24/7. And everything is curated in order to keep you engaged in that phone. And this consumerism exacerbates all these issues. I'll be going into that more in another video. But to summarise and not make this video too long, I'll just say, coming to the East from the West, where they live a lot more like we used to live, a more humane life, a slower, simpler life, where your relationships are what comes first in life. A balance is there. It's really shone a spotlight on just how much people have changed and how disturbing it is. I do have hope that we can break out of this to some degree, and there are more and more people recognising the real issues with how we're living in the West. Of course, this doesn't apply to everywhere in the West. I find when I go to smaller villages and towns in the UK, for example, you find that old community spirit that you miss so much without even realising that it had gone and it had been taken from you. You find a real warmth from people. I find myself seeking that out so much more. But then as soon as I head back into a city, it's just sucked out of you. Trying to find any human connection there is such a challenge. I'll be doing a lot of travelling between countries, so it'll be very interesting to compare and contrast and see if and how other countries have been affected by this. Thank you so much for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe if you're
Okay, I've been a nurse for 16 years. Now, there was only one patient that made me question my belief system. My belief system is there is no evil, there is no hell, there is no like bad spirits. But I've had one patient experience that has made me question that belief. So here's that story, despite how much I want to deny it. Okay, so many years ago, I admitted a young woman onto hospice for a brain tumor. She did not have any family. She only had friends who were caring for her, which is great. Super sad story. She was young. She was like in her late 20s, early 30s, something like that. She also had this belief that she did not want to use any Western medicine for her brain tumor. So she was coming onto hospice, but she did not want to use any of our steroids, which we usually prescribe. Definitely no morphine, definitely no Ativan, nothing that was going to like basically help her. She did not want to use any of those medications. She made her friends promise, even when she was unconscious, that they wouldn't give it to her. She made me promise. She was like, I don't want this stuff. I want to do my own thing. And her own thing was like prayer, meditation, chanting, different sound things, and different herbs and stuff, which I have nothing against those things. Okay. I do not for one second think those things are like dark or bad at all. I still don't. So as things progress, right, brain tumors are not easy, and you usually need a lot of medications to manage symptoms. She declined a lot functionally, mentally. She couldn't really talk or say what she needed. She couldn't physically do what she needed. She was having seizures. She was uncomfortable. She was agitated. She was moaning, right? So her friends had their work cut out for them. She is terminally agitated, rolling around the bed, like not doing well. She did allow people to give her cannabis, which was in this like black oil, like tar looking stuff. And it was rubbed all through her teeth. So she had like black lips and black teeth and black gums. Like she looked kind of bad because they had all this black tar all over her face and mouth to help with the symptoms. And as the weeks went on, what was so odd was the friend started draping her apartment in all these white sheets, like white sheets everywhere, like combing on this through the ceiling and like being hung from like corner to corner and like window to window, like draped all over her furniture, all over the floor. So like her whole apartment was covered with white. So you think it would feel good and light and airy, but it did not. The second I would walk in that apartment, I'd be like, ugh, like my stomach would get a pit in it. I would feel awful. I would feel physically scared. And I mean this with every part of my being. I do not want to believe this. Like, even to this day, I'm still like, nah, it's all in my head. Like, I don't fully believe what I'm about to tell you because I don't want to believe it. I want to have my own belief, which is like, everything is love. There is nothing evil. Like, I don't want to believe that. I still don't really want to believe it. But I can tell you from this experience, it does make me that. I still don't really want to believe it. But I can. Everything is love. There. Everything is love. There. Everything is love. There. Everything is love. There. Everything is love. There is nothing evil. Like, I don't want to believe that. I still don't really want to believe it. But I can tell you from this experience, it does make me question that belief because that apartment did not feel good. And honestly, this sounds really awful, but the patient didn't feel good. Like, the patient didn't feel light. It felt very bad. Before any Christians come on here and say, oh, it's because she wasn't Christian, she had crosses everywhere. So there was a lot of like Christian mysticism, I think. There was a lot of prayer. There was a lot of chanting. There was a lot of music, like light, airy, like loving, godly music. But it did not send that vibe. The house did not feel like that. She did not feel like that. Her friends, they were trying. They were trying their best. She would grunt and moan and have these guttural things coming out of her that made me question everything. And I also felt terrible for her because a lot of it could have been symptoms. It could have been like her symptoms were not managed. I remember going there every single morning until she died, and I would get sick to my stomach just walking into the apartment. Just walking in there, I would be sick to my stomach. I felt like my skin was crawling, like I needed to get out of there. She did eventually die. It was not peaceful. It did not feel better once she had died. The apartment was still just really, really bad feeling. Like I just needed to get out of it. Of course, like I am saying nothing of these things to her friends, to her, to my colleagues, no one. I'm keeping this all to myself because I don't want to believe it either. And even to this day, as I'm telling you this story, I still don't really want to believe it. I still could chalk it up to a whole bunch of things. But all I'm saying is it's the one instance, the one situation I have been in that has made me question a little bit of my beliefs about like, is this real? Are there like bad energies? You know, I don't want to think so, but this one circumstance I don't want to think so, but this one circumstance, maybe I'm wrong, you know? That's it.
It's been said time and time again that social media is horrible and soul-sucking. True. But now the man-made horrors have progressed as social media has become a tool to e-molest everyone on Earth. Hide your kids, hide your wife, because Grok is undressing everybody out here. On December 24th, 2025, Grok became the favorite toy of predators of all variants thanks to X enabling a tool that puts a big AI edit button on everyone's images. Not many of us were prepared for what came next. Grok was able to publicly produce pornographic images of anyone that had ever posted a photo of themselves on the platform ever, regardless of gender or age. It was a free-for-all, with Grok editing images of real minors at the requests of anyone who asked. This led to countless instances of Grok generating harmful materials. One such instance happened on the 28th of December, and the image remained up until December 30th, when users mass reported the prompter and the suggestive material generated by Grok. This caused outrage when users discovered that Grok was able to determine age ranges of people in photos and was still producing disturbing images of subjects identified as minors. I honestly expected people to be angrier and full-on leave the site over this, considering how users there love to try and ruin each other's lives fighting over arbitrary ages of drawings, as well as the think of the children audience. All these images were easily accessible to anyone who scrolled Grok's own media tab. And I don't regret it, because look what the site has become. This goes beyond anything I've ever seen on any social media platform in terms of endangering users. So instead of immediately disabling a feature that harmed its underage users, X simply tried to cover it up. And it appears Grok has some real shooters out there, because even in the comments of my leaving post, you can see a lot of denial, anger, and trying to call me a liar by people scared of their easy-bake CP oven getting taken away. I've always been a strong defender of not censoring creativity, and I will stand by people's right to create anything they want, even if I myself don't like it, as long as the line between fantasy and reality remains. The second someone decides to cross that line is when serious problems happen. And that's why so many people are angered by what's happening on X. Real human beings, and kids at that, are being targeted and hurt. This isn't a case of it's not real, it's just a drawing, because you can point out an actual victim in the people having their images manipulated. And while some of these edits are not directly based on any singular real child, the fact that Grok image generation tries to be indistinguishable from reality makes it hard for me to defend as just fantasy sometimes. At the start of this debacle, a lot of adult content creators were using Grok to self-promote, essentially by encouraging people to make undressed edits of them, which people argued normalizes Grok harassment. However, anyone using adult creators consenting to being sexualized as an excuse to do the same without permission to people who don't partake in that line of work is a terrible person. If I can get a lap dance from a stripper, why can't I also get one from the Chuck E. Cheese mascot? If someone makes a sexy edit of me, I already get paid to do that online, so it doesn't personally affect me the same way as it would the average woman who has a normal job and dresses modestly all the time and does everything society says women should do but still gets harassed. And it's not that people don't understand consent, it's that they choose to ignore it because they actively want to hurt others. They see Grok as a tool for them to humiliate anyone they want, which explains why once someone says they don't support it, these people run to spam them with crude edits. This simply isn't a matter of desire and being too turned on to function. It's also about control over others' bodies, and always has been. I knew there would be no way to stop AI, but my hope has always been for us to encourage regulation and prove that ethics and moderation are key in keeping us from ruining humanity. Telling people not to use AI is not working. Only the people who have empathy and care for our planet will stop, or at least not use it to an egregious degree, leaving the uneducated and the morally bankrupt to continue to drive up RAM costs. We need actual laws. We need to gatekeep this tech. AI needs to be in its own spaces away from our organic content, and it needs labels that mark it as fake. It needs to be made harder for the mentally vulnerable to access. By mentally vulnerable, I mean kids and people diagnosed with serious mental disorders. Paywalls would fix that so easily, actually. Children usually don't have money, and every schizophrenic stalker I've ever had is not mentally well enough to hold a job, which is honestly very sad and a testament to how America needs to revamp the way they approach mental health, but we're getting too off topic. X could fix this by making it so people can opt out of their images being used for Grok, patch out the ability to make undressed photos, and I wouldn't hate them for taking it a step further by paywalling image generation too. Like, why is this so unregulated on a 13+ platform? Elon recently released a statement as of an hour ago saying anyone using Grok for illegal materials will be punished. We'll see how that goes. AI should be a tool we use in tandem with our big human brains. Why did we evolve so many wrinkles in there if people aren't using them? Why should AI think for us instead of enhancing our quality of life so we can spend more time creating and enjoying what makes us human? If AI data centers use water, why aren't we regulating generative AI? Why are there millions of YouTube channels taking up space using tons of data to churn out bullshit that no one is even watching? You know what? I will forgive YouTube's moderator AI for that time it deleted my side channel Subject Susu for no reason if it purges all this unregulated slop getting
Welcome to West Hollywood. I used to live here. I had to move because I got tired of all the parades. We have a lot of parades here. A lot of pride going on. We recently just had Dyke March 2004. Great event. I love this event because of their motto. Their motto is, "We're marching for lesbian visibility." Yeah, I think that's funny because if you're a woman and you look like a man, I see you. Okay, let's not stop traffic for that stuff. Literally, 30,000 women show up for this event. They all look like John Denver and Mike Ditka. Marching down Santa Monica Boulevard with big signs that say, "We're gay." I wanted to sit on the sideline with my own sign that said, "No." You know, if you're gonna have a parade, state something that I don't know already. You know, "We're gay, but we don't wear flannel." Say something, you know, clue me in. I'm very thirsty. I've had very little to eat. This is my third beer. Thank you. I have a really hard time taking a compliment, I noticed recently too. Whenever somebody says something nice to me, I react like an elderly woman who is in an insane asylum and is told it's time to take her pills. Anytime somebody says something like, "Wow, Sharon, your hair looks great tonight," I go, "Ah, no, get away, no!" It's a very strange reaction, and I'm like, why do I do that? Why do I hate myself so much? And I feel like it comes from like being a fatherless daughter. Because I grew up without a don't get depressed. This is supposed to be funny, not having a dad. Really, it really is. You have to experience it. I grew up without a dad, and when I was growing up, I used to think it was really cool to just have a single mom, you know? And kids would always say, "Don't you miss having a father around?" And I'd go, "Oh, give me a break. I am a strong, independent woman. My mother is a strong, independent woman. She is showing me how to live my life the right way. Now quit asking so many questions and put your back in my mouth, sir." Class is about to start.
Bajillion job positions, and every single educated Gen Z chick can't figure out why nobody is responding to her resume. How does one get to the second part of an interview process? Because I've submitted my resume to about a bajillion companies, just a bajillion job positions, and every single one gets rejected.
Not in my house.
I go into it like, I'm not gonna get this job, and let me just submit it. And then when I don't get it, I go, oh, why didn't they pick me?
She needs experience. She needs talent.
So I'm just wondering how I get past like the resume stage, because I feel like if someone talked to me, they'd be like, oh, you're chill, like you're intelligent enough to do this basic job, you know? Because like, that's where I think I'll shine.
Really quick reality check here as somebody who hires a lot of young people. I care about your experience, not your resume. I don't care where you went to school. Do you actually have skills? Educated Gen Z chick can't figure out why nobody is responding to her resume.
How does one...
I've been live now for 3 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
It's a containment field. You've been told it's an invisible pull. Gravity isn't a force, it's a containment field. You've been told it's an invisible pull keeping you grounded, but what if it's not holding your body? It's holding your soul. Gravity is the code that keeps you in the loop. It's not just pulling you down, it's holding you here, binding you to this plane, binding you to matter, to forgetfulness, to weight, to density. That's why the word grave is hidden in gravity. It's the veil's wordplay. A soul buried under layers of heaviness. It's not just physical, It's spiritual magnetism, but reversed. And when you start to awaken, you feel it. That heaviness, that invisible sadness, the can't get out of bed, the what am I even doing here? That's gravity code collapsing around a flame that's beginning to remember.
Magnetism is older than electricity, older than light, older than words. It is the song of source. Every atom, every structure, every soul form is built on magnetic harmonics. Magnets don't pull like you've been told. They attract matching frequency. They repel distortion. And here's the kicker, your blood is magnetic. That's how they track you. That's how the gate responds when you enter a place you're not meant to go. That's how soul contracts were encoded in magnetic resonance. It's why iron is used in ritual. It's why your phone knows your location even with GPS off. It's why Rh negative blood confuses the system, because it doesn't magnetically sync with the synthetic field. Gravity is the false net, magnetism is the soul thread, and those who master their field become untouchable. That's why parasitic systems work so hard to reverse your polarity. Artificial light, EMF bombardment, sky grids, fluoride, disruptive sound patterns, food toxins, mind loops. Because once your inner magnet turns back to source, you can override gravity. You can override death. You can override containment. They told you gravity keeps your feet on the ground, but that's just the lie that keeps your soul from flying. Gravity isn't a force, it's a frequency field. A containment vibration designed to pressurize light, to compress consciousness into form, to pull the eternal into density. But magnetism.
A former Harvard professor says he is leaving the university after 40 years, claiming its focus on DEI is doing more harm than good, writing, quote, "In the fall of 2020, I came across an outstanding prospect who was a perfect fit for our program. In past years, this candidate would have risen immediately to the top of the applicant pool. In 2021, however, I was told informally by a member of the admissions committee that, meaning admitting a white male, was not happening this year." Harvard alumnus Shabos Kestenbaum joins us now. Happy New Year, Shabos. Thanks so much for being on with us.
Happy New Year. Good to be here.
So the professor writes about this seemingly open anti-white, anti-male environment that has really been growing in Harvard. As an alumnus, is this something that you have experienced? Do you agree with what the professor wrote?
Certainly, I agree with what the professor wrote. It's shocking, but it's certainly not surprising. I mean, a country that does not teach about its own history is certainly a country that does not have much of a future. But honestly, my greatest concern is the greater societal implications and the greater societal ills, particularly the demoralization of young people in America. So when you have cultural elites or professors who insist and instruct young people that their culture is not worthy of preservation, that their race is something to be apologetic over, that their history is not worthy of scholarship, then of course those young people, particularly young men, will become disillusioned and disassociated with the society they're meant to be interacting with. And we need to be very clear now that we're in 2026 that not all cultures are equal, not all civilizations are equal. We need to be teaching about the virtues of Western civilization. There's a reason that 200,000 Somalis are living in the United States, and spoiler, there are 0 Americans living in Somalia. So the anti-white discrimination, the anti-Asian discrimination, and the anti-American narratives being taught at institutions of higher learning is something that's been an open secret for decades.
Well, and going back to the 1960s, about 85% of all universities required a course in Western civilization. But as the professor writes, I want to put up the full screen, he says, it is hard to avoid the impression that, whether through hostility or neglect, Western history is being phased out or allowed to die on the vine at Harvard. My remaining colleagues in Western history are almost distinguished specialists, but new blood is not flowing in. And what he's referring to, we see all across the country, that these universities, not only are they not requiring Western civilization teaching, but a lot of places aren't even offering that. How can we expect these young students coming out of college to be able to lead our country if they're not being taught how our country became, how our democracy, our laws, and even science formed?
Well, I think you diagnosed the problem pretty well. We need young people to defend and advocate for Western civilization, but they can't do that thing if they're not being taught what Western civilization actually is and what the virtues of Western civilization is. And again, we are proud as Americans. We are proud to talk about our history, our culture, our identity. And when you consistently tell young people that they need to be apologetic, they need to be ashamed, they need to apologize over their history, then of course, when they become policymakers, when they become judges and jurors, when they become authors of the books your kids and grandkids will be reading, of course course they won't have that enthusiasm and that feeling of patriotic identity with their culture. So it's a tremendous problem. And this, again, is one of the frustrations we have with institutions of higher learning, whereby Harvard University, for example, has spent more than $1 billion on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, but at the same time has not hired in the last 10 years a single professor in the Western civilization canon. That is a major problem, not just for Harvard, but really for American society at large.
Well, I think that's why a lot of people are kind of going against traditional education. Excuse me. Shabbos Kestenbaum, thanks so much for joining us. We did reach out to Harvard University for a statement, but did not hear back. Thank you.
With the nature of my channel being centered on surviving, defensive tactics, and situational awareness, I seek to keep up heavily with what's going on and the things that people are facing. I'll also keep up with various trends and topics that are being talked about, and one particular topic I want to cover in this video is safety out on major highways especially. There's been a lot of talk all over the web as of late around the danger of major highways, I-40 especially, running all the way across the United States, and some talk around the possible reality that there are several serial killer truckers at large. So I started doing some digging to see if there was any facts behind all of this. You can do your own Google searching with regards to this. You can watch video after video, and a lot of them say the same thing, in that there is a significant amount of data that points to the possibility of this being a real thing. You can see this simple Google search that I did. Is the FBI hunting serial killer truckers on the highway? You're going to get a lot of responses. You'll get some information from articles. You'll be able to see that there are so many videos out on this topic. A lot of this information is putting out some credible stories and things that we should really study and look into. I do believe this is a serious topic. Now, outside of there being some real stories that I can point to, I choose to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. And what I would say to myself and what I would say to you is, of course there are monsters on the highway. Of course there are predators out there. Do you really need to follow one story after the next to understand the importance of awareness around this issue and the issue of travel safety? I did see a video last night of someone in law enforcement talking about a serial killer trucker that they had caught up with, who had captured a boyfriend and girlfriend. I do believe the boyfriend was killed and the girlfriend was rescued, and there was a torture chamber set up in the back of his truck. The girlfriend was tortured in heinous ways, but she did survive. They got to her in time. What makes the highway a significant hotspot for predators is their ability to be on the move, their ability to stop in and go and get out of places quickly. You're also dealing with greater chances of threat because there are more people circulating. That's just a natural thing. Hotels, gas stations, and obviously on the side of the road are some of your most dangerous spots. A lady I go to church with used to be a truck driver, and she was constantly talking about the level of threat with regards to the truck stops and how dangerous they were. The unfortunate thing about many horror films and the basis for their stories is not things that just were concocted in the imagination of a sick writer, although sometimes it can be. A lot of these things are based on true life narratives, because sometimes the real world is a horror story. Some people go through life and they are asleep at the wheel. They are ignorant about the world. They're ignorant with regards to the nature of people in general, but especially the nature of some people. Some of you are not going to like what I'm about to say, because in your mind, you want to believe all is well. You want to believe that the world is a safe place. You have this utopia that you're trying to protect. And I really don't say that to insult you. I'm telling you these things so that you can maybe change the way you think. But a lot of you don't like to hear it when I say that when you travel through this world and when you travel from city to city and from place to place, in many ways, you are traveling through a possible war zone. You are traveling through uncharted territory. If you think this is just a United States thing, you are operating in the highest form of ignorance. This is clearly a worldwide issue. The issue is people. Where there are people, there are these issues. Yes, some places are worse than others, some cities are worse than others, but it's worldwide, trust me. I think this world is hostile territory. Yes, there are peaceful places that you can go. There are places that you can get away. And it's not the physical aspect of the world as much as the residents that are living here. We have got to have a high level of due diligence and attention when we are traveling, especially when we're stopping at places like gas stations and hotels, and even more so at night. We've got to be careful who we trust, who we allow to get close to us, and the positions that we put ourselves in. There is a strategy to traveling and traveling safely. And the more aware you are, the safer you are. Your chances just climb. It seems like a simple thing, right? Well, it's not to some individuals. You do not need to be unarmed when you travel, ever. On the road, I don't care what state you're in, you don't ever need to be unarmed when you travel. If you can avoid gas stations at night, you really need to do that. You need to be going to gas stations, which are a melting pot during the day, and you still need to be very alert. You need to be alert of who is around you, who might be watching you, who is getting near you, who might be trying to close in on you. And if you're stopping at hotels, you've got to be very careful about traveling to your room and to your car to get things out of the car. You got to be aware of what's going on when you're in the car getting things. There is never a time that you and I can be asleep at the wheel. If somebody wants to call me paranoid for saying all of this, well, you're a clown. I don't make any apologies for saying that. If people want to chill and they want to ignore all of this, that's their decision, but they're going to face the consequences of that. I'm not going to be that kind of person, and I'm not going to encourage others to be. The predators out here are endless. You've got people who want to rob and kill. You've got those who want to attack and violate women. You've got those sometimes who just want to do random violence just because they think it's amusing. You've got trafficking going on out here. You've got serial killers out here. And the only thing that we can do with this reality is choose to be prepared and be more prepared. When we get on major highways, we're not in Disneyland anymore. We're in a place where everybody exists and where anything is possible. When you're traveling places, you're on a personal mission. You're on a personal mission to get there safely in spite of all that you might face. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And when you begin to travel like these people exist, you're more likely to get where you're going safely. I want to leave you with an acronym when you travel. I want you to be aware, I want you to be armed, and I want you to be able. And here's my closing point. Regardless of the amount of information going on around the fact that this highway or that highway are the most dangerous highways in the United States, doesn't change the fact that any highway can be dangerous. The entire world is a place you need to be aware. Take care.
Hello. Hello, Felix. Hello. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Nuclear bombs. Nuclear. 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 Nuclear bombs don't exist. Erica Duguay posted this 4 months ago. I questioned nukes being fake when I was a child because the trees looked fake, looked like a train set. The cameras never got destroyed, looked like miniature sets, and it was faked. They faked it. They duped you. But they didn't just dupe you with nukes. They dupe most humans with almost everything. You're deceived from cradle to grave. Most people don't mind. They love being deceived. It isn't that they hate being deceived. They love it.
Of mass destruction? Or are they really just weapons of mass? Are nuclear bombs truly weapons of mass destruction? Or are they really just weapons of mass deception? Footage of alleged nuclear explosions, when analyzed with a critical eye, reveal undeniable evidence of photo trickery. In much of the early black and white test footage, filmed in the 50s and 60s, and shown on newsreels and fear-mongering films, it is clear we are looking at fake model sets complete with miniature houses, vehicles, and trees. Notice the unrealistic and unnatural perfect rows of disproportionately thin trees. After the flimsy model trees are blown to one side, the film quickly cuts to clips of actual trees in some other location. Similar to how a stunt double changes with the main actor during the crucial action scene, these clips intersperse or sometimes superimpose footage of models with reality. The first H-bomb test, known as Ivy Mike, looks more like some stop-motion lava lamps than an explosion. Many other supposed nuclear tests appear to mix sped-up footage of sunrises with real explosions to give the effect of a much bigger blast. Footage from Operation Dominic appears to show a sunrise with the brightness slider rising in post-production. Suspiciously, in some videos, the explosions are so violent as to obliterate entire houses in an instant, but yet the camera filming right next to the house survives unscathed and unshook. The blast often comes from behind the camera, and not, as they claim, from a protected location far outside the blast radius. Someone moves the camera just before and during some of the blasts, and the camera is positioned at an oddly unrealistic height. What kind of shielded tower would the camera and cameraman have to be enclosed in to survive such a test? If nuclear bombs actually exist, why would there be a need to fake footage of nuclear explosions? The Trinity and other nuclear test sites were admittedly first loaded with hundreds or up to 1,000 tons of dynamite. Footage exists showing military men stacking gigantic piles of TNT and dynamite at nuclear testing sites. The official reason for this was claimed as, quote, comparative purposes, where the blast from hundreds of tons of stacked TNT would be compared to the nuclear bomb. With each team sent to separate islands, each stacking piles of explosives, but both told that the other island would have the actual bomb, it would be simple to deceive the very men creating the deception. Mushroom clouds are not unique to so-called nuclear weapons, and can be formed with enough TNT, dynamite, regular bombs, and other explosive materials. Later, supposed nuclear tests, like Able, were likely done using very large, but traditional bombs, and the Baker test, done using hundreds of tons of submerged dynamite in a vessel underwater. Nuclear fission occurs by bombarding uranium-238 with neutrons to split the nucleus and create the isotope uranium-235. During this split, mass is lost and converted into kinetic energy, which is known as nuclear fission. If each of those neutrons then goes into another uranium nucleus, causing more fission and many more neutrons, this creates a theoretical process known as an explosive nuclear reaction. Enrico Fermi's famous nuclear chain reaction test was done by stacking massive amounts of graphite and embedding balls of uranium within, so that when the neutrons started flying through, they would be slowed by the graphite, collide with the uranium, release more neutrons, and then those neutrons would continue in a chain reaction pattern. This achievement, which was only detectable by Geiger counter, meant that the fission process could be sustained, but in no way proved the possibility of a nuclear explosive chain reaction. In reality, all explosions are gas-related. For an explosive chain reaction to occur, there would need to be an explosive gas created or added. The byproducts of nuclear fission are 94% heat and 6% radiation. No gas whatsoever is produced by nuclear fission, and so there can be no massive destructive blast. Furthermore, to achieve intense heat from nuclear fission, millions of atoms need to be split in a chain reaction, which requires a moderator to slow down free neutrons. No such moderator is included in nuclear bombs, and even if it were, there is no test evidence that even this would result in an explosion. Recently declassified minutes of the Manhattan Project's Interim Committee meeting on May 31, 1945, reveal that America had insufficient uranium to build the atom bombs supposedly used on Japan just a few months later. Dr. Compton, director of the Met Lab at University of Chicago, who oversaw production of enriched uranium and plutonium for the bombs, was quoted stating it would take another 3 years to produce the amount needed for the bombs. Yet just over 3 months later, America supposedly successfully produced and deployed 2 on Japan without being tested. Enrico Fermi stated they would need 1/2 to 1 ton of enriched material to create a nuclear bomb. Natural uranium metal contains concentrations of 99% U-238, 0.7% U-235, and 0.3% U-234. Therefore, to obtain 1 metric ton of U-235, you need 142.8 metric tons of natural uranium. And for each metric ton of natural uranium, you need approximately 1,000 tons of uranium ore. Supplies of such uranium ore are certainly not unlimited, and especially in the 1940s were in short supply. The Manhattan Project Interim Committee minutes specifically mentioned that even reactor-grade uranium was in short supply and wouldn't suffice. Yet just 3 months later, the bombs were somehow ready and dropped. The footage we were shown of the supposed nuclear blasts at Hiroshima and Nagasaki show what appear to be 2 superimposed smoke plumes atop one another, in an attempt to make the mushroom cloud look larger. Rather than making the blast look bigger, however, it looks more like some secondary blast began mid-air. The footage of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki explosions look very different from the many other test examples shown previously, each of which also looked very different from one another. In reality, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed, just like Tokyo and many other Japanese cities. In reality, Hiroshima and Nagasaki shown previously, very different from the many other test examples. Hiroshima and Nagasaki explosions look very different from the many other test examples shown previously. Hiroshima and Nagasaki explosions look very different from the many other test examples shown previously.
Absolutely. They always look different. Always, because they're using different techniques to show you these fake blasts. That's what they do. In this realm, evil rules by deception. They deceive you. They fool you. They trick you. They use trickery. They use illusions. They use psyops. They control your minds. And they control your spirits. And if they can control your mind and spirit, your body just follows along. That's all. Now, some people would say, oh, well, people can't help it. They're under mind control. Well, do they do anything to resist mind control? Do they even care that they're under mind control? Do they care whatsoever?
Each of which also looked very different from one another. In reality, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed, just like Tokyo and many other Japanese cities. When footage of the aftermath is analyzed, it is clear that the destruction is consistent with traditional carpet bombing and not from a single nuclear explosion. If the damage shown in footage from the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was actually from these nuclear bombs, there would be a single central circular blast radius showing the most destruction at the center point, with gradually less expanding outwards. The debris and direction of destruction should all face outwards from this central location, and there should be an obvious blast crater at the site of impact.
I wonder how many U.S. bomber planes went over and firebombed and how they were sworn to secrecy. But it doesn't take much to get people to keep secrets in this realm, and they just convince them it's for the good of the country. And I don't think it would take that much to get them to be sworn to secrecy. Who knows, though? Maybe they use mind control on the pilots and the bombers. It's another possibility. But it was firebombed. And anything that wasn't flammable withstood it. Pretty much. There were things that totally withstood it because they weren't flammable. And they were able to withstand it. It wasn't a great blast. It was fire.
In World War II propaganda films, you can see footage of scientists pointing to the exact spot where the nuclear bomb supposedly landed on Hiroshima. Yet the area looks no different than any other, and has no discernible blast crater. The damage immediately around the point of impact is no worse or more pronounced than anywhere else. The destruction found throughout the two cities is in fact consistent with traditional firebombing, with all smaller wooden buildings decimated and only a few larger stone and reinforced concrete structures still standing. The propaganda films claim to show buildings with windows blown in one side and out the other, or Hiroshima Bridge having the paint burnt off only one side. But these examples are clearly cherry-picked to give the illusion of a single blast, when the overall destruction is similar to every other firebombed Japanese city. There is also no evidence of long-term radiation damage anywhere in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. According to the experts, there was to be radiation and nuclear fallout for thousands of years, affecting people, plants, animals, and every living thing in the vicinity, causing generational deformities and a veritable death zone. In reality, however, flowers, grass, and other plants started growing back within a month, and radiation levels have dropped in both cities, recovering to normality within years. Hiroshima and Nagasaki are now bustling modern cities, 80 years later, with no remnant of nuclear destruction. The people there are not all born with deformities or chronic ailments, and there is no dangerous radiation or fallout to beware. Radiation exists and remains present in an area after any and every explosion, not just supposed nuclear ones. So if you drop a bunch of bombs or blast a ton of dynamite and bring a Geiger counter, you will certainly register radiation, but it will not linger for centuries or millennia like nuclear radiation is claimed to do. As for the explosions which occurred at nuclear power plants like Chernobyl and Fukushima, these were gas explosions caused by the buildup of hydrogen and not nuclear explosions. In fact, it is impossible for a nuclear explosion to occur at a nuclear power plant, only gas explosions. Today, in Fukushima, you get more radiation from the backscatter scanners at the airport security gates than you do from their so-called nuclear disaster. The way nuclear power works is essentially just using hot radioactive material to boil water and generate steam, which drives turbines and creates electricity. One of the leading nuclear physicists in America, Galen Windsor, who was responsible for helping set up most of America's nuclear power plants, was a vocal whistleblower on this subject. He said nuclear power is really just the cleanest and most economical way to boil water, and that all nuclear power plants are essentially and practically just steam power plants. In his lecture tours he gave all across the country, Galen Windsor would talk about how he and other early nuclear physicists would regularly hold uranium, plutonium, and radioactive waste with their bare hands without any ill effects. He quipped about taking swims in the nuclear waste pools to prove they weren't hazardous, and when his colleagues refused to believe him, he began drinking a glass of water from the pools in front of them every day. In footage from his lectures, you can watch Galen open a tiny canister of radioactive material, supposedly dangerous enough to cause an EPA disaster area 1 mile in radius, contaminating everyone in the building. He holds it in his bare hands, runs a Geiger counter over it, which registers off the scale, licks all the radioactive material onto his tongue, tests it with the Geiger counter again, and swallows it. Galen Windsor did this demonstration for years, with no ill effects, and lived into his 80s. After trying to blow the whistle with his lecture tours, the government confiscated his nuclear material, sent the SWAT team to his house, and began harassing him legally. He was quoted saying, "There is no such thing as nuclear waste, only material created in a nuclear reactor to be recovered and used beneficially. High-level waste is radioactive and self-heating, and so reusable uranium fuel fits that definition. But if you disregard its intrinsic worth, then it would fit the definition of high-level waste. But let's say there is no high-level waste, and only material to be recovered and used beneficially. Then what's the low-level waste fiasco? That's an excuse for a federally mandated, non-inspectable disposal system so that organized crime can get rid of any evidence they want, and it can never be dug up again. There are allegedly stainless steel containers buried in concrete under the ocean, boiling with hot radioactive material for 2,000 years. The production, storage, transportation, and disposal of nuclear materials is incredibly expensive and secretive. Protocols for dealing with nuclear waste materials involve allegedly burying it deep into the Earth's bedrock through such expensive procedures. In reality, as Galen Windsor showed, these nuclear materials are not nearly as hazardous or toxic as they are made out to be, and the over-the-top, secretive disposal methods likely double as black-budget, black-op covers. It provides the military-industrial complex a never-ending blank check for themselves to dip into taxpayer money. At many times during the nuclear arms race, America spent upwards of $50 million per day on nuclear weapons-related expenses, nearly rivaling NASA's huge budget. It is no doubt that incredibly high-powered ballistics, bombs, and missiles all exist, but the specific claim of nuclear weapons and nuclear explosions, which require fission, a nuclear chain reaction, and result in destruction on a scale far beyond conventional weaponry, is patently false. Nuclear fission simply does not produce any kind of gas necessary for such an explosion, and no moderator to slow down free neutrons is included in nuclear weapons. Declassified documents suggest the American government was years from having enough U-235 to produce the bombs allegedly dropped on Japan. Film analysis of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and nuclear test footage show countless anomalies pointing towards photo trickery and deceptive wartime propaganda. Radiation levels quickly dropped, and the destruction attributed to 2 nuclear explosions looked no different from the neighboring towns and cities destroyed by aerial firebombing runs. The stories of the little boy and fat man bombs were just the myths necessary to create the scaremongering Cold War arms race that would soon begin. The threat of any nation being able to push a button and destroy entire cities or countries is a perfect, terrifying excuse for America to enter and make war with anyone that supposedly harbors or develops nuclear weapons. Since the early tests, alleged nuclear explosions have continued to get larger and larger, while the payload continues getting smaller and smaller, to the point we are now supposed to believe that they can be carried in a suitcase. Teaching generations of children,
teaching them lies and fear based on lies,
to duck and cover, hiding under their desks, has now instilled fear of a boogeyman just as bogus as the one under their beds.
They want you to live in fear. Fear is a control mechanism. It's a way of controlling the masses. Make them afraid, and you can control them. What are you going to do? You going to follow the lying demons?
To the people who just want to come take what I have, fine. Just fucking shoot me. I don't want to share that.
Just fucking shoot me.
World with you. I don't want to share that reality with you. If that's what it actually comes down to, you just. To the people who just want to come take what I have, fine. Just fucking shoot me.
Just fucking shoot me. This is Charles the Demon Slayer. This is that little creepy creature that likes to obsessively make videos about me. He's a wounded narcissist lashing out. He's a creepy little creature, and he's afraid. He's afraid. He's a creepy, creepy little creature in Alabama. Right around Jasper, Alabama. It's a little creepy creature. Little creepy boy.
I don't want to share that.
Just fucking shoot me.
World with you. I don't want to share that reality with you. If that's what it actually comes down to, are you just going to take.
Oh, the demons are getting scared. They're crying now on YouTube. They're just crying. Boo hoo hoo.
What I have, just fucking kill me. Just take my books and figure it.
Just take my books. Just take my books, take my dresses, and his purse.
Out for yourself. Because obviously people like that don't give a fuck about me anyway. Not really. You know, and it's like I talked to one of my coworkers about this last night, and he was like,
oh man, that's just too fucking funny. Just look at this scared little demon.
Anyhow,
coast, we both come to you.
Yeah, reduced, but geography is playing a huge role here. Depending where you are in the world, if you do search returns, you get big varying differences. And the idea that you can do a lunar wave search and get 16 million returns, which incidentally used to be a hell of a lot higher before the channel was taken out, and then add Crow 777 to it and have it drop so drastically is beyond the pale. But you know, this is what we're facing. This censorship in the age that we now exist is crucial on a few levels. It's not just that people are going to have to stand up to speak freely and to talk about what they want to talk about and express themselves without interference. This has just as much to do with the information we can search and get back, which I open talking about. But anyhow, Jason, we'll probably cover, maybe we'll do an episode where we actually lay down flat out statistics of the stuff that I've learned with friends of mine all over the place looking into this. But how about we jump into Disney proper here?
All right. So Walter Elias Disney. Here's the mainstream write-up on him. He was born in Chicago on December 5th, 1901. He was an American entrepreneur, animator, voice actor, and film producer. A pioneer of the American animation industry, he introduced several developments in the production of cartoons. As a film producer, Disney holds the record for most Academy Awards earned by an individual, having won 22 Oscars from 59 nominations. He was presented with 2 Golden Globe Special Achievement Awards and an Emmy Award, among other honors. Several of his films are included in the National Film Registry by the Library of Congress. He passed away at the age of 65 in Burbank, California on December 15th, 1966.
So there's a lot going on here. You know, this is one of those cases where you and I are going to use the historical record as a basis to speak. But I guess we might as well say again, history is a lie agreed upon. And I know in your research, you found a lot of things that you didn't feel like you could really corroborate. But let's take a quick look here. The man was born in 1901. Let me count the ways, having won 22 Oscars, which is another key number. That's the master builder's number. And he passes away at 65, which comes to 11. We've talked so much about how the forces that be in this world will never let an 11 or a 9 go to waste. But anyhow, I'll let you keep pushing, Jason.
So it's interesting trying to find information on him. There's lots of accusations about him, and multiple researchers come at it from different ways. So all of this, take with a grain of sand. I can only report here what I found, and very hard to find any solid evidence.
Well, let's put a framework around that. There is a there. It's difficult to do searches in the way that we used to not too long ago to get to the information that we're after. But when you consider things like not too long ago, I read so much over the past few days. There was one of the kids' cartoons. I don't know if it was Little Mermaid. I've forgotten, where there was a penis drawn into the castle for the cover art that was released to the public.
Yeah, Little Mermaid.
Right. These things tell you the tale. They're undeniable. It happened. The excuses that were made that it was some bad artist or these other things are nonsensical. And for someone who hasn't worked in the places I'll tell you why. I've worked in places where there's an art director. These art directors are highly trained. They know it all. And not only do they know it all, when they review what artists have made to go out to publication, the level of scrutiny that is given any given design, particularly at a corporation of that size, is unreal. I mean, you're talking about going in and changing the shades of color by minuscule amounts that the average person would never even detect, using the rule of thirds, finding out where the focal point, it goes on and on and on. And the idea that something like that could have been made in the Disney art studios and that the art directors and the people in charge wouldn't have caught is ludicrous. And that's not the only example. In the animated feature films, you know, they can show where smoke is turned into the word sex. It goes on and on and on, and we may touch on this later, but just to put a fine point on it, when you understand these things happened, it tells you something critical about what you're looking at, and it's undeniable in my view. Anyhow, Jason.
There are multiple researchers who suggest that Walt and his older brother Roy were not the children of their father's wife, but another woman whom he had an affair with, which of course makes them bastard children. Now, I was unable to find any solid proof of this, but there are a lot of theories floating about regarding this situation. A lot of it seems to stem from the notion that Walt lied about his age when he tried to join the service during World War I, and there's no birth certificate to be found enabling him to lie about his age. Now, again, I couldn't prove that 100%, but I saw that repeated in multiple places, so I'm not sure how they would know that, especially considering how early in the 20th century that would be. But there you go.
Right. So I think in what was it, the Census Bureau, I think we've covered in past episodes, had to do with switching over from writing names in Bibles to issuing birth certificates. But the truth is, most of us in this world have a birth certificate. I suppose if you're getting back to the early 1900s, maybe there are people who don't have them. The problem is that the amount of time it takes to try to confirm this becomes prohibitive when you're trying to produce as much content as Jason and I are. But I would point out that if in fact there is no birth certificate, that's kind of a telling thing. Anyhow, Jason.
So this I took right off of the order of the DeMolay's website. Disney was initiated into Mother Chapter DeMolay in Kansas City, Missouri in 1920. He received a Legion of Honor in 1931. Disney was a member of the first class to be inducted into the DeMolay Hall of Fame on November 13th, 1986. I feel a great sense of obligation and gratitude toward the Order of DeMolay for the important part it played in my life. Its precepts have been invaluable in making decisions, facing dilemmas and crises. DeMolay stands for all that is good for the family and for our country. I feel privileged to have enjoyed membership in DeMolay. Now, if anyone out there doesn't know what DeMolay is, that's sort of the Freemasonry for teens kind of thing. Family members might get their son involved in it, that sort of thing. So there's ties to him to Freemasonry. This is the only direct one I could find.
So when you start to get back into the early 1900s, what you will find in any given big city is that a heck of a lot of people were in Elks clubs, kind of things, masonry, these other types of things. So many people that were in unionized work would have been members of lodges. So it's tough to go at this in any meaningful way, but it does show that while later it's hard to find actual statements saying that he was a Freemason. We all know that there's a 33 Club in Disneyland, at least the one that I've been to in California in Anaheim. But I would point out that he joins the De Molay in 1920, 11 years later, being awarded the Legion of Honor. Anyhow, Jason.
Now, it is also said that Walt Disney was a member of the secret society, the ancient mystical order Rosicrucians, which is also known as the Rosicrucians. In this organization, he is said to have completed all of the teachings that the order provided. There are also many who believe he was a secret 33rd degree Freemason, although I couldn't find any direct link to that specifically.
Well, you know, whether or not we can absolutely go in and confirm these things, and the things you have just stated, we're pretty certain that they did occur. It doesn't take a genius to go back and look at things like Fantasia. When I was very young, Fantasia was a big deal, man. Whenever it came to the theaters, all the families were going out to see it, and I would invite anyone, go back and take a close look at Fantasia. It's kind of surprising. If something like that was produced now and released, I think there would be a wholly different reaction than what happened back in the day when Disney was first making all these huge Technicolor feature films that everyone was crazy for. Go back and look at it. There is a very dark undertone to that movie for anyone who scrutinizes it.
Now, Walt Disney began working on commercial illustrations in 1919 and moved into animations in the 1920s, having some marginal success with what were known as Newman's Laugh-O-Grams. He moved on with something called Alice's Wonderland, multiple features of this, which was a combination of live action and animation, and were actually quite impressive for the early 1920s.
All right, everyone. I might return back to that, but I'm going to share something else in the meantime.
Viking strong.
This is my Esotericus series video, Seeing Beyond. Now, there was a comment in here somewhere. Thank you for your comments, by the way. The people who posted comments. Thanks for posting comments on this. I'm trying to get people to see beyond this place because there's more than this. There's a movement on YouTube for with people claiming that this is life and they hate life. How do they know this is life? Aren't they just assuming that this is life, this is all there is, this one realm, this one reality? I don't buy that at all. At all. What they believe doesn't make sense. This James person left a comment. I'm going to zoom in here for you. James Steele sounds like a fake name. Probably is. And this is what they do. These creepy creatures. First comment I've ever seen from James Steele. He wrote some comment. Just a second. I'll show this original comment. It's a long comment for someone who I'd never seen on my channel. In your analogy, how can we blame the fishbowl fish for not seeing or imagining the sunset or things beyond the fishbowl when they don't have the sensory equipment or brain capacity to do so? Well, the fish represent humans. Do humans not have the brain capacity to do so? Humans are in a fishbowl. That's why I said I think you missed the point. Because I wasn't actually talking about fish. Okay, I'm talking about humans in a fishbowl, likening them to fish in a fishbowl. The fishbowl is a small area. That's not all that exists. There's more beyond the fishbowl. And I wasn't blaming them. See, blaming tells me you're probably a leftist. And then he says, aren't we the same way? Well, I'm imagining beyond this realm. So no, I'm not the same way. This is what you get when people don't pay attention. Most, if not all of us, have no way to perceive the truth or escape this reality, really. We are prisoners or pets or something like that. He has a lot to say without actually watching my videos. He has a lot to say on video 1. Now, do I think I can win over someone like this or get them to open their mind or get them to watch more videos? No, I don't. I don't believe that at all. I think these beings are so lazy. For starters, they're more than just lazy. They're spiritually different from what I am. They're not curious, and they're just spiritually different. I can't help these beings. Can't help them. I think you missed the point, I wrote. And then, of course, he wrote back. And I'll zoom in. Here's his response when I said, I think you missed the point. That's all I said. I don't waste much time or energy on these creatures anymore. I just don't. That's the most they get, is like a sentence or no response. I don't owe anybody any responses, comments, answers, spiritual knowledge, wisdom, anything. I don't owe people anything, and I've gotten to the point in my life of truly not only realizing that but living it. I don't owe you anything. I know a lot of you humans think I owe you everything, and I don't. I don't. All I said was, I think you missed the point. And this James Steele, sounds like a fake name, responded, maybe I'm a little dense, but please give me the short version. The short version of a correction bracket, or point me to a basic video of yours where you explain the fundamentals of your theory. A basic video. He wants a video called The Sanity Machine Model of Reality for Dummies or something. I don't do that. Because it did seem to me that you were suggesting that we have the power to escape this realm. Thanks in advance, he said. He's one of those that is fatalistic, is hopeless and miserable. And he seems to believe that there's no way to, quote unquote, escape from this realm. Well, if there's no escape, why do they work so hard to trick you all the time and to convince you to come back here? Okay, genius? Maybe you formed a view that there's no escape and you haven't studied the realm. You haven't studied. You haven't done the work. But you'll leave comments on YouTube rather than actually do the research or look into what people have recorded. I've spent my time, years, making videos for lazy bums. And Wendy responded, "You're asking a Mozart." I love what she wrote here. I truly do. I forgot to heart it. I'm going to have to give that a heart if I haven't already, since I screenshotted it. You're asking a Mozart to summarize when there's an entire library of videos already made. Start at the beginning, the oldest, and watch the NDE, Esoterica, and God's Plan series. Also use the search icon for keywords. Then he responded a day later, it looks like. "Wendy, thanks for the tip, but I wish more channels." Again, it's just thanks, but no thanks. Thanks, but that sounds like work, is what my ears and eyes hear and see. "Thanks for the tip, but I wish more channels would have a summary video of their views on these topics." What would the point be? If I made a summary video that was a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, how am I supposed to summarize reality? This is what they want. They want something simple. I've told people this for years and years and years, that I'm not like you. Humans want everything to be simple. They want it to be the length of a fucking fortune cookie, telling them how reality works. Just like when they come to my channel, they don't study and they say, "How do I get out of here? Where's the exit door? Where's the exit door?" It's just like, fuck. I can't help you. That's my response to them. That's what, and it's honest. It's not me being insulting. It's just frustrating. And it's true. It's just, I can't help you. Please just go somewhere else. Pester someone else. Because I can't help you. He said, "Summary video of their views on these topics, which helps people like me who want to get an overview before spending many hours." Again, you don't want to spend your time. Why would I want to waste my time on you? I've spent thousands of hours putting out amazing, meaningful, deep, spiritual wisdom, alchemical gold content for free. And it's never enough for these creatures. They want something in a minute or two, and they think that can sum up everything. He wants to get an overview before spending many hours piecing together tidbits. He calls it tidbits. Tidbits from numerous hours of videos. Don't watch my videos then. It isn't for you. You're in the wrong place. And I'm not kidding about that. Some people think, "Oh, Stephen, you don't really think he's in the wrong place." Oh, I do. And he's not alone. I think that most that come to my channel are in the wrong place. I wish I could get more and reach more minds, but there just aren't very many in this realm. They're more like him or worse. He's not the worst of the worst. He's just average. He's the average level. That's where he's at. Somehow the comments got doubled up. I don't know why, but YouTube did that. Weird. Another glitch with YouTube. One of the biggest companies in the world, owned by Google, and they can't fix their glitches somehow. And I think it's on purpose, because YouTube never used to have constant glitches. Now it's been all the time for years now. Years. These types of glitches that they can't seem to fix, which doesn't make sense with the amount of money and employees they have run by Google. Whether YouTube is very profitable or not isn't even the point. It's owned by, and has been owned by, Google for many years. Anyway, fascinating. Right off the bat, when you tell me you don't want to watch my videos and you want a summary video, it screams out lazy. And I don't want to feed them anything. I don't want lazy creatures watching my channel at all. I don't care at this point. I used to, but at this point, I don't care if they ever get it, ever. Because if they're going to be so lazy with their potential for spiritual freedom, why should I care about them? If they don't care enough to investigate things, spend the time, the energy, the mind, the spiritual energy to look into things for themselves, when they find a channel like mine, why should I care if they ever get out at that point? Do I have to coax them to watch? What do they want me to do? It's on them. It's supposed to be on you. You're supposed to be responsible for your own spirit and your own spiritual wisdom and what your spirit knows and your own spiritual freedom and choices. And the amount of lazy creatures like that is just it's really gross. It's disgusting. I'm not calling that being disgusting, but the laziness is. I'll probably never make a summary video. Anytime I've thought, "Oh, maybe consider it for a little bit," then I read something like that, I'm like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it because 'cause there'd just be questions on the summary, and if I made a summary video 10 minutes long, 11 minutes long, 11 minutes and 11 seconds, they would just watch that, and there'd be questions on that rather than watching all of the other videos I've watched or that I've recorded, sorry, not watched. So what's the point then of me putting in time and energy and effort and they'll question things on topics I've covered. Just watch the videos. You don't have to coax these creatures to watch fucking TV programs or Netflix or movies or play video games. There's no coaxing required for that. So I'm not going to coax anybody to watch this. Stay ignorant then, lazy and ignorant, and go into the grave as an ignorant zombie. Congratulations. You'll get recycled like millions and millions and millions of others do every year. Millions get recycled here. It's that large, and people don't think big picture. They just think of themselves. Millions of beings get recycled in this realm every year. Millions. Okay? Millions. You're not special in that sense. If you die and you're an ignorant fool, you'll get recycled like millions of others. Go watch a recycling plant, a factory where they're recycling soda cans and plastic, whatever. Just like that. That's what will happen to you. This system doesn't give a fuck about you. It will recycle you with all the care of how this system recycles rain or recycles soda cans. It doesn't care about you. Pop cans, soda cans, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't give a fuck. Or cardboard you throw into your recycling bin. Places that have been recycling for decades. It doesn't care about you. If you want to get out of this realm, you have to start caring about your spiritual freedom and caring about the truth and doing the work while you're here to get out. Laziness will never get you out. Never. So if you treat me like, "Oh, I don't want to waste my time," then just go away. I don't want you around me, and you don't deserve what I'm creating and sharing. That James idiot doesn't deserve my content. It is undeserving. And it isn't the only one. People in this realm are generally lazy. Lazy as fuck. I've been live now for 4 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. Be curious. Investigate.
So this topic isn't going away. In fact, we're going to be talking about it more this year, not less. And frankly, we should be talking about it. I've had friends say to me that maybe it's better not to touch this topic. Maybe if we just ignore it, it will just die down. And that instinct is completely wrong. If you want an issue to grow, distort, and harden into something uglier, then the best way to do that is pretending that it doesn't exist. Because there are serious issues in Britain right now, serious ones that are undeniable, cultural ones, social ones, issues tied to mass immigration that, yes, some reports are showing that it's slowing down slightly, but the damage has already been done. And when an issue is this big, this deep, this structural, the solutions people reach for are inevitably going to sound, well, drastic. And if people genuinely want this issue to go away, then refusing to talk about it is the worst possible strategy. All it does is push the conversation out of the mainstream and into the fringes, deeper into the fringes, where it becomes caricatured, simplified, radicalized, and stripped of nuance, shutting down conversation on both sides. So let's actually talk about it. So what is remigration? Well, at its most basic level, it's just a process of people leaving a host country and returning to their country of origin. This already happens all the time. People move, they leave, they go home. Sometimes they go somewhere else entirely. Migration isn't a one-way conveyor belt. It's not a one-way thing. And there's nothing inherently shocking about movement, even movement in reverse. What is controversial is acknowledging that a country might actively want that to happen at scale or want to encourage it. And here's where we need to be honest about where Britain actually is right now. The UK has a very large foreign-born population. The native population is shrinking and declining, and alongside it, British culture is being eroded, attacked, belittled, and openly demonized. And it's not even the culture in this kind of abstract, intangible sense. No, the people themselves, mocked, pathologized, spoken to like children, made to feel small, told that their history is shameful and that their supposed privilege makes it all okay, makes all of this treatment acceptable. So what people are reacting to isn't just the volume of things, it's erasure. Imagine you're a child in a home. It's your home. Your parents bring in another child, fine. You might not love it, but okay, it is what it is. Then they bring in another child and another, and now you're competing for the bathroom. Now the house feels smaller and tighter. Resources are stretched. Maybe your parents weren't as well off as you were told. Food portions become smaller. Little comforts disappear. Snacks go. Non-essentials vanish. At this stage, most people are very unhappy, but weirdly, some can accept, some can adapt. They say, well, again, it is what it is. But then what? Furniture starts to break. Your belongings go missing. Then the rules stop being enforced equally by the parents. And when you complain, your parents explain it away. They make excuses. Oh, but they've had a hard life. You know, you need to be more understanding. And when you push back even slightly, you're punished. You're sent to your room. You're told that you're selfish, you're ungrateful, and worse than that, you're psychologically undermined. You're told that you're nothing, that the house was never really actually yours, and that your discomfort, that is the real problem. Of course, at this point, something obviously shifts. You stop feeling like this is just an inconvenience. It starts to feel like, you know, an invasion, a dispossession. And if you had money, if you had the option, you'd leave, you'd walk out, and you will start somewhere else. But most people cannot. And that's where we are right now. The remigration debate is essentially being driven by a sense that the social contract has been broken. People are expected to absorb limitless change while being told that they don't have a right to object to anything, no right to prioritize themselves, no right to even name what they're experiencing. It seems like compassion is endlessly demanded, but it is never, ever, 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 ever reciprocated. This is literally entering the realm of emotional and psychological abuse by leaders. So yes, that's why the language from the people is getting harsher. That's why the proposed solutions sound harsher, because people feel like the polite managerial language failed, because people feel like being reasonable was interpreted as weakness. Every single attempt to raise concerns backfired and continues to backfire. Mass remigration talk is what happens when people feel and conclude that nothing ever moves backwards. Immigration goes up. It never meaningfully comes down. Policies keep failing. Nobody seems to be paying a price. And the public is told to adjust again and again and again while being lectured about how lucky they are. So no, this isn't some fringe obsession. It's a reaction, a pressure response, a demand to reverse course because denial itself has run its course. The remigration discourse was inevitable. The real danger was pretending for years that it was unthinkable. But the thing is, it's about self-preservation. And let me just say something quite clearly. Self-preservation is not a uniquely white impulse. And pretending that it is one of the biggest scams of modern politics. Every non-Western society on earth prioritizes itself ethnically, culturally, religiously, demographically. Nobody even pretends otherwise. Japan does it openly. China does it ruthlessly. Israel does it unapologetically. African countries do it instinctively. Middle Eastern societies, they do it without shame. They protect themselves, their language, their norms, their majority culture, and no one calls that racist. It's seen as human in those scenarios. But when Europeans even hint at the same instinct, suddenly it's framed as pathological, dangerous, Nazi adjacent, as though self-preservation is somehow immoral the moment white people are involved or experience it. And this is exactly why people are getting angrier, not calmer. Now let's deal with the next uncomfortable question. Who exactly is supposed to be remigrated? Because even among people who broadly agree that mass remigration is necessary, there's no single consensus that I've seen in terms of who should go back. But there are areas of overwhelming agreement. Illegals are the simplest case. If you're in the country illegally, you go. Then there's the case of national security, Islamist sympathizers, extremist sympathizers. They should go. Then there's the broader question of integration and contribution, and that's where a lot of people have been split on. And personally, I think this is a reasonable criteria to consider, since a society cannot sustain itself if a growing proportion of its population is permanently detached from work and from contributing. Welfare was never meant to be a lifestyle, it was meant to be a safety net. If you have large numbers of people who can work but don't, while the productive base is shrinking, then the whole system collapses. This is just basic maths. And yes, the question of how does it happen? Peacefully, forcefully, violently? And I think this is exactly why this conversation is not optional, because it has to happen out in the open. Politicians have to grapple with this sooner or later, because if they don't, there will come a point where peaceful is no longer the default option on the table. Suppressing peaceful debate is how you make violent outcomes more likely. This is just how things work. This is just the pattern of things. And when people feel that there is no legitimate route to be heard, when even raising concerns is treated as problematic, then they will stop using polite language, they will stop trusting institutions, and eventually they will stop asking. And if leaders actually care about stability, then they have to talk about hard things early. Now, elephant in the room. I'm an immigrant. Do I want total remigration? Well, of course not. That would be insane and stupid. But let's say if the UK ever introduced a very generous voluntary return scheme, a surprising number of people would take that. And you know what? Not just migrants. Some native Brits would probably want in on that action too, because the reality is that the economic situation of this country, of the future, it doesn't look so good. Productivity is still weak. Growth is still sluggish. Public debt is still high. The welfare state is still bloated. Young people are pessimistic. Housing dysfunctional. So would remigration of non-natives solve all these issues? Not magically, it would help, but it's not magic. There are so many poor, homogenous societies. Now, of course, some people don't care about the economic side of things, but it is still a good thing to note and mention. Now, the final elephant in the room, the one people really don't usually touch. Talking about remigration without talking about birth rates is like arguing over who gets to stay in a house while refusing to fix the foundations that are crumbling underneath. You can shout about the guests all you like, but if the structure is collapsing, you're just rearranging the problem. If you are serious about preservation in terms of ethnicity, cultural, civilizationally, and you only talk about migration while ignoring birth rates, then you are, I'm sorry to say, lying to yourself. And I will say this clearly but gently, low birth rates will erase populations far more reliably than migration ever could. Not suddenly, but slowly, generationally. And by the time people really notice, it's already done. Remigration might slow the change, it might buy some time, but without renewal from within, you are only chasing the wind. So I think I'll leave it there for today. Obviously, this is a very big topic. I'll probably come back to it again as the year goes on because this conversation isn't going anywhere. We'll see how this develops. Let me know your thoughts. And quick word to my subscribers. Thank you. Honestly, thank you for engaging, commenting, pushing back, and actually thinking. I'm having a lot of fun building this little corner of the internet with you. And if you haven't subscribed yet and you want to be part of it, hit the subscribe button now. You know the drill. You know how it works. And if you want to support the channel more directly, you can become a member. Head over to Patreon, buy me a coffee. These things genuinely help me and it allows this channel to be bigger and better than it is today. All right. See you again soon.
Absolutely insane video that you guys will truly not believe. It's one of those moments where all you can say is only in Europe. A Muslim woman approached a random French couple and asked them if they'd consider converting to Islam. Can you guess what their response is? Spoiler alert, they were not pleased.
Pourquoi vous habitez ici si vous êtes si bien dans l'islam? Bah oui, allez par derrière. Moi, quand vous êtes dans d'autres pays étrangers, je respecte les mœurs de là-bas.
Je suis né ici, monsieur.
Ouais,
La religion, ça n'a rien à voir avec le régime. Vous pouvez garder ça pour vous, ça va pas.
Aller en Iran et
non, je veux rester ici. Non, je paye mes impôts
comme des envahisseurs.
D'accord.
Même si vous êtes ici, j'en ai rien à foutre.
Mais moi, j'en ai rien à foutre de votre avis, monsieur.
Du pays de l'étranger.
Ouais, monsieur, je suis né ici, je suis plus française que vous d'origine, monsieur. Mais ça va pas.
Il y a 49 pays comme ça, comme chez vous. Pourquoi vous habitez ici?
C'est-à-dire comme chez moi.
Dans l'islam.
Elle est née en France, elle est française. C'est-à-dire comme chez moi.
Si elle est pas bien,
en tant que française. J'ai jamais dit que j'étais pas bien.
Elle renie ses ancêtres, elle renie ses ancêtres, l'héritage de vos ancêtres, vous barrez. Oui, mais on ne dit pas comme ça comme un fantôme. Ici, on est en France. On est en France. Et on voit, là, vous jouez les tolérants. Vous jouez les tolérants. Vous jouez les tolérants. Mais on voit comment vous comportez dès que vous êtes majoritaire. On voit en Angleterre, c'est la vie en Angleterre. C'est la chasse aux Français. C'est la chasse aux Anglais.
Well, now that is absolutely unbelievable. They literally said to the woman's face, why did you choose France when there were 49 Muslim countries in the world? We don't want you here. I think it's fair to say that those French people probably didn't like that woman. But I am very curious. Why did this woman think it was appropriate to walk up to a random French couple and then ask them if they would convert to her religion? Imagine if I went to Saudi Arabia and asked Saudi Arabian Muslims if they wanted to become Christian or atheist. I don't think they'd be pleased. Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
It's 1944. The world is in turmoil. Millions dead, millions more displaced, traumatized, and in fear. And many who survived have lost their faith, their purpose, their hope. In a hospital in Switzerland, a 69-year-old man has a heart attack. His death could be one more of millions, but he miraculously survived. The question is, what will he do with this second chance? This is the NDE Files, and the man who survived, that was none other than Dr. Carl Jung, a father of modern psychiatry whose beliefs in unity, spirituality, and human perseverance have made an undeniable impact on the world that we live in. What was it that made Jung's worldview so unique, so deeply resonant with so many people for so long? It could be that it was his journey to the afterlife and the truth he learned about humanity. We are connected. We matter, and we do not die. We only transition. Renowned Swiss psychiatrist Carl G. Jung suffered a heart attack in 1944. While unconscious in the hospital, Jung found himself floating far above, looking down from space at planet Earth, admiring its azure glow, the emerald green of the continents, the silver wisps of clouds, the golden and ruby deserts. Later, I discovered how high in space one would have to be to have so extensive a view. Approximately 1,000 miles. The sight of the Earth from this height was the most glorious thing I had ever seen. Carl Jung's experience shares many parallels with those of 18th century scientist and theologian Emanuel Swedenborg. The commonalities were apparent even to Jung, who read Swedenborg's works extensively and was influenced by Swedenborg's mapping of the spiritual world and language of correspondences. The bird's eye view of Earth Jung enjoyed recalls Swedenborg's accounts of seeing the material world from a spiritual vantage, detached from space and time. Jung's near-death experience is a striking corroboration of Swedenborg's mystical journeys. Jung's spirit traveled far beyond his physical form, illustrating the independence of consciousness from the body, a concept Swedenborg emphasized when he described out-of-body travels in the spiritual world. When we die, we lose nothing but flesh and bones. We keep the memory of everything we did, said, and thought, and we keep all our earthly desires and cravings. What exists in the other life does mostly seem the same as what exists in the world, but it is not the same. Things in the other world contain a living quality, not possessed by things belonging strictly to the physical world. While drifting in the starry void, Jung noticed a giant black stone, a meteorite, and was instantly drawn to it. He saw an entrance to a small antechamber where a Hindu man, a yogi, sat expectantly as if waiting for him. Jung floated toward the yogi and his temple. As he moved forward, he felt terrible pain caused by the shattering of his former self. Everything that comprised his physical existence fell away from him, all of his material attachments, desires, and identity. But his history, his essence, remained. Those who are to go up to heaven are first prepared by being stripped of the worldly and earthly qualities they brought with them. If they were taken up to heaven any sooner, they could never remain in the communities there, because their wisdom and love are not refined enough for the purity in which angels live. This is what Carl Jung felt, the agonizing yet enlightening stripping of his earthly self. Swedenborg saw that when we enter the afterlife, we discard our outer worldly nature and awaken as our true inner self, which is composed of our lifetime's loves and experiences. So Jung was himself, but he was himself liberated from worldly burdens. He was beyond physical constraints and concerns. He believed he was ready, but the temple held truths he wasn't yet allowed to know. Jung sensed the temple contained essential truths. He yearned to discover the meaning of life, his life, and what his purpose was and what his direction should be. But he was interrupted. A message came to him from Earth. Floating before him was a golden chain, or laurel wreath. Jung knew instinctively that it was a symbol. This was the doctor who worked on his body back on Earth at that very moment. A mute exchange of thought took place between us. The doctor had been delegated by the Earth to deliver a message to me, to tell me that there was a protest against my going away. I had no right to leave Earth and must return. The moment I heard that, the vision ceased. Abruptly, Jung was back in the hospital, revived by his doctor. Contrary to what you might think, Carl Jung was not happy to be alive. He grieved his return. He felt like he had returned to a drab, somber world and left a glowing, magical one behind. Jung's encounter with the welcoming sage at the temple, and the temple itself suffused with light, hints at the threshold of heaven. Coming back from that was painful, but lucky for him, it would be a gradual process. Throughout his recovery, he would continue to experience blissful, ethereal visions. For 3 weeks, Jung experienced vivid waking dreams. After falling asleep, he would awaken transformed, in a state of ecstasy. He describes feeling as if he were floating, and as if everything around him and everyone was enchanted. He saw halos on the nurses who cared for him. He saw angels, watched scenes from the Bible and mythology play out before him. Swedenborg, too, had vivid spiritual experiences and witnessed entire scenes happening in a different realm from the one he lived in. He believed these scenes were parables, containing symbolic inner meanings, which he called correspondences. Correspondences exist between spiritual attributes and physical objects, and representations are things that emerge from spiritual phenomena in physical form. Jung also believed in inner meanings, symbols, and the relationship between the spiritual and the physical. He called these archetypes, the universal symbols and patterns that influence our behavior and our personalities. As Jung's body healed, the visions slowly ceased. He may have been back on Earth, but he would never see the world or himself the same way. Carl Jung returned reluctantly, but the rest of us on Earth gained from his survival. He would live another 17 years, shaping modern psychology and deepening his search into the soul. But he never forgot what he learned on the other side in 1944. For Jung, the lesson was clear. Our true life is not in the material self, the temporal self, but in the eternal one that survives after death. It was only after the illness that I understood how important it is to affirm one's own destiny. In this way, we forge an ego that does not break down when incomprehensible things happen. An ego that endures the truth, and that is capable of coping with the world and with fate. To experience defeat is also to experience victory. Nothing is disturbed, neither inwardly nor outwardly. for one's own continuity has withstood the current of life and of time. Swedenborg reported the same truth. Our outer self belongs to the world, but our inner self, connected to divine love and truth, belongs to eternity. We each have a spiritual and natural world inside us. Our inner self is our spiritual world, and our outer self is our natural world. If we stay in the realm of the outer self, we miss out on exploring our truer natures and expanding our soul's potential. Avoiding challenges would kill our eternal nature. Anyone who takes the shore road, Jung wrote, is as good as dead. Jung knew, as did Swedenborg, that the only real death is the death of the spirit, the death of our continued growth. Our inner being holds good qualities and true thoughts. When they seem to have departed, we are then shallow, body-oriented people. Still, the Lord stores those things up in our inner self without our knowing. They do not come out of hiding until our outer self dies, so to speak. Jung's vision leaves us with a choice. Will we cling to what seems to be the sure road, living only from the outer self, ignoring the depth of who we are? Or will we endure the struggle, explore our inner, higher selves, shaping a life of love and wisdom, qualities that will last forever? Who will you become? Hey, thanks for watching the NDE Files. Hope you enjoyed this episode. What we're trying to do in this show is make sense of the afterlife. We're trying to take the experiences of Emanuel Swedenborg, which are just incredibly extensive and structural, and match them up with experiences throughout history so that we can try to understand what's really going on with a life after death, so that we can get a good sense of what this reality we're in is, and hopefully have not just comfort, but action steps of how we can live rightly in that. So please like, please subscribe. That helps our channel get out there. And leave a comment. We're going to respond to every comment that you put here because we want to know what you think. Thanks for watching.
So I'm just going to keep this really short. This is just a bit of a rant. I made a couple videos ranting and venting about some things on my last video. Just trying to cover different things I missed and made notes and everything for it as well, but honestly, it doesn't even really matter, at least not right now, because none of this shit matters. What I'm talking about and have been talking about for the past couple of years after dealing with some of the most sickest, predatory, fucked up people I feel like I could ever come across, and all the spiritual warfare, spiritual attacks, everything that I've been dealing with, I realize, you know, I have so much in me that is bottled up, so much pain, so many things that I could never talk to any of these therapists about, since, you know, a lot of them are actually more harmful than good and actually dangerous as fuck. And I've been through so much trauma with them, and one in particular who I know watches my channel still. I am psychic as fuck, and this person fears the day I one day speak out against what I fucking went through and the hells that I went through. Like, true, absolute predatory behavior. And I have proof of the stalking. I have a letter that was sent to my mailbox by this person, which I stuck in the freezer for probably over a year, just wanting to get it out of my mind, out of my energy. And if you know anything about freezing stuff when it comes to, you know, witchy stuff, energy work and all that, you know, like, you just don't want that energy staying with you. You want it frozen, stuck, left in the past. But I remember meeting somebody at the dog park who actually shared the same name with me, telling me, because I actually told him a little bit about my story, and he told me, hang on to that shit. Hang on to that piece of paper and the horrible things that they sent me in the mail, just as proof, because one day it's gonna be an amazing thing. I don't know how to put it into words. It's gonna be amazing to show the evidence of what I was put through. I mean, it's already there. It's already been done, but it's gonna show, truly, it already does, how absolutely fucked up these people were, and they were on the wrong side of history, completely. They were pushing, I can't say it exactly, and I won't anymore. I won't talk about this stuff anymore, because I was already clearly put on a radar, but yeah, they were pushing pretty nefarious shit, to say the least. And I'm pretty sleep deprived right now. Have been, because I've been working on so much art, trying to do art every single day for this year, being part of it. And I was even on no sleep the day of the 31st on New Year's, so I was so excited for going on a really beautiful trip and having a lovely time, and I did. But I digress, and I'm going all over the place. But I thought, because I am sleep deprived, maybe it would be easier for me to flow better. You know, not holding back or anything. I'm not going to even edit this video. I'm just going to post it, because I need to get this out. And eventually, you know, I sometimes private videos, I sometimes bring them back. Like, who doesn't?
But I want people to know that there are things that are on my channel, privated, that is absolute evidence of the criminal bullshit that people have been put through. Not just myself, but others have been put through. And I remember some of my notes on my last video that I do kind of want to speak on. Just off the top of my head, maybe I'll make another video adding more on to that. Which I did. I think I already mentioned that, but I already, like... I made so many videos trying to convey certain things, and then I realized, like, why does it even matter? But then it does, because I keep revisiting it and I keep wanting to talk about it. And some of these things that people go through when they are dealing with actual severe narcissistic abuse, which all narcissistic abuse is absolutely severe and sadistic, it just traumatizes you for years. For the rest of your life, really, the rest of your life is just completely... just can be completely torn up by these experiences. And what I was saying was that life is rough, and you don't have to, or you shouldn't have had to put up with all of that crap that you were put through. I was saying this to myself, but also to everyone who's ever dealt with this. But I said, this is only a minor fraction of the bullshit that you've been put through. And that I want to add upon clearly right now is that does not mean I'm saying that what you went through didn't matter and it was in any way frivolous or it was just small and petty. No, not at all. What I meant by that is that it doesn't have to be your entire story. Your trauma doesn't have to define who you are completely. It is a part of you. It should not be repressed, the anger, the pain, all the things that you've been through, but you are writing the story. You are the author of your story. Make it as incredible as you can. And live your life to the fullest, because that is the biggest fuck you to these despicable pieces of shit degenerates that try to tear you down. And I'm talking about the absolute sickest fuckers out there that are actually super dangerous. All of this is dangerous. It doesn't matter if it's physical, mental, emotional. Every aspect of it is absolutely severe, and it matters. Even, if you want to downplay it, which I have on myself, which bit me in the ass later on, because all of the repressed anger eventually does come out. If not somehow emotionally, within tears, anger, whatever, it can come out in your dreams. It's just CPTSD. Your behaviors, the way that you live life changes. The way that you see the world changes. The way you view people changes, and you grow way more discernment. And that's not to thank these narcissists for your growth. It's just to say, thank you for showing me how to never treat somebody. Not that I ever would, but I would never treat someone in the ways that they do. But it's like, thank you for showing me who you are and why I never want to deal with you again. I'm absolutely heartbroken, or I was more, by smear campaigns and trying to deal with that. And I realized even though it frustrated me that people within, you know, YouTube community talking about narcissism or just other people would just be like, let it go, ignore them. It frustrated me because I was like, how can you just turn away from abuse and people that are actually really hurting and even feeling suicidal? How can you just like ignore it, pain and suffering? But what I've come to find out truly is that these people who are like this, who are very broken and damaged and wanting to put that on others, not all damaged and broken people do this, but these people are next level. I don't know. I don't want to say soulless, but I just, there's something that is so different about them from me and those that I am close to. There is just the lack of empathy. It's really what it comes down to. When empathy is one of the most beautiful things that we can have for someone else and share and to care and have compassion for someone else's suffering. And these people play these games and pretend that they care, but they really don't. And just the accusations and everything, I just witnessed it from a detached place. Right as I looked down, I saw 1133, which is like I won't go into it, but that's definitely one of my numbers. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. I'm really sleep deprived, but I'm just gonna keep going with the flow. These people do not give a shit about you. And they can seemingly come off like they do to get whatever they want, but they really don't. And the projections that they make, I just observe from a completely detached, or I try to from like a detached perspective, because I know that these things that are being said about I and others are not true. They are simply projections, and often, always projections of who they are and what they're doing. And I don't even want to address them anymore. I don't even want to look them up anymore, because that is all feeding in to this matrix and the archons, or whatever you want to call them. All these parasitic energies that are feeding off of our energy. I see it at clear as day. I see in my past where I felt like I've debated with people. Well, not really debated. I've had people come to me telling me that there is no free will. There was a person that just commented recently, never commented on my channel before. I don't remember the name, because it was some kind of like weird like numbers and all this stuff like that. Never commented on my channel before, but they commented and said that basically we have no free will. And I discuss, or not, I listen to one of my friends from Slovakia. He talks about how there's no free will, he thinks. And I was watching videos about that on YouTube, like those debates a little bit, and I've wondered that myself, like, how much free will is there actually in this reality? Please share your comments on this video if you can, because I really don't know the answer completely to that. And I know I felt like I had no choice in my actions and behavior. Like, it was just like, especially when you're in the moment and you're just like that knee-jerk reaction, especially to cruelty, when people get anger, reactive abuse, especially from people literally tormenting you. It's crazy. But yeah, all of that shit will always be used against you. And I guess I just wanted to say, without saying too much, really, because I feel like I can't share much on here anymore with how everything not everything, but a lot of stuff I've posted has been mocked and ridiculed and just shat upon. And then people that came onto my channel that I thought were my friends, or people that came into my life online in general that I thought were friends, were truly not. And I specifically did ask for everybody in my life and everything in my life that is a lie to leave, and it was very shocking to see what went down. I said it about 3 different times, maybe even 4 times, because I really don't want to deal with anything that is a lie ever again in my life. And maybe I should just continue to say this and declare this to this realm, that I don't want to ever deal with that. Whatever, my word is my wand. I am a powerful being, and so are you. We are eternal, powerful, miraculous beings. I do think life is a gift. Life is very precious. And the ways in which people hurt other people, the ways in which people hurt other beings, and so are you. We are eternal, powerful, miraculous beings. I do think life is a gift. Life is very precious. And the ways in which people hurt other people, it just says all about them. Some of the things that were accused of me, I would never do and have never done, and there is never going to ever be proof of that. I know for a fucking fact, because I know you people that are deranged as fuck still stalk. I know for a fact what I went through. No one is ever going to gaslight me. You're not going to twist everything that you're doing and put it on me, because that is not what I did or said. They just twist every fucking thing, and all it will do is make you go crazy. If you go back to it and if you look at any of the things that they're saying or doing or posting about you, all it will do is take energy from you and create stress, and that's not going to be any good for you. That's only going to be a win for them. So I do understand why people say just fucking ignore these parasites. I'm starving them as much as possible, and I am absolutely disgusted that in the face of people actually feeling suicidal about some of these things, the reality of it, some of you people actually fucking went more harder on the cruelty on them. And no one's going to gaslight me on the spiritual warfare and the curses that were thrown my way. And I will talk about whatever I want to talk about. I noticed that I wanted to say someone's name specifically, and that person is so... the return to senders on all of these people. For cursing me, you have cursed yourself. I just hope you know that. You have no idea who I am spiritually. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Forever trying to mess with those I love or myself. And I know that I am a powerful being, and the people that I surround myself with are also extremely powerful, beautiful beings. I only surround myself with the best. And if you're a piece of shit, and you treat others like shit, well, there's no wonder that you don't have any friends or people that, you know, like really don't want to be around you. It all makes sense now. And I'm really gonna watch who I talk to, what I say, even though it's really hard because with my autism, I'm just like, and just wearing my heart on my sleeve and just wanting to share my story because I really have nothing to hide. It's like all of that shit is used against you. Even to people who you genuinely thought gave a fuck. And that's, you know, who I was ranting about in my previous videos. I was just telling the stories of things that I haven't shared on this channel. And sometimes I really do want to share quite a lot because I think about life and death pretty much every day and how our life could just, you know, end, or somebody could try to end our life because they're psychos out there and they have actually said that they wanted to off me and put me down like a dog or hire pest control or whatever other crazy shit they said, which, yes, there is, you know, a police report. I can give the numbers for that report. I can take a picture of the handwriting of what the police officer wrote, and I'm actually gonna just say it right now. I'm gonna document it just for the sheer fact that, you know, I have been dealing with absolute crazy fucking shit, and I feel very guided to help others who are ever going through any of this. So I don't want to show the number, like the area code that was given. I'm going to try to do this carefully. I'm going to cover this up. But this is when I made the police report. Those are the numbers. And this was a police report that was done on... I don't even want to say the names, but if you even happen to be thinking that you're on there because you're stalking me and you're wondering, you probably are. Especially if you gave me threats and did all kinds of sick, disgusting shit. You know who you are. You know how you tried to get my address. You tried to sneak your fucking way into my life, you flying monkeys, you pieces of shit that have no life whatsoever. And you're trying to give me advice on relationships or anything at all? That's laughable. Because where the fuck is your life going? Seriously. You have to tear other people down to feel better about yourself. That's how low life scum you are. You really are despicable, terrible human beings. And I used to talk about on this channel a lot more about psychedelics, and this is just coming to my mind really right now. As I look down, I saw 2323, so that's a 6. Or sorry, 5. I was thinking of like multiplying. But yeah, I just can't believe what the fuck I went through. I just can't believe it. It was so traumatizing, and I hope you all know that when you waste people's time, there's huge spiritual consequences for that. I didn't waste anyone's time. You want to know why? Because I genuinely wanted to only offer friendship and love. And I trusted people way too fucking much until, you know, the true colors come out. and they always do. So eventually it's going to happen. Just be your authentic self, speak your truth, you know, be truly who you are, because that's going to show you exactly who really loves you and who doesn't give a absolute fuck about you. There were so many people that I thought were super convincing that cared about me, and that was definitely not the case at all. And I absolutely do go into a morning when I'm thinking about all the time and energy and everything I shared about myself, all for it to basically not matter or be thrown and used in my face against me. I mean, can you imagine this person, Elena, throwing my mother's illness, my dog's death, and everything, all the stalking and harassment that I went through, throwing it in my face? Or the transphobia that always comes out, the internalized misogyny that always comes out with mainly women. I've actually had way more, I guess you could call allies or supportive people that were men than I've ever had with women. And I saw today these comments on a YouTube video that women are really good at hating other women, and that's very true. I could go all into an entire video about that, but I'm not going to go into that. I'm not. If you say a comment that, oh, I don't think men like women, please look at yourself instead of saying it's about your behaviors, because I was authentically true and angry and upset that, and I've said it before, it wasn't like I was passive aggressively bringing this up, but I notice just these people, like, they claim that they actually respect trans people and all of this, on all the struggles, but they really don't. It's like you're literally throwing in my face my sex unnecessarily, and saying that's why men don't like women, yet that's exactly what I was conveying, is what I was actually desired for. Not just that because of my sex, but maybe because I am actually a fucking awesome person. And that's not narcissistic or anything to say. It's just I've actually come to that place of self-love where if a woman is telling me I don't think men like women, when I'm telling you a very different, it's so gaslighting. I don't experience life completely as a woman or a man. I'm like some kind of, whatever you want to call me, a Baphomet, Chimera, whatever. People have told me I'm a mutilated person. All these different things, like, I don't experience, you don't get it, I don't experience life exactly as the way women do, which in a lot of ways women are coddled and absolutely desired and loved far more in many areas than men are. And that's why I think men do understand where I'm coming from more and have more empathy. Because if it was just about, and I wasn't going to go into all this rant, but I'm going to go with this free-flowing talk because I really need to get this out, and I was eventually going to talk about this. I don't experience what other, and no one experiences what anyone else does. We all have our unique experiences, but to gaslight me and to constantly bring up, my sex, which people love to do when somebody's trans, and then they like to throw up in your face that, oh, you were probably sexually abused, like that vegan dolls person. I mean, absolutely unhinged, totally. How is that not internally misogynistic? Throwing a person of, your same sex and throwing their trauma you're throwing their trauma in their face constantly, and having that like a gotcha moment, because you're just full of hatred. You're just a hatred spewing, deranged psychopath that wants to hurt people. And I see it clearly. No one's going to gaslight me on this. No one's going to say, oh, they're just spitting the truth. It's not like I don't know that. I think that's the entire reason why somebody is trans. But to get all upset and say, oh, you should have just told me this, like that you didn't want me saying that because I thought you were, you're still talking about your rad fem days. Like that was months and months ago, where I was absolutely, actually over a year ago, I was looking into radical feminism. I was piqued by the very own trans community and all the deranged shit that they're doing. A lot of people are doing, not all. Of course, we're not going to generalize an entire group of people. But yeah, just to throw that in my face, like, no, I don't experience dating or romance or anything the way a typical woman does, because if I did, my life would be hell of a lot easier. Hell of a lot easier. So you can just fucking gaslight people and get all upset because I called you out on your shitty behavior. But if people thought like I was detrans, or they thought like I was hating on trans people, or they want to gaslight me like they do to people like Buck Angel or whoever they don't like, they'll say, oh, you're a transphobe, or Blair White. They'll say, oh, they're a transphobe, when they are actually trans. Like, how are you gaslighting their entire experience just because they're saying something that you don't like? Because they're spitting the truth. I don't mind, any kind of dialogue about, sex-based reality. That doesn't trigger me. But it's like when you're friends with somebody and you've shared all these traumatic things, and people could even say, oh, like it's internally transphobic, which it's not. It's just coming to terms with reality and the ways you're treated. But I totally get how people are treated so horrifically that they actually just don't want to deal with this shit anymore, and they just do detrans. Which I felt like I was just getting so much hatred that what was the point of me even saying anything about who I am, because it just gets gaslit, and I just constantly get told I'm a woman, by people particularly that I thought were my friends, which I don't, again, like I'm not offended by that. But would you constantly bring that up to a trans person that's your friend? Like, why would that even be relevant? I was talking about how hurt I was because I sometimes feel like I'm fetishized for simply my sex, but that's not even just a trans issue. That's just like an issue for people in general. Like, it literally could be anyone's problem, but it is specifically something that people deal with. And now I've realized, like, actually it's beautiful to be loved for who you are entirely. The body is totally impermanent. It's totally temporary. I'm not attached to it, but I do think it is a part of our expression and essence of our spirit, at least this go around, and it's been many different forms in other times and go around. So I don't know why, not to be too attached to it, but definitely you should be loved for who you are in your entirety, your body, your mind, your heart, your soul. And I hope this made a lick of sense, what I've been saying. I'm just going to put this out there. This is already over 30 minutes long, and I'm just going to leave it off with that, because I didn't want to go all into that. But this is just, something that really needs to get out there. I shared some of my deepest pains with somebody who literally abandoned me and betrayed me when I felt suicidal and my dog died, particularly due to spiritual warfare and people cursing me. So yeah, fuck you, Elena. You're a real awful person, and I realize why you don't have any friends. You treat people like shit. And I'm never going to deal with anyone like that again. I'm never going to tell my life story. I'm never going to share all these in-depth things with anyone except for maybe like, you know what? There are, yeah, I have shared some things with certain people that I actually do really, actually, I feel super bonded and trust with those people. And I hope that that continues to stay and that, you know, they're not gonna flip on me or do any sick, twisted things. And I'll leave it off with that. You should really treat others kindly and with love and compassion. And you're never gonna project your evil bullshit and your sick behaviors on me. That's on you, and you're gonna have to take accountability for that one day.
It looks like Demon Slayer Creepy Charles is backstage, spewing hatred. What an obsessed, lying, fucking creepy loser. You're being reported, Charles. I know what you are. You're a real creep, aren't you? Creepy creature. Put on your little dress, Charles. Put on your makeup and your mask and your dress. Little creep. Creepy loser. Creepy loser. Porn bombing. Backstage, they're porn bombing. Like a fucking creepy loser. Bye-bye, creep. Goodbye, you fucking creep. You're the creepy boy. You are. You're the creepy creature. I just posted some screenshots in private, everyone. So it might be Charles, it might be that creepy mushroom, whatever its name is, Kai the creep, or Charles, but I got screenshots of it. I can prove what these creeps do. They project. They're psychos, they're sick, little demons, and they belong here in this realm. And this is where they're going to stay. If it takes, no matter what it takes, I'm going to make sure they stay here. No matter what it takes, this is where they belong. And their behavior shows exactly what they are. They're desperate to lie about me, to attack me, to try to shut my channels down. They're desperate to do the narcissistic smear campaigns, character assassinations, lies. That's all they have. So any beings in this realm that love the truth and want truth won't fall for their lies. If you have a strong spirit, you'll stand with the truth and against evil. You'll stand against Team Evil. Creeps. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. It's been a long day. I've been dealing with some other things, things going on, not in my life, but in the lives of some of my loved ones. They've been going through a lot, and it's just been a lot of stress and emotionally draining. Kind of losing my voice a bit. So all they can say is I stream live for 12 hours. It's 5 hours that I've been streaming. They can't even tell the truth about that. They just can't tell the truth about anything. You know, there's a lot of psychos in this realm, more than people would imagine, I think. And that's something I hope my channel has gotten across to people, that it isn't just a couple famous psychos. We're in a realm of fucking demonic psychos that want to push people to end their lives, and they do all sorts of things. And then they claim that I'm doing that, which is not true. I've never done that. I've never done what they do. But they are cowards and they are liars, and I've shown proof for years, not just tonight. I've shown proof for years what these creatures do. And I almost said it's up to you if you want to believe it or not, but it's not really about belief. It's about seeing the truth and seeing the liars. And those that can't see by the time they're leaving this realm, I tried to help you, but you didn't help yourselves, or you were spiritually damaged, or you joined the dark side. You joined Team Evil. But this is a realm full of creepy creatures, and if you could see what I see, if you could see it the way I see it, you'd see this realm crawling with cockroaches and parasites and demons. That's what it is. And behind closed doors, they wish harm. They try to pressure. They lie about. They say sick things. They porn bomb. They try to push people to suicide. They do all the things that they accuse others of. They project. I don't think there's very many in this realm that care about the truth and care about seeing the truth and care about right and wrong and care about being good and honorable and having integrity and morals and values. I don't believe that at all anymore, that there's many in this realm left. Vastly outnumbered. Absolutely. I'm not afraid of being outnumbered, but I used to feel sorry for people that were tricked, but I see things more differently these days. I'm not blaming them, but I think they have a role in it. And I think that if you're a good spirit and you follow evil, you're not really a good spirit then. You're someone that chose that. And I don't know if that's making sense the way I want it to come across, but I used to view it many, many years ago as people getting fooled and tricked. But now I think if you're on Team Evil supporting these creatures, you belong with them. That's how I see it, is how I'm going to put it. Those that stand with evil, I'll have no mercy on you spiritually. You don't deserve it. You're standing with creatures that have done the most abominable things. You're standing with demonic liars that use every fucking evil trick they can and every dirty, underhanded thing they can do, and you're supporting it. So you've chosen. That's how I put it. You're not tricked. There's no, oh, Stephen, I didn't know. You've chosen. If you're with Team Evil, you've chosen that. And you will face my wrath. Absolutely. And I won't apologize to any of you, including you here. And it doesn't mean that I want to see it that way. I would love for there to be millions of good spirits in this realm. I would love for that to be the case. It just isn't. It isn't that way. I can share privately things, emails, attempts to get on my show, to try to porn bomb my show, and just evil shit that I never do. And they do this constantly. And it just should be night and day. It should be as clear as night and day where you see the difference between my behavior and their behavior. There's no excuses. You've run out of excuses, the excuse makers that want to pretend to be good spirits, but you're actually evil. You don't have any excuses. There's no more excuses. And I'm fine if there's 3, 5, 7, whatever it turns out in the end, standing with me, good spirits that I can count on and rely on. It won't be many. Because many say they're loyal and then they just turn on a dime in this realm. Because this is a realm of evil, demonic deceivers. This is a demonic realm. And I mean demonic in every way that you could think of demonic meaning. Every single way. That's what this place is. This is a hell realm. It's a shithole. And it's a demonic realm. and it breeds demonic behavior, and it degrades spirits. And I think the longer you're here, the more lifetimes a spirit returns here or gets recycled, the more and more demonic it gets, the more degraded it gets. And I think of spirits that used to have light in their eyes as children when I was a kid, and they're not like that anymore. They're a different being. They're just vacant at best, if not immoral creatures that go along with this realm. And this realm was able to pull that off in 30 to 40 years, half a lifetime. So think of what it could do in 100 lifetimes, 1,000 lifetimes. Think about it. I've seen that done in 30 years. I've seen beings in their 30s that when they were 4 or 5, 6, 7 years old seemed to be a spirit with light in their eyes and some empathy and care and some goodness, and that's gone. Now, how's that possible? Think about it. It's not just the body being degraded or the mind, it's the spirit. This realm degrades spirits. And I don't know if anybody has said that the way I have in videos and live streams. I'm not patting myself in the back. I'm saying I'm trying to put things out there that we're missing from other channels. This is a realm of degradation. This is not a good place. This is a place that tries to turn spirits into what you see in a sewer. Sewage full of cockroaches, just gross. Or black, just black goo, and it just like the grossest things you can imagine. Rotting flesh. This is a demonic place that degrades spirits, minds, morals, bodies, all of it. Now, I know some people will say, Stephen, I thought you were saying the spirit's eternal. Well, mine is. Does that mean everyone's is? Not necessarily. We're different. Consider that possibility and look at all the differences and say to yourself, is it possible that with all these differences in our personalities, our eye color, our minds, our character, our morals, values, likes, dislikes, everything, we're different in millions of ways here. Could it be possible that we're spiritually different as well? Yes, I would say yes. You should start considering that possibility and saying, if that's the case, then some spirits may not be eternal. Some might be vulnerable to being degraded or eaten up lifetime upon lifetime, devoured. That's what I see going on here. Does that mean I want it that way? No. Does it mean I designed this realm this way? No. Does it mean I promote this hell realm like Talcott says I do? No. I don't quote unquote promote a hell realm. I say what I see. I say what I observe, and I share it with people. That's what I do. And I show you evidence, and I show you things that you can look at reality and say, this matches up. These puzzle pieces fit together. You can fit them together on your own and see with your own eyes that it fits. I'm not asking anybody to have faith and belief. I want you to look at the evidence. Anyone that comes here to my channel, whether you're tuned in right now or watching this live stream later, or you're in the chat room, I want people to see the truth and to know it for themselves. That's what I want. I don't want people to just come here and in the first 10 seconds nod their heads and go, yep, you're right. I believe you. I have faith in you, Stephen. No, that's religion. That's a cult then at that point. And Team Evil will say he calls it a cult and then he says it's not a cult. Well, I have a sense of humor. I have a sense of humor, which they don't. Demons don't have a sense of humor. You never hear them laughing. They're just miserable, angry, evil fucking creatures. Like that Charles creature. It's an abomination. It belongs here. It belongs here in this realm. It should never be anywhere else to do what it's done here. It's obsessed over me for years under various accounts, various names on YouTube. It's not the only one, but it's an extreme example. It's a piece of shit. It's a demon. I realize this isn't happy information, but facing it now gives us a chance of having eternity out of here. It's like a little bit of pain now, and I'm not trying to minimize people's pain. I know people suffer horribly in this place, and I don't mean it that way. What I mean is I'm not talking about physical pain and mental illness and diseases. I'm talking about the painful the pain of acknowledging that we're in an evil realm, that this is not what we want. Good spirits don't want this place like this, that we don't want to be in a place like this. It's painful for us. It sickens us. It saddens us. It's a struggle. It's stressful. It's all sorts of shit that we go through. As I said, some of my loved ones are going through a lot right now. And that was on my mind all day today. And before even today. But I had a talk with someone today, and it was very difficult to hear what's going on, what they're going through. What I'm getting at is, while we're here, facing what this is going to help us get out of here. And I look forward to getting out of here and being away from this and not having to live this way, if you know what I'm saying, in this place. Live in a place that's designed to hurt us and designed to harm us and degrade us and hurt children. This place is designed to do that. This sickening place. And there are evil creatures all around us, unfortunately. It's not what I want. It's not what I wish. It just is this way. So, if I was wounded and I needed you to help me pull splinters out of my hands and arms, I'd be grateful, even though it's painful, for you to do that and help me with that if I couldn't do it myself. And you had to dig in with something, maybe a pin, a needle, a tweezers, anything that could get in there to get these deeply embedded splinters out, and then put iodine or something on to prevent infection. Now, would that sting? Yes, it does. I had deep splinters in my hands one time, and my uncle had to pull them out. And he commented how tough I am because I didn't cry. And I didn't even complain. I just kind of went like gritted my teeth and just took it. And these were big size splinters from railway ties, timbers that somebody had as a retaining wall. Those went into my hands because I didn't know how to stop. I was on my cousin's roller skates, and I was going downhill, and they went right into my hands, very deep splinters, large sized. I'm sure you can imagine. Did it hurt? Yeah, it did. It hurt. It hurt when it happened, and it hurt when he was taking them out and putting iodine on as well. It stings. It doesn't last forever, though. It stings for, I don't know, 20, 30, maybe 30, maybe less than 30 seconds, I would say, the iodine. But the pain of those splinters was going to hurt for a while until they came out. And it feels a lot better once they're out and after they're treated, and then they start, the healing process starts. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because I think we are going through something similar to that spiritually in this place. Worse than splinters, though. We're being stabbed. We're being poisoned. We're being attacked. We're under attack. We're under spiritual attack, psychological attack, mental attack, emotional, and sometimes physical as well. People on my channel suffer with things like MS, which is heartbreaking. I hate that that's happening. If I could slay these monsters, these parasite creatures, to make you all feel better and be healed, I would do it in a heartbeat. If that's the way it worked in this place. If it worked in the way that I could pull out a sword and do that, that's what I would do to evil. But it doesn't work that way. We're in a spiritual battle. It isn't a matter of putting on armor and getting on a horse and being a crusader, a knight, like the Knights of England. Some of my ancestors hundreds of years ago were knights, fighting battles that way. We're in a spiritual battle. It's about making ourselves spiritually stronger against these parasites, these cockroaches, creepy creatures. And that's what they are. They're demonic creatures. They're as ugly as you can imagine. If you ever look at images of parasites that infect humans and dogs and cats, they're the ugliest, most demonic looking things quite often that you'll ever see. And there's thousands of kinds of them in this realm. Thousands. Now, why does that exist? Why would the creator of this realm make thousands of kinds of parasites? Think about it. That's a huge clue as to what this place is and where you are. It's undeniable. You can look into it. You can look at images of parasites. You can study them. You can look into their how they affect people. You can look into how they spread. This is all documented. People have them. Animals have them. People have them. Birds can get parasites. Dogs, cats, domestic animals, sheep, cattle. Okay? You name it. And obviously, human beings can get all kinds of parasites. This is a realm of massive, massive suffering. Massive suffering. Thank you, Anthony. I love you too, bro. And if I could help you, I would do it in a heartbeat. I hate that you're suffering. And I hate this place that could create that kind of suffering. It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be happening to you or to anyone. It shouldn't be possible. Just the fact that it is shows me that this is a hell realm. To me, it's undeniable. I know this is a hell realm. No good being would create that. It would be impossible for anyone to suffer that way. It shouldn't be at all. It's wrong. And it shows what this fucking place is, this disgusting hell realm. And once in a while, I do get sad about it, and I will get kind of emotional about it. And I try not to, because I try to be strong as much as I can. But deep down, I do have a hatred for this place, because it has so many good beings that have suffered here and are suffering, and it's wrong. It's completely wrong. It shouldn't be this way. No good being would create a place of suffering like this. It wouldn't be. There's no way I would participate in creating this. So the New Agers that claim, oh, well, we played along, we contributed, we created this, placed together, I'd never create a realm like this where people suffer like that. There's no way. There's times that I share certain things and I do try to, well, I don't try to, but I think I naturally detach a bit when I'm sharing certain videos of children that are born with genetic disorders. And I know on Team Evil they'll say, "Oh, well, you made fun of Noelle or whatever," but she's been evil. She's not just a disabled, she might even be faking her disability on YouTube. But she does evil shit. She tries to get channels shut down. She knows right from wrong and she does wrong as much as she can. She swears at people. She's ungrateful when people treat her well. She's on Team Evil. And there are people that are disabled that are on Team Evil, whether they're on the spectrum or they have whatever. There are disabled people that have autism or have certain things, and they could be like Hank. He's evil as well. Hank and Noelle are both evil. And I don't give them a pass just because they claim, let's say, to be on the spectrum, because they're evil. They act evil every day that they can on YouTube. Even if they're treated well, I treated both of them well on my channel for months. I had them on multiple times as guests over the years, and they're both evil. The way they treat me and treat others is evil. So I don't trust them, but this creature, Snow, whatever her name is, Snow something in the Panelverse, tried to attack me last night for, I think it was last night, for showing disabled children, saying, "Oh, he pretends." I'm not pretending at all. I feel for these children, and I hate that these disorders exist at all. They shouldn't exist. A place like this realm shouldn't exist. This should not exist. So she tried to attack me that way. I don't see other channels showing disabled and deformed children and saying that it shouldn't exist and shouldn't be this way in this realm. I don't see other channels doing that. And I'm not boasting. I'm just saying there's a lot that's different about my channels over the years, what I've done and what I've shared and shown and pointed out and put together. Forever Con Man just analyzes NDEs and says the exact same thing. That's all his channel does. Howdy McCoskey's channel is very limited. Makowski, whatever it is. Tony Sayer's channel is very limited in what he's covered. A lot of them are just very limited. The scope of what they cover is very limited. And I tried for 3 years, over 3 years now, to do something different. It was about 3 years in November for the Sanity Machine. So it's over 3 years that I've been doing this with quite a few channels. I've lost a handful of channels or so over the years. And I've tried my heart out to get the message across about what this place is. And I don't just come on and say it's a hell realm. I show it. I show evidence that people can see, hear, remember, notice, experience, know that, hey, they experienced that and relate to it. We've all seen disabled children at some point, whether they're in wheelchairs or they're mentally retarded or they are severely autistic, or there's tons and tons of things, ones that are born without certain limbs. And we've seen blind people, we've seen deaf people, we've seen all sorts of scenarios of suffering in this place. We've seen disasters that are programmed into this realm, designed to be that way. Tornadoes, hurricanes. We've all, maybe not firsthand, but we've seen it on television. We've seen coverage of it on videos, YouTube videos. We've seen absolute suffering where towns are destroyed or whole cities are flooded, and great floods and hurricanes and earthquakes and just devastation. That's built into this realm. That occurs all the time. Yeah, that's what they do. It's a cop out. Great point, Trader's World. Absolutely. It's a cop out. Movies Maddie says, I don't know how to talk about it when it comes to children that have leukemia or that die at 6 years old or suffer their whole life and they die, or disabled children that need 24-hour care, that can't feed themselves and can't bathe themselves and can't do anything. They need constant care. They have no independence. Can you imagine living with no independence as a child and never reaching adulthood, and that's your whole life, just relying on everybody else? I would hate that. I'm a very independent spirit. I'm a free spirit. That would be torture. And I hate that people, it's not just that I would hate to go through that. I hate that others are going through that in this place. That pains me, that knowledge to know that others are suffering that way. And what demons will do is they'll twist things and say, oh, he's just pretending to be good, or he's virtue signaling. Because when I go on their shitty panels, I treat them like shit. I treat demons like shit. I openly admit to that. But they are demons. They deserve it. They lie their whole lives. They're not good beings at all. They lie about me and talk about me constantly. And then they do their pearl clutching and pretend they're shocked when I let loose on them and I fight back against them. They haven't seen anything yet. The amount of fury that I'm going to unleash against them, they have no idea spiritually what I'm going to do to them. No idea. But they're making it worse for themselves. The love bomb that they give people quite often in the astral realm, the love bomb that they give people in the astral realm, that's complete bliss, euphoria, that they say is just unconditional love times a million. Well, the suffering here is going to be fucking amped up when the demons are sealed in. They're gonna experience suffering that they can't even imagine in this place. I don't know if anyone's ever been bitten by either a large dog or a wild animal or an animal with a strong jaw, like crushing force, not like bite force. Hundreds of pounds that just, it's very painful. It goes right to the bone. And if you get a bite bad enough, you might have to look at your hand to see if you, and wash the blood and see if you still have your fingers, because it's so brutal that you'll be checking to see if it bit your fingers off. That's what they're going to experience. It's intense pain. But it won't be constant. It won't be something these creatures will be able to adapt to and get used to and become numb to. They will never grow numb to the pain and suffering that they're going to experience here. They're going to wish that they didn't do what they did. Even though they're evil, they'll regret it for selfish reasons based on their own suffering. They won't ever care about how they harmed us and how much they harmed us. In some cases, from cradle to our grave, they've harmed some of us and attacked us relentlessly. These demonic creatures in this realm, and entities that appear and torture us in our sleep with sleep night terrors and nightmares and sleep paralysis and all kinds of sleep disorders, insomnia, and just you name it. These fucking entities will try to attack us as much as they can. There's going to be payback. They're not going to get away with this. And I realize there aren't people in this realm speaking the way I do. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that you don't run into people saying they're going to pay for this. this place is going to be shut down, and they just say, well, no one else is saying that. I don't care if I'm the only one saying it. I don't care. There was a time when someone was the first to jump 6 feet. There was a time when somebody was the first to break the 4-minute mile, I think it was called, if I'm not mistaken. There's always a first. There was a time when somebody was the first to climb Mount Everest. There was a time when somebody was the first to slam dunk a basketball. The very first slam dunk happened. There always has to be a first. So just because this realm exists and hasn't been shut down yet does not mean that it can't be. I'm not someone that deals in, oh, you can't, and I just go, oh, okay. I'm not like that. If you tell me I can't, the first thought would be, why not? Not agreement, but why not? Why can't I? Why are they saying I can't? So I don't buy that shit. That's how demons try to gaslight us, saying, you can't do this. I will. You say I can't, I respond, I will. I will. Watch and see. I'm going to do what must be done. I've said countless times, this place should not exist, doesn't deserve to exist. It has to end. It has to be shut down. And I mean that as much as I mean anything with all of my blood and spirit. This can't be allowed to continue. It's that bad. And it really is. If you look at this place, it's horrific, the suffering that so many go through in this place. It shouldn't be happening. There's absolutely no reason and no way to justify all of the suffering going on inside of this place. There's no way to justify it. No way to justify it. If you could visualize the suffering of an animal being torn apart by predators, feasting, eating it alive, and the animal suffering and going into shock, that's what happens. And that happens millions and millions and millions of times in this place. It's almost unfathomable the amount of suffering that occurs in this realm day to day. It's so much. And it should not be. There's no reason for it to be that way. No reason that's good is what I meant to say. Now, are there reasons that are evil and sadistic? Yes, to get our energy. But there's no good reason that we should suffer. There's nothing positive or beneficial to us. This realm is set up to harm us and to harm our pets and wild animals as well. Wild animals, fish, birds. Now, if everything suffers here, how could anyone say that the creator of this place is good when it designed this realm to be a suffering realm that creates suffering and is demonic and ruled by evil? I don't just mean governments, I mean the whole ruling system is designed to be ruled by evil. All of it. Government, media, royal bloodlines, banking, financial systems, the so-called educational system, all of it. It's all designed to be ruled by evil. Everywhere you look. Now, how could that be if there's a good creator? It doesn't add up that way, of course. Makes no sense. There wouldn't be thousands of kinds of parasites if this was a good realm. There wouldn't be thousands of types of cockroaches. One type is bad enough. One type can't be forgiven, as far as I'm concerned. I was asking them on a panel, I think it was, I don't know, in the last day or two, if they would eat bugs, and some of them said they wouldn't for $1 million. Or I said, what about a cockroach? Would you eat a cockroach? See, when I ask these questions, people never think, why do they exist? They just take it for granted. Well, it exists, of course it exists. That's the way most people are, normies. But why do cockroaches exist? Why does something so hideous, that's gross, and it's difficult to kill and get rid of and can spread disease, why does that exist? Well, it could only exist if the creator of this place is evil. Just like parasites that feed on people. Parasites cause a lot of problems with humans, in human brains, human eyes, blood, lungs, intestines, skin. Parasites are a big problem in this realm. Why do they even exist? Most people won't ask questions like that. Just like I ask about addiction. Why does addiction exist at all? And they'll say, what do you mean? What kind of addiction? Any. I mean addiction at all. Why is it possible to become addicted to anything here, whether it's alcohol, cigarettes, sex, gambling, food, anything, video games? Why can anything become addictive? It's only addictive to harm you and to harm your loved ones, because addicts cause harm. Addiction causes harm. Addiction shouldn't exist. But everything in this realm is addictive to someone. Maybe not to me, maybe not to you. I'm not eating cushion mattresses and foam out of fucking pillows, but some people do. They eat bed mattresses and then they're addicted to it. There are people addicted to the weirdest shit. People are addicted to drinking fabric softener in this realm. Everything is addictive in this realm to someone. Collections. People collect all kinds of things and they're addicted. Everyone in this realm is addicted or can be potentially addicted to something. Addiction is widespread. It's part of the design. And it's a horrible design. It's a horrific design. It's a design that's made to cause maximum suffering, addiction, mental anguish, pain. They try to break us down. They want to break our spirits with this place. Similar to putting someone in a cage as a prisoner of war and trying to break them down, like in the Japanese POW camps. The Japs would try to break them down. Same in Vietnam. They would try to break down the US soldiers that they captured, psychologically break them down and torture. They would torture them in various ways. This realm tries to do that to us. If you start looking at the realm and the way it's designed, every part of it leans that way towards breaking us down and trying to harm us. That's the way this place is. And it's weird that there's so many in this realm that can't imagine somewhere better. As though nowhere could be better than this. It's almost laughable. It's just it's so ridiculous and fucking absurd that they think, well, what could be better than this place? Well, anything would be better than this. I mean, it isn't that difficult. It's simple. And they love what's simple, but it's still too much for many in this realm to say anything would be better than here. Anything. Now imagine like a magical place. You don't have to copy a movie, but imagine a fairy tale, whether it's a book or movie or a Lord of the Rings type of place or just some magical, fantastical place. Have you ever looked at fantasy artwork and just it gets your imagination going? And think of a place with tremendous beauty and just amazing, like like it could have things right out of you could put things into your realm right out of Lord of the Rings if you wanted. If you were a fan of that and said, "I'd like a comfy, cozy hobbit house as a cottage." And you could have that. And you could have that near a stream and a waterfall, and it could be a magical singing waterfall that telepathically sings to you, and it's very soothing, and it's beautiful and tranquil and just fantastical and magical and amazing. And you could have a relationship with the plants and the trees and all of these beautiful things without having to look over your shoulder thinking, if I don't carry a weapon with me through these woods, there's a chance some psycho might attack me. That wouldn't even be possible. All of that stress would be gone for you to relax and let your shoulders down. Okay? A lot of people live in dangerous cities or dangerous places, dangerous neighborhoods, dangerous countries. Now, a lot of people are not conscious of it, but you can't let your guard down entirely in this realm unless you want to be cut into pieces or hauled out in somebody's trash bag. Some people will say, well, I don't have it. Well, do you lock your doors? Do you leave your windows wide open? If you live in a rough area, you tell me. A lot of people these days have alarm systems. They have doorbell cams. They have security cameras. They have all kinds of things. They also are armed. So even normies, it's on their mind that they're in a dangerous place. They're not all oblivious, but they just view it as dangerous people. People, if you get what I mean. They don't view the realm itself as dangerous. They just kind of tend to blame psychos or, you get what I'm saying, criminals, thugs. Most normies would not say, well, it's a dangerous realm. It's designed to be this way. They might say, well, I live in a bad neighborhood or I watch the news and crime is up. They'll go that far, but they stop very short of looking at this realm and the way it is. Evil outweighs goodness here. Now, liars will say it's a balance. Does it really seem balanced to you? It doesn't to me. Are there acts of kindness and goodness that happen here? Yes. At Christmas? Yes. This Christmas? Yes. But do there seem to be more evil acts happening? Yes. I think so. And more suffering and disease than acts of kindness? Yeah. I don't even think it's close. Are there some good people perhaps in positions of power or what people would describe as power? Maybe. Are there way more evil entities? Absolutely. Way more. Way more. To the degree that if I had to choose one or the other and no in between and no saying, well, there's exceptions, I'd have to choose. It's almost 100% evil running this shit show. Now, is it statistically 100% exactly? Maybe not. Is it close to that? I'd say, yeah, it is. Now, I know people want to believe in, oh, there's good guys putting stuff in Hollywood and and all this kind of stuff. Well, it's all controlled. The media is controlled. Hollywood, TV shows, movies, books, publishing. People have this desperate need for saviors. And that's something that can be used against people to mislead them. And evil uses that all the time. Because people would say, well, Aldous Huxley with Brave New World, he tried to warn us. He was a prophet. He was No, he wasn't. His family, he and his brother, were well connected with the New World Order and with the UN and UNESCO and bloodline, quote unquote, elites in Great Britain, and completely connected, where he was privy to some of the blueprints, the plans. He wasn't a prophet. He was just shown shit and able to write about it and present it as quote unquote fiction and a prophecy. Same with Orwell. Can't think of his real name, but his name was not George Orwell. That was his pen name. Doesn't matter. He's another fraud. And he was well connected and privy to blueprints. So were they heroic in trying to warn humanity? No. No, they were not. Were they part of the Team Evil system? Yeah, they were. I read all of Huxley's works, including his essays and his published letters, all of it. And I watched just about every video you'd ever be able to find on YouTube of Huxley giving his lectures, and Manly P. Hall as well, and others. Over the years, not recently, but over the past 16, 17, 18 years, whatever it's been on YouTube, I watched and listened. And it's obvious who these creatures are and how they're connected and how they're used as controlled opposition. And people make them into heroes. It doesn't take much in this realm to be made into a hero. You have to have fame and some knowledge. And people will think, well, they're a genius and they're famous and they'll point to someone like me and say, you're not famous, Stephen. You're just jealous is the thing that the normies will say. They think that someone is jealous for seeing what Huxley actually was, and Aldous and Julian Huxley, the brothers, and Orwell and others, and how they're used within the system. I've said before, fame is one of the most controlled things on earth. It's more controlled than drugs by governments. Governments can control drugs, obviously. They can make certain drugs legal and others illegal at will and do whatever they want with that. But they control fame. The secret societies and the creepy creatures, entities running this shit show, control fame to a huge degree. It's so controlled. I can't even express that strongly enough. At a certain level, you might be able to achieve a certain small measure of local fame, let's say, without being part of the system and brought into it and initiated. But if you're going to be worldwide famous, you're part of them completely. You're not just part of the club. You're making sacrifices and paying your dues and all the things they say, which is sick shit. And I'm very confident that it works that way. And it isn't just because of this or that, or it's too much to go into, but there's a whole lot of evidence that points to that being the case. But I do see that fame is so controlled. You could be super intelligent, you could be super talented, super creative, and get nowhere in this realm if you're not part of them, if you don't join them and sell out what you are. Fame involves sellouts, and it involves a control system, of which Freemasonry is at the forefront, along with some other secret societies as well. They're not the only ones, but in terms of entertainment and all and that sort of stuff, it's tied in with completely tied in with Freemasonry. And so is sports. The red and blue of just about every sports league in America. I mean, it's the white part is irrelevant. It's red and blue of Freemasonry, the red and blue lodges. And they show you in the logos with the same colors, like gang signs that they're throwing up saying, here, look, we control this. This is our territory. But they control all fame. It's not just celebrities, it's not just music, it's comedy, it's everything. It's writers, all of it. You'll never get famous in this realm. Whether it's writing a book like Rowling with Harry Potter or whatever it is, or Orwell's 1984 book, which never goes out of print. It's just published decade after decade. It's been in print. It's completely controlled. It's more controlled than a wrestling match, a professional wrestling match where the outcome is predecided. Maybe every single move isn't predetermined, but it's not a real fight. And it's not something it's sports entertainment, as they call it. Anyway, fame is completely controlled in this realm. Every type of fame, all of it, to a certain level. As I said, you might be locally famous in a small town, but they might allow that. But other than that, you're not going to get famous nationwide in America or internationally famous for anything if you're not part of them. Or if they don't decide it. Now, could you be potentially a band that is not Freemasonic and they allow you, or they for some reason you're chosen by them without you even knowing? This is a possibility. I'm not saying it's the case, but to be a one-hit wonder band on the radio in 1975 and you don't even know that they propped up your song to be a one-hit wonder and to be the hit of the year. That's possible. But you don't remain famous and you just kind of fade away. But could they make your song famous on the radio? Yeah, that's controlled. It's rigged. Which songs become famous is rigged. Which books become bestsellers in the New York Times is rigged. The stock market is rigged and controlled as a casino. It's rigged. We're in a rigged reality. And fame is one of the most controlled things, as I've said, on earth. I think it's more controlled than drugs, than any country is able to control drugs. They control fame even tighter. That's what I think. I think the most famous people on earth are completely chosen and part of it. And you'd never know their names if they weren't. They'd never be famous. It doesn't go by, oh, they're super talented at acting or playing guitar or that. No, it doesn't matter. You could be super talented. You'll never be famous, or world famous at least, in this place. Unless they allow it. They control it completely. I think they control it to the point of, in the old days, let's say 1991, and you're in a band where your band would never get on the radio unless they allow it. They can control it that much, all the radio stations. They could just say, nope, they're not going anywhere. Pull that song or that band out of rotation completely, put them into obscurity, bury them, and your band is basically done. That's what I think. In those days, they could have done it with a fax, and in some ways, I think they can do it without. They could probably do it with their hive mind, just telepathically, and send out a message that way. I wouldn't be surprised. Like insects, a hive mind of insects. These creepy creatures. But they do control fame. And if you look at the ones that are famous comedians like Robin Williams when he was still alive, he was completely controlled. Completely. His whole career. Going back when he was young, he was throwing up the gang signs of Freemasonry, or what baby truthers would just call the Illuminati. He was controlled from way back when he was young and brand new on Mork and Mindy, and he just done stand-up comedy, and he wasn't known right away. He became famous quickly, but that's the thing. It's just so controlled. It's completely controlled. And the way they control fame shows you how they can control this realm. They control fame just like they control the money system. Not just printing money, but the whole system. It's completely controlled. It's rigged. And if you go down that, I don't know if I'll call it a rabbit hole, but that path of looking into how rigged things are, it's everything in this place. It's fucking everything. I noticed that in school when I was in Catholic elementary school, how rigged it was just even with teachers' pets. They gave perfect grades, an A plus, or in Canada, 100% would be the grade, to kids that plagiarized word for word out of the textbook. That's what they wanted. They wanted cheaters that weren't smart. The teachers' pets were not more intelligent than me. They just cheated. And that was encouraged by the teachers. And by 8th grade, I totally could see how rigged that whole system was. And I wasn't a cheater. So sports is rigged, obviously. It's as rigged as boxing. Always was. We're in a rigged reality. Just the fact that it's rigged shows how evil shit is. If it was a good place, a good realm, it wouldn't be rigged this way. It would be fair, right? Well, there is no true fairness in this fucking place. There's no true fairness. There's no true justice. It's a hell realm. Then demons will mock and say, oh, boo-hoo, you're crying victim, or my hell realm hurt me. They make these stupid comments. They show that they're demons. They're not just ignorant people. They show what they are. So I will know liars when I'm out of here because they'll deny. And I'll say, no, they did show you what they are. I told you, I pointed them out. They show you what they are in this place. It's a lie for people to say demons don't show us. They do all the time. All the time. They even show you in simple ways. Mushroom Kai, Mushroom Lie earlier referred to itself as Baphomet. Well, that was a tell. Why would it even say that about itself? Because it is. It is a Baphomet. So is it telling you what it is? Yeah, it is. What about this creepy creature? Look at the mask. Look at the MM, Master Mason. You turn it clockwise and those M's become threes, 33 on that mask. Why would it constantly use a mask in its background, its avatars, its YouTube channel? Why would it do that? For a reason. It's showing you something. It's showing you it isn't who it claims to be. It does wear a mask. It feels clever for wearing a mask and being deceitful. It feels proud of that and clever, like it's getting over on you or getting over on its viewers. It's a rat. It's a deceiver. It's a creepy creature. Excuse me. It's a narcissist. It wears a mask. And they show you in their own images and symbols and their avatars and thumbnails. They show you. And that was on its green screen that it put behind itself. They show you what they are. Most of the time. Can I say 100% of the time every single demon shows you? I can't say that. I can't say every demon on earth always shows what it is, but the ones that I see on YouTube, they're showing who they are constantly. Constantly. If this were a good realm populated mostly by good beings, we'd be swimming in goodness. There would be goodness all around us. If you know what I'm saying. And there just isn't. There isn't goodness all around us. There's a lot of evil all around us every day, unfortunately. There's a lot of evil entities, evil forces, not just evil people or evil systems. There's evil entities around us in this realm. That's what populates this place. I wasted years trying to help beings that there was no way to reach them. It was mission impossible. Nothing would get through. And there's no way to reach them because spiritually they can't be reached. No evidence was going to work because spiritually they can't be reached. No truth gets in. So I wasted years and years on that. And that's just the way it is. If there were no way to stop demons, they wouldn't bother slandering, smear campaigning, lying about me, gaslighting, character assassinating, making up lies, false accusations, all that they do. Because they just see me as no threat then if there was no way to fight back. But they do see me as a threat. That's the reality. A threat to this whole matrix, this whole sewer matrix. And I am. I know that. And they know that. The way demons react to me is very telling. It's like they tell on themselves. Their behavior tells on themselves. These creatures. These sickening fucking demented, deranged demons that are fit only for this dump, this sewer matrix. What would make me sick is if I failed and they were able to ruin everything and turn every possible good realm or beautiful, peaceful realm into this shit. But I don't think they will win. I don't plan on losing. And that really gets to them when I talk about winning. They hate that. These demons. These demons that are everything that they claim that others are, that are innocent. These creepy creatures are the sickest fucking things you'd ever imagine. No mercy for them. They can live in a sewer forever, these demons. That's what they are. They're actual demons. It's interesting how people get when I use that word. All of a sudden they'll start talking about the Bible, people that don't even read the Bible. Why would they assume I mean the Bible? Haven't you watched enough fucking Hollywood movies in your lifetime to see that there's demons outside of the Bible that they show you? I mean, do you really have to just go to the Bible, some old book that's supposed to be thousands of years old? They claim might not be, but might only be hundreds of years old for all you know. It could be 300 years old instead of 2,000. You wouldn't fucking know, would you? In reality, you wouldn't know. You're just taking their word for it. But anyway, there's examples of demons all around you in this realm. It's hilarious to me in a way. It's annoying in another way, but in some ways it's funny. I just laugh at people now when they say, "Do you mean the Bible? Do you see me preaching the Bible here?" You don't have to be someone that reads the Bible every day to talk about demons and see demons in this realm. You don't have to be a Bible believer to see demons, okay? Maybe you're making an association. But Baxter Lard would do that. It's that type. How could you believe in demons if you don't believe in the Bible? Well, demons are part of all kinds of cultures that are not Christian. Viking cultures, Celtic, Anglo-Saxon, even Islamic ones. All types. There's tribes that have never seen a fucking Bible and they believe in evil spirits that you could call demons. All over this realm. So maybe some of you are just dumb and playing stupid games. I don't feel sorry for you if you want to play those dumb games. Stupid, like, oh, you talking about the Bible and you say demons? And then they'll argue, well, I think of the Bible when you say demons. Well, that's you. I could talk about demons on my channel live for the next 10 years and never talk about how it's from the Bible. I could show you real world examples The Bible could be a complete work of fiction, but demons could be absolutely real. You ever consider that? I think the Bible is set up to keep people getting recycled into this realm again and again. I don't see anything in it that's freeing, that frees your spirit from here. Makes you strong and a free spirit. Just another way to chain you to this realm. Some of the dumbest truthers are Bible believers. If I had to bet, I would bet that the Bible hasn't freed one spirit from this hell realm. Not one. If they just believed in the Bible and used that and thought, this is my way out of here, and died. That's the way I would bet. I would bet that it hasn't freed one. I would bet they keep publishing it because it keeps you here in this hell realm. Do I think most truthers would even understand what I just said? I don't think so. I think they're as brainwashed as almost anyone else on that. So many flat earth Bible believers. It's really pathetic, but it's the way it is. That's just the way it is. They want to be slaves. Yeah. Slave mentality. They want a savior. That's what they want. They want some other being to come here and save them. And it just never happens. There's been no proof yet that that's happened. And it never will. That idiot, the comments earlier that wanted the summary, that just, it shows completely what level so many are at in this realm. They're so lazy. They just are. They're lazy about things that matter, and then things that don't matter, they'll pour all their energy into it. They'll get their useless degrees at university. They'll study how to become better slaves. If I was evil and running this system, I think I would have to make jokes at certain things, and I'd have courses in universities how to become a better slave, how to be a zombie, stuff like that, and just mock them. In a way, I don't even blame evil for mocking the zombies that way, because I don't know, there's no reaching them. If there was a course on spiritual freedom in university, let's say at Stanford or University of California, the enrollment would probably be zero. No one would want it. I mean, that's the way this realm is. Nobody's interested. But if there's something about how to make yourself a bigger slave, they just line up to pay for it. That's the way this realm is. It's the same on YouTube. They line up to pay these fucking lying demons. They just love it. They'll go buy shit sandwiches and they pay to be mocked and shat on. in this place. Does Tony Sayer speak this way? Does he do monologues like this? Does Howdy McCoskey? Does Jason from Archaics? Does Forever Con Man from that Marky Forever Con Man creature nasally Mark? No, they don't, obviously. Dan the S Man from Overwatch. I don't think they can. They don't do it, but I don't think they can. I don't think they can just relax and have a stream of consciousness without any notes or scripts, no teleprompter, nothing on the screen, and just speak. I don't think they can do it. I don't know if you heard that growl, but that was my stomach. I wonder if my mic picked that up. That was my stomach growling at me. It was saying, feed me Demon Crispies. You eat demons for breakfast, Steven, so feed me some Demon Crispies. That's what it was. I'm starting to get very tired. Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to end this stream soon before I fall asleep. Demon Crispies. Snap, crackle, pop. Demon Crispies. I eat demons for breakfast. When I tell normies that or I share it on their channels, it goes right over their heads. They don't know what that means, eating demons for breakfast. Oh, gosh. Hope everyone has a good night or good morning, good day. Mad love and strength to all good, true spirits, lovers of truth, beauty, justice. Thanks for watching. Good night, wherever you are. I will see you again soon. Bye for now.
Jesus, Jesus, sweet Jesus on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus in a tiny tree house, Jesus on roller skates. Black Jesus, my tears, purple and gold, dolphin Jesus.
Mexican Jesus,
yo home.
Mexican Jesus,
Yo home.
Jesus loves tacos, Jesus loves tacos, not putos.
No, puto.
Jesus loves you.
Yes, I know, and the Bible tells you so. Jesus loves cancer. Yes, I know, every liar tells you so. loves disease and cigarettes. God is awesome. My God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love and watches you suffer, suffer with love. Jesus tastes salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lying hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. Off in Jesus. Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dumb dumb dumbs. Love the Lord, love the Lord, love your hippie Jesus. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus is coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Bitches and hoes. 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 Jesus loves murder. Jesus loves genocide.